Volume 2, Chapter 4 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 4. The family of Somerive was almost the only one in the country, or at least within 25 miles, who had not waited on Mr Stockton after his purchasing the estates of Lord Carolina. For this Mr Somerive had several reasons. Though he disdained any mean and compliances with the caprices of Mrs Rayland, he thought it wrong to connect himself with a man who, on his first appearance in the country, had offended her unhandsomely enough, and he knew it would not only be impolitic in regard to her, but to the economy of his own family. His servants, plain and laborious, were at present content with their portion of work and of wages; but were they only introduced into such a servants' hall as that of the castle, where the same profusion reigned as was customary in the parlour, he knew they would immediately become discontented, and of course troublesome and useless. The people whom he found were generally assembled at the castle, for most of them young men, celebrated for their dissolute manners, were not as such he wished to have introduced to his daughters; and these causes co-operating to make him wish to avoid every acquaintance with Mr Stockton, he had taken some pains to prevail on his oldest son to avoid it also. But Philip Somerive, who had some slight knowledge of Stockton in London, hastened, in spite of his father's remonstrances, to renew and strengthen it as soon as he settled in the neighbourhood, and was very soon more at Stockton's than at home. The simple economy of his father's house appeared to him a total deprivation of all that a gentleman ought to enjoy; and when contrasted with the voluptuous epicurism that reigned in the splendid mansion of his new friend, he had not the courage to return to it oftener than want of money compelled him to do, and he forgot that to these temporary gratifications he was sacrificing the peace of his father, his mother, and his sisters, and laying up for himself all the miseries of indigence and all the meanness of dependence. It was here he confirmed, by indulgence, that passion for play which he had acquired at college. The party at Carloraine Castle passed the whole nights in gaming, where young Somerive often lost, but, alas! sometimes he won; and in the triumph of his success, the pain and inconvenience of his ill fortune was forgotten. He learned some of those modes of asserting the matter, which he saw so happily practised by others, and after some time became, in some measure, one of the initiated, and had, in consequence, seldom occasion to apply to his father for money. Therefore he seldom went near him, and sometimes whole months passed, during which his family never saw him, though they knew that much of his time was passed with Mr Stockton, whom this circumstance contributed to render odious to Mr Somerive. After the acquaintance, however, commanded between Stockton and the General, Somerive found it difficult to keep the same distance; and Stockton, who had a great inclination to see Somerive's handsome daughters, of whom he had learned so much, was so much importunately civil, while General Tracy, on the other hand, promoted the acquaintance so warmly, that Somerive and Orlando engaged to dine with Stockton on one of those days which he had invited half the country. The latter went with extreme reluctance, not only because what he had heard of the man himself, and of the people who surrounded him, gave no favourable idea of their society; but because he thought it wrong to hazard offending Mrs Rayland in a point to which pursuit offered no pleasure either to his father or himself. Neither of these reasons for denial, however, could be urged to the General, who he thought already despised him for his audacity about the old lady; and as his father had been induced to consent, Orlando could not refuse to accompany him. The table was furnished with all that modern luxury has invented, or money could purchase. The greatest variety of expensive wines and a superb dessert finished a repast, at which were collected a group as various as the entertainment, though not so well chosen. The beginning of the dinner was passed in that sort of talk which relates solely to eating. When that exercise relaxed, something like an attempt at conversation was made. The last news from America was discussed; but as they all agreed in one sentiment, that the rebellious colonists ought to be extirpated, there was no room for argument, and the discourse soon languished, and then again revived on topics nearer home, game, poachers, and turnpikes. The wine had by that time circulated enough to give their conversation, if conversation it might be called, another turn. They grew noisy and offensive, and Orlando, who was never before among such a set of people, nor had ever in his life heard such language, was unable to conceal his disgust, though he only shewed it by silence, and by passing from him the bottle which he saw had so affected the little understanding that the majority of the company had possessed. This was at length perceived by Mr Stockton, who, accustomed to indulge himself in what he fancied shrewd sayings, and to expect that every man not so rich as himself should submit to be his butt, began to attack Orlando on the score of his being a milksop, and living always in the lap of the old lady at the Hall. To this Orlando answered with good humour, perfectly indifferent what such a man as Stockton thought of him; but the latter, seeing how well he bore this first attack, could not resist the temptation of pursuing his blow. 'Why, damn it now,' cried he, 'we know very well, Sir Rowland,' that was the name which Philip Somerive gave to his brother in derision, 'we know very well that you are no more of a saint than your neighbours; and that though you were in waiting of an old woman all day, you makes yourself amends at night with a young one; aye, and a devilish pretty wench she is too, as ever I saw. Gad, Belgrave was half mad about her for a week, and had a mind to have stormed the tower where this Dulincia lives, notwithstanding its being guarded by the fierce Sir Rowland. I don't know her name. Tell me, Sir Knight, how is your goddess called? and by the Lord we'll drink her health in a bumper.' Mr Somerive, who saw in the changes of Orlando's expressive countenance, and that his answer would inevitably bring on another quarrel, arose hastily, and addressing himself to Mr Stockton, while he commanded Orlando to be silent, said, 'After what passed, Mr Stockton, in regard to Sir John Belgrave and my son, this mention of the affair can only be considered as an insult to us both. If that be your purpose, some other place than your own house should have been found for it. We will now quit it, in order to give you an opportunity of pursuing your designs, without adding the breach of the laws of hospitality to those of decency and good manners.' Somerive, then taking Orlando by the arm, insisted on his going with him, while the General and some other men in the room, who were yet in possession of their senses, got round Stockton, who was very drunk, and represented how wrong it was to renew the conversations on Sir John Belgrave, an affair which had been settled with so much difficulty, and had threatened such serious consequences. The profession, birth, and riches of General Tracy gave him great authority in the opinion of even the wealthy and insolent Stockton himself; and as he loved his ease, even beyond the indulgence of his purse-proud arrogance, he saw at once, that in gratifying the one, he had more than he intended risked the other, and therefore sent one of his dependants to apologize to the Somerives, who had already left the room. General Tracy too went to assure them of Stockton's concern for what had passed, excused it by alleging his inebriety, and declared that he should think both of Mr Somerive and his son wrong to take any further notice of the idle words of a man who was himself convinced of their impropriety. "We will take all of this at our leisure, dear General," replied the elder Somerive. "At present you must allow me to take Orlando from a house into which I am heartily concerned that either of us ever entered." "I will go with you, my dear friend," cried the General; "but first allow me to return to poor Stockton, who is extremely concerned for what has happened, and to tell him—" "Anything you please from yourself, sir," said Orlando, interrupting him, "but nothing from me, unless it be—" "Leave the matter to me, Orlando," cried Somerive sternly. "You know, General," added he, addressing himself to his friend, "how little it can be my wish to have this ridiculous matter go any further; but as I never yet bore a premeditated insult myself, so I will not ask Orlando to do it, be the consequences what they may." "Good God!" exclaimed the General, "this was no premeditated insult; it was merely the folly of a man in a condition which disarms resentment even from those of the most quick feelings." "He must tell me so himself then," said Orlando. "I will undertake that he shall," answered the General. "And so you leave the house satisfied, I hope?" To this the elder Somerive answered drily, "Blessed are the peacemakers, my good General;" and then leaving him to return, if he pleased, to his new friends, he mounted his horse, which, with that of Orlando's, his servant had brought to the door, and they proceeded homeward together. This was the opportunity of speaking to Orlando that his father had been some days watching for, and the scene that had just passed, awakened all his fears about Monimia, was an additional motive to him not to neglect it. Orlando, whose heart was bursting with indignation at the insult offered to her name, rode silently by his side, expecting, with a mixture of concern and confusion, that his father would again press him on his attachment. He was studying, without being able to determine how he should answer. He had never been guilty of a falsehood, and could he now reconcile himself to the meanness of attempting one, he believed it would be fruitless. Yet to betray the tender, trusting, timid Monimia, to acknowledge the clandestine meetings, which his father might not be persuaded were innocent, and to render himself liable to be forbidden ever again to see her. How was it possible to determine on risking it by an avowal of the truth? There was not so much time for this painful debate. Mr Somerive put his horse into a walk, and then said, in that grave and earnest manner which always affected his son: "You see, Orlando, all the mischief which this boyish and indiscreet love of yours has exposed, not only yourself, but the young woman who is, unlucky for her, the object of it." "Love, sir?" said Orlando, not knowing very well what to say. "Nay, sir," cried Somerive more sternly, "don't affect ignorance. You have been playing the fool with that young girl that Lennard passes for her niece. Answer me honestly, have you not?" "No, sir, never." Have a care, young man. I can pardon the follies of youth, but premeditated falsehood I never will forgive." "Be so good then, my dear father, to explain precisely your meaning, and when I perfectly understand the charge, I will answer it as truly as if I were on oath." "The girl is handsome?" said Somerive. "Certainly," answered Orlando. "And you have informed her of it, no doubt?" "Pardon me, Sir, I never have; and I believe she is at this moment unconscious of it." "Really! That is wonderful. She is employed, I think, in the house as a kind of under housekeeper?" "No, Sir; but she sometimes undertakes part of her aunt's business when she is engaged or indisposed, and sometimes attends Mrs Rayland." "And lives, I suppose, as Lennard does, in the parlour with the lady?" "Very rarely, Sir; and as a matter of great favour she dines there. Rather oftener, though still not regularly, is allowed to drink tea in the parlour." "And at other times, I suppose, she takes her seat at the table allowed Snelcraft and Pattenson. The latter worthy man is celebrated, I think, for his various and successful amours under the roof of my very pious kinswoman. This poor girl, I suppose, is in the way of adding to the trophies of that excellent and faithful servant. Upon my word, Orlando, you may find him a very formidable rival." "Gracious heavens, Sir!" cried Orlando, who could not bear even the supposition, "what mistaken notions you have informed of Monimia!" "Monimia!" exclaimed Somerive, who, serious as the matter was, could not help smiling. "Monimia! Why, thou art far gone, my poor boy, since thou hast found such a name for thy nymph. Monimia! I must be allowed, since we are talking plainly of the matter, to call her Mary." "You can call her what you please, Sir," replied Orlando very impatiently. "So as you do injustice to her innocence and goodness, suffer me to speak, Sir," added he, finding his father about to interrupt him, "suffer me to declare to you, that not one of your own daughters, my sisters, whom I so tenderly love, are more innocent, or more worthy of this respect and esteem, and, let me add, of admiration, than this young woman." "Indeed! Is that your opinion? Pray, Orlando, what means have you had of being so well informed of all these perfections, which you are so willing to put in comparison with those of your own family?" "Continual experience, amounting to perfect conviction." "Truly, that is marvellous, considering this young person, according to your own account, a servant, so seldom drinks tea, and so much seldomer dines with Mrs Rayland, where, I suppose, she is not allowed any great share of the conversation, even when she is admitted, though you are willing to put her on a level with your sisters. I suppose you hardly so practise this levelling principle on yourself, as to pursue your studies of this miracle to the table of the great Snelcraft and greater Pattenson." "No, Sir," retorted Orlando warmly, "nor does Monimia ever sit at that table." "May I then ask, without offending this lady, whose nom de guerre I find settled to be Monimia, where you have seen such of her to form a judgment so much in her favour?" "That may be done by seeing her once. You yourself, my dear father," added Orlando, extremely moved, "if you were once to see her, you could not blame me for what I have said. Indeed you would not. You would own that she is all I have described." "Poor boy!" cried Mr Somerive with a deep sigh. "At your age I remember thinking just the same of a very handsome girl. I too have had my Monimia, my Celinda my Leonora, and many were the heartaches these beauties gave me. I should therefore,' continued he in a more solemn tone, 'I should therefore, my dear Orlando, pass over this juvenile passion, and not even inquire about it, if, from the peculiarity of your situation, and that of the young woman, as well as from your tendency to romantic quixotism, which perhaps I have too much encouraged, I did not fear that it may end more seriously. She is very pretty, and you are very young, and very much in love. If she is innocent – if? Good God, Sir, what shall I say to convince you of it?' 'Nothing, Orlando; speak simply the truth, and I will attend to you. Allow me to finish the sentence. If she is innocent and amiable, as you believe her to be, you would not certainly destroy that innocence? You would not render her unamiable?' 'Not for a million of worlds!' cried Orlando eagerly. 'Well then, Orlando, in order to reconcile your honour with that love which it seems you do not affect to deny, it follows that you would marry her.' 'Most undoubtedly, Sir, I would.' 'To throw yourself out for ever from every hope of favour on the part of Mrs Rayland, and while you render your own family miserable, to entail poverty for life on the woman you love and her children?' 'I know it all but too well. Permit me, however, Sir, to say that as to my family, I do not see why they should make themselves miserable about it, since the morals, the manners, the person of my wife could be no disgrace to them; and if I choose to work for her, surely I have a right to live with whom I please.' 'To work!' cried Somerive angrily. 'How work? You who are in no profession, and could not even support yourself!' 'Pardon me, Sir,' answered Orlando, 'and let it not offend you if I say, that a young man of almost 21, 6 feet high, and in perfect health, must be a very contemptible wretch indeed if he is unable to obtain a provision for himself and to provide for his wife.' 'Wild and ridiculous!' exclaimed Somerive. 'If you were 12 feet high, and had as many hands as Briareus, how could you employ them? You who have been brought up to nothing, who knows nothing!' 'That, Sir, is my misfortune – surely not my fault.' 'I allow it. It is a misfortune to which I see other misfortunes are annexed. If a remedy be not instantly found, I perceive, Orlando, that this matter, on which it is plain you have thought deeply, is likely to be even more serious than I apprehended. I must find a profession for you, which shall take you out of a situation so hazardous. I understood General Tracy, that if a commission could be obtained, you expressed no disinclination to enter the army.' 'Certainly I do not; and let my readiness, or rather my eagerness, to embrace that offer convince you, Sir, that whatever may be my future hopes, I do not mean to involve Monimia in my present difficulties, nor to aspire to happiness till I have earned it. Put me, Sir, instantly to the proof. Procure for me a commission, or send me out a volunteer. You shall not find me shrink from any task you may impose upon me; but, in return, I expect not to be compelled to resign the hope that will allow anient me. I love Monimia passionately, I will always love her, and I will not promise to resign her for ever.' 'I shall leave all that to time and absence,' answered Somerive, 'and insist on nothing but that you will join me in prevailing on Mrs Rayland to hear of your entering into the army without dissatisfaction. Though I wish you to have the means of being in some degree independent, it were folly to forfeit needlessly your expectations from her. Try, therefore, so to manage this as to obtain her consent.' "Mrs Rayland will not, I really believe, oppose it," said Orlando. "Try her," answered his father; "on your sincerity in doing so I shall rely: and remember, Orlando, that if from any other artful quarter attempts are made to persuade her against consenting to this plan, I have only to inform her of your curious plan of marrying her housekeeper's niece, and put her upon enquiring into the intrigue you are carrying on, and you would be banished for ever from Rayland Hall." "There would be as little wisdom in that, Sir," said Orlando with great warmth, "as there is truth in imputing an intrigue or art to Monimia. However, you are to do as you please." "And you, Sir," retorted Somerive warmly, "seem to think yourself authorised to say what you please. Let not my indulgence, which has ruined your brother, and now I see is likely to be your destruction, let not my indulgence hitherto lead you to depend too much upon it. You shall find, Sir, that if you are ungrateful and undutiful, I can be harsh, and can make myself obeyed. But here, for the present, I desire to end the discourse. We are near home, and I will not have your mother made uneasy, either by the report of what happened to day at dinner, or by any knowledge of your folly which has not yet reached her. I shall go immediately to my study, and I recommend it to you to go to your own room, and not appear to night; for your mother, you know well, is so accustomed to penetrate into my thoughts and yours, that she will not fail to perceive that something is wrong, and she shall not be rendered unhappy." Orlando, most willing to obey his father in this respect, made no other answer than wishing him a good night; and as soon as he dismounted at home, he retired to his own room, and with mingled sensations of resentment and sorrow, of anger and despondency, began to reflect on what had passed during the day. The insolent language used by Stockton stung him to the soul. He saw too evidently that his nightly meetings with Monimia were suspected, if not known to the unprincipled and profligated Stockton, who had put the most odious construction on the conduct of the innocent Monimia. Yet he was compelled also to allow, that whatever might be the suspicions or opinions concerning her, he could not avenge or defend her, without being too well assured that consequences must come still more fatal to her; and their intercourse was once suspected by Mrs Rayland, he knew that Monimia would be dismissed with disgrace, that she would probably be abandoned by her aunt, and thrown upon the world, where he had not the power of protecting her from poverty, though he might guard her from insult. The only comfort he had was, that his father, when his interrogatories seemed most hardly to press him to declare how and where he meant Monimia, had been diverted to other discourse; that he had, therefore, not been reduced either to tell him a falsehood, or to betray the secret of the door which admitted him to the turret, a secret of which he yet hoped to avail himself in the interval that must occur between the time of his returning to the Hall and his departure for the army, which he now saw was certain. He now felt no wish more ardent than that of reconciling his Monimia to his going, exchanging with her mutual vows of eternal affection, and setting forth in the certainty of her remaining under the protection of Mrs Lennard, and in the hope that he should return in a situation that might enable him to ask her hand, and to render her subsequent life as happy as the fondest love and contempt fortune could make it. But Orlando saw too plainly, that if his evening conferences were known to his father, he would, at whatever risk of ruining him for ever with Mrs Rayland, put an end to them; and therefore, as more caution than ever was requisite, he determined, for one night, to refrain from the short and dangerous indulgences he had snatched by travelling from Wolverton to the Hall in the middle of the night. and though Monimia expected him to forbear seeing her till the next evening, when he hoped to have arranged in his mind what it was the most necessary to say to make her submit with composure to their separation, then too he hoped to know something certain of this commission, of which the General hourly expressed intelligence from London, and that he should not, by speaking with uncertainty, add suspense to the other uneasy sensations he must inflict on Monimia. He flattered himself also that he should hear of the General's having fixed the day of his departure. He had now been a fortnight at West Wolverton, and though his stay seemed, the more it was prolonged, to yield the rest of the family increased satisfaction, Orlando, whom it detained from the Hall, began to think it the most tedious and unconscientious visit that ever one friend paid to another, and, far from suspecting the real motive, thought with astonishment on General Tracy's living so long among people so unlike his usual associates, and so much out of his way. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. End of Volume 2, Chapter 4. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 5 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 5. To reconcile Monimia to his departure, to hide from her the anguish of his own heart at the knowledge that he must go, were no light tasks to Orlando. They were such as all his courage, all his sense of propriety, were nearly unequal to. What would become of her when he was gone? From his earliest remembrance, the certainty of seeing Monimia at the Hall had constituted his principal happiness, yet he had many other amusements abroad. He had many relations whom he loved, and who tenderly loved him. He had several pursuits to engage his mind, and several amusements to occupy his time. Monimia, alas! What had Monimia? Almost alone in the world, she had no connection but her aunt, whose reluctant kindness and cold friendship answered but ill to the affectionate temper of the lovely girl, who would have been attached to her, all repulsive as her manners were, from gratitude, and because she believed her the only relation she had, if Mrs Lennard had given her leave. But, selfish, narrow-minded, and overbearing, it was impossible for Monimia to love her; and she once remarked, when she stole for 5 minutes, while her aunt attended Mrs Rayland to a morning visit, into the garden with Orlando, that she resembled a passion flower, that having once been supported by a sort of espalier, the wood had decayed, and, nothing being put in its place, the plant crept along the ground, withering from the dampness to which it was exposed. "See," cried Monimia, "this plant resembles me. It seems abandoned to its fate." Orlando remembered what he then said to drive from her mind such gloomy ideas. But now they were about to be verified. If Monimia was to him all that hitherto sweetness his existence, he was at least as necessary to hers, and 1,000 painful tears assailed his heart, as to what she must be feeling at parting, and what would be her fate when he was gone. No overture on the affair of his accepting a commission had yet been made to Mrs Rayland. Mr Somerive wished Orlando to manage it himself. Orlando, conscious that much depended upon it, and unwilling to take any decisive step, however necessary, as long as he could avoid it, and still put it off from hour to hour, saying, what was indeed true, that he was now so seldom at the Hall at hours when it was proper to speak of business, that he found no opportunity. The next day, however, but one after the dinner at Stockton's, the family were much surprised by the unexpected return of Philip Somerive, who, arriving late in the evening, told his father and mother that he was come, with their permission, to pass some months at home. Tenderly anxious about him as they all were, and ever flattering themselves that a change of conduct would restore him to them, his family received him with such expressions as evinced that they were ready to kill the fattened calf. Orlando felt even more pleasure than the rest at his return; and the younger, unlike the elder brother in the parable, murmured not that there was joy and feasting when he who had been lost was found. Yet this did not arise altogether from the disinterested generosity of his nature. He would at any time have rejoiced that his brother's appearance gave comfort to the hearts of his father and his mother. Now he doubly rejoiced, because the pressure of Philip Somerive at home dismissed Orlando, almost as a matter of course, to the Hall. He had at this time inhabited the apartment set aside for his brother. His own was occupied by the servant of the General, who was too fine a gentleman to be sent into the attic story. West Wolverton House was not a large one, and Orlando, not so well disguising his impatience as he attempted to do, said to his mother as soon as tea was over, that he knew his stay that night must be attended with some inconveniences and removals, and therefore he would, with her permission and his father's, go back to the Hall. Mrs Somerive immediately assented, and said, "And you had better, if your father pleases, set out directly, Orlando, or you will not have your bed aired; and I'm sure that little tapestry room where you sleep, as it is on the ground floor, and has windows only to the north, and those windows only long old-fashioned casements, must be horribly damp." "If you will have the goodness then to say to my father that I am gone, and why gone so early," said Orlando, "it will be better than my disturbing the company with the ceremony of good night." To this Mrs Somerive assenting, Orlando left the room to get his horse; but as he passed through the hall he met his sister Selina. "Good night, sweet girl," he said, kissing her hand as he passed her. "Whither are you going, then, Orlando?" inquired she. "To the Hall. You know there is no convenient room for me now, and since Philip is come back I am less wanted." At this moment Mr Somerive passed through the hall, and catching some of these words, he put the same question to Orlando, who answered, that his mother had agreed to his going to the Hall to make room for his brother, and promised, sir, to name it to you, he added. Mr Somerive paused a moment. "To the Hall?" he said. "Orlando, you are in great haste, I see. Surely you might have stayed to supper, as you have not seen your brother so long." Orlando then gave his mother's reason for his going earlier. "That," said his father gravely, "is a very good reason for your mother, and you, I have no doubt, have some of still greater weight. But remember, Orlando," continued he more sternly, "remember I will not be trifled with. Go, I wish you a good night, and as much repose as your conscience will let you taste when you render your father unhappy." Mr Somerive then passed on, and Selina, who had hardly ever in her life heard him speak as if half angry to her brother Orlando, remained amazed and trembling, clinging to his arm. "Good God!" cried she, as soon as her father had shut the parlour door, "What is all this, my dear brother? What does father mean?" "Can you, Selina," said Orlando in a low and mournful voice, "can you be very faithful, very guarded, on a point where my life depends on secrecy? Can you, Selina, be secret as the grave, if I trust you?" "Can you doubt it?" answered the still more alarmed Selina. "Well then, to morrow perhaps, for to morrow I must be here again. To morrow, Selina, if I obtain permission from another person, yet more interested than I am, I will perhaps tell you. In the mean time, adieu, my dear sister. If you hear Philip mention me at supper to my father, try to remember what he says." Orlando then hastened away, fearful of being detained; and as the weather was serene, he determined to go on foot, that if he found all quiet around the apartment of Monimia, he might glide up for a moment to apprise her that they might, without interruption, meet in his study that evening. There was a late moon, and the night promised to be beautifully clear. He knew therefore that there was little or no hazard of brandy and tea merchants being abroad; and as to the hint dropped by Stockton, which had at first given him so much pain, he now fancied it was merely the random folly of a drunkard, and that he knew nothing of Monimia but what he might have collected from Philip Somerive as to their first unlucky meeting in the woods. He had now taken his horse. He must, of necessity, have made his return known to the stable servants at the Hall, before he could have a moment's conversation with Monimia. He proceeded therefore quickly on foot, meditating as he went on what had just passed with his father and his sister. He had often thought of entrusting Selina with the secret of his passion for Monimia. He had often wished that they were known to each other, equally innocent, amiable, and gentle, with a perfect resemblance in temper and in years. He believed that they would fondly love each other, and that if he could see them attached, it would be the happiest circumstance of his life. He hoped too that the society and the soothing sweetness of Selina would be a resource of comfort to his Monimia when he was far from her; but how he could bring them together he had yet no idea, Selina being never admitted but on days of ceremony at Rayland Hall, and Monimia being so nearly a prisoner, that the unlucky excursion which occasioned them all so much trouble was almost the first, and was, in consequence of her stay, which had given so much offence, likely to be the last her aunt would allow her to make. He proposed, however, to consult Monimia upon it, and to consider whether some safe means of their meeting could be found. Between that gate of the park that lay towards West Wolverton and the house there were two paths. The upper one was over an eminence, where the park paling enclosed part of the down, under which it spread a verdant bosom, with coppices and tall woods interspersed. The other path, which in winter or in wet seasons was inconvenient, wound down a declivity, where the furze and fern were shaded by a few old hawthorns and self-sown firs. Out of the hill several streams were filtered, which, uniting at its foot, formed a large and clear pond of nearly 20 acres, fed by several imperceptible currents from other eminences which sheltered that side of the park; and the basin between the hills and the higher part of it being thus filled, the water found its way over a stony boundary, where it was passable by a footbridge unless in times of floods, and from thence fell into a lower part of the ground, where it formed a considerable river, and winding among willows and poplars for nearly a mile, again spread into a still larger lake, on the edge of which was a mill, and opposite, without the park paling, wild heaths, where the ground was sandy, broken, and irregular, still however marked by plantations made on it by the Rayland family. It was along the lower road, which went through woods to the edge of what was called the upper pond, that Orlando took his way. Just as he arrived at the water, from the deep gloom of the tall firs through which he passed, the moon appeared behind the opposite coppices, and threw her line of trembling radiance on the water. It was a cold but clear evening, and though early in November, the trees were not yet entirely stripped of their discoloured leaves. A low wind sounded hollow through the firs and stowpines over his head, and then faintly sighed among the reeds that crowded into the water. No other sound was heard, but at distant intervals the cry of the wild fowl concealed among them, or the dull murmur of the current, which was now low. Orlando had hardly ever felt himself so impressed with those feelings which inspired poetic effusions. Nature appeared to pause, and to ask the turbulent and troubled heart of a man, whether his silly pursuits were worth the toil he undertook for them. Peace and tranquillity seemed here to have retired to a transient abode, and Orlando, as slowly he traversed the narrow path over ground made hollow by the roots of these old trees, stepped as lightly as if he feared to disturb them. Insensibly he began to compare this scene with the scenes he every day saw of rural beauty and rural content, with those into which his destiny was about to lead him. "Oh, mon mia," sighed he, "why cannot I remain with thee in this my native country? How happy should I be to be allowed to cultivate one of the smallest of those farms which belong to the Rayland estate, and comprising in thy society and that of my family all my felicity, have no wish but to live and die without reading that great book which they call the world. Alas! shall I ever understand its language? Shall I ever become an adept in the principles it teaches? And shall I be happier if I do? But they tell me that a young man should not be idle, that he must be something, a lawyer or a soldier, and yet to assist ruining each other and spoiling the simple dignity of justice seems the business of the first, and to learn the art of destroying honourably our fellow men, the whole concern of the second. There are, however, other professions, it is true. I might be a clergyman, and remain here, with little to do but to ride 20 or 30 miles of a Sunday to execute, with the hurry of a postman, the duties I should have sworn to fulfil. And can I conscientiously do what I see done every day? Impossible! I might too be a merchant, but that I have no talents for a profession, honourable as I allow it to be, where the mind is continually chained to the calculation of profit and loss. And if I am eager to enter into active life, let it be rather in any than that which shall confine my activity to a computing house, for then, mona mia, I must equally leave thee, and live among those who value nothing but money, and who would ridicule a passion like mine." He paused, and again looked around him. "How beautiful a scene!" continued he. "I would that Monimia were here to enjoy it. But never am I allowed to point out to her these lovely prospects, never permitted to cultivate that pure and elegant taste which she has received from nature; and I am now about to tell her that we are to part, never perhaps to meet more. Yet the die is cast. I have promised, nay, I ought to obey my father, and I go." A deep and mournful reverie succeeded, as walking onward his rapid imagination described to him all the sad possibilities that might arise between him and his happiness. In this desponding temper, but without meeting any one to interrupt him in his intended visit to Monimia, he reached the turret, and softly and silently ascended the staircase. He took the usual precautions to ascertain that Monimia was alone, and then, being admitted for a moment to speak to her, he assured her that she might, without any danger, venture to his room that evening. He told her he had much to say to her, much on which their future happiness depended, to offer to her consideration, and therefore he besought her to divest herself of her fears, and to oblige him. Monimia, confiding entirely in him, promised to be ready; and Orlando, then going through the servants' hall, as if he had that moment arrived from West Wolverton, desired Betty to make up his fire and prepare his bed, that he was come back to his own apartments on the arrival of his brother at home. He then inquired of Pattenson if he thought Mrs Rayland could be spoken to that evening. 'I know nothing of the matter,' answered the old butler in a very southern tone. 'You may ask the women folks, as you're always a dangling after them. When I saw Madam last, she was not in a way very like to be troubled with company to night.' Orlando, angry and disgusted by this rudeness, now inquired of the cook, who, though she rivalled in person and feature the Dame Leonarda of Gil Blas, was a great admirer of beauty in others, and had always beheld Orlando with partial eyes. 'Is Mrs Rayland ill then, Martha?' said he. 'Not that I knows on,' replied the woman; 'only a few twinges of the gout about her feet, much as ordinary, that makes her, I reckon, a little peevish; and I understood that Madam was a little out of sorts at hearing nothing of you yesterday, and they've been a telling her as you dined out with them that gentlefolks at the castle, as Madam hates worse than any varmint.' 'So,' thought Orlando, 'I am at length become of consequence enough to be missed if I am longer absent than usual. But the officious malice of whoever it was that related our dinner party yesterday has probably spoiled my reception. Can you tell me, Martha, whether your lady is likely to see me to night if I send up for leave?' 'Lord, I'll answer for't,' answered the cook. 'I fackins, I believe Madam, if she was fairly left to herself, is always glad to see you as can be. I'll go up now, if you please, and let her know you be here.' This courteous offer Orlando readily accepted, and in a few moments Martha returned. 'Well, Martha, may I go up?' inquired he. 'Yes, you may,' replied Martha; 'but Madam's not in one of her sugar plum humours, I can tell you. She's got the gout in her foot, and she's got some vagaries in her head about you going to visit her enemies. You'll have a few sour looks, I doubt; but Lord, Master Orlando, you've such a good looking pleasant countenance, that I'll defy the witch of Endor to be angered long with you.' Then, thanking his ambassadress for the trouble she had taken, and being somewhat encouraged by her opinion of the powers of his countenance, he walked up the stairs. He tapped at the door, as was his custom, and was, by the shrill sharp voice of Mrs Lennard, directed to come in. He was struck, on entering the room, by the sight of Monimia, who stood near the fire watching the moment when a saucepan, in which some medicine Mrs Rayland was causing to be made, should be ready to remove. Without, however, noticing her, he approached his venerable cousin, in whose countenance, which seemed to have gained no additional sweetness, he did not ready a very favourable answer to his inquiry of how she found herself. 'No matter how,' replied she with abrupt asperity. 'If it had been of any consequence to you, you would have asked yesterday, I suppose.' 'I was detained all day by my father, Madam; and I do most truly assure you, and never was any declaration more sincere than this of Orlando, that I was very unhappy at being detained all day from the Hall.' 'Humph!' cried Mrs Orlando, 'your new friends no doubt made you amends. I thought, sir, you had known that when people go there, I never desire to see them here. Not I. I wish, if you like such acquaintances, you had taken the hint.
But perhaps you thought that you might take to your brother's courses, and no harm be done. For my part, I shall wash my hands of any concern about it, let what will be the end on't." Orlando now began with calmness, yet without anything like sycophant submission, to account for his father's having been led by the entreaties of General Tracy, to whom he thought himself much obliged, to break through a resolution he had taken never to visit at Carloraine Castle. "A resolution," answered Orlando, "that he now heartily wishes he had adhered to, as he found the society such as he neither approves for me, or can endure from himself. I assure you, madam, he never intends to repeat an experiment, which nothing but his wishes to oblige the General made him consent to now." "Well," said Mrs Rayland, a little appeased, "it is very wonderful to me that General Tracy, a man of family, can associate with these low bred upstarts, people who always will give you the notion of having got into the coaches they were designed to drive. But so goes this world. Money does everything. Money destroys all distinctions. Your Creoles and your East India people overrun everybody. Money does everything." "There is one thing, however, madam," answered Orlando, "that it does not seem to have done. It does not appear to me to have given this Mr Stockton either the mind or the manners of a gentleman." "Indeed, child!" cried the old lady. "Well, I am glad that you learn to distinguish. Poor wretch! I've heard that his father walked up out of Yorkshire without shoes, and was taken by some rich packer to clean his warehouse and go on errands. Well, so it is in trade. So you think him vulgar and ill bred? But I suppose you had a very profuse entertainment. You can remember the dishes?" Orlando could with difficulty help smiling at the pains Mrs Rayland took to feed her disquiet, by obtaining minute particulars of the man whose ostentatious displays of wealth so continually offended her. He assured her, however, that he was, in regard to the variety of ornaments of a table, so little of an adept, that, though he knew there was both turtle and venison, he could not tell the name of any other dish. "But I believe, madam," said he, "there was almost every thing at this time of the year comes to table, just every way that could be imagined." "Kickshaws and French frippery, spoiling wholesome dishes. If I had my health," cried Mrs Rayland, as if animated anew with a truly British spirit, "if I had my health, I would ask the favour of General Tracy to dine at Rayland Hall. Indeed, I would request his company to the tenants, feast at my own table, and shew him, if he is too young a man to remember it, what an old English table was, when we were too wise to run after foreign gewgaws, and were content with the best of everything dressed in the English fashion by English people." Orlando had 1,000 reasons to promote a plan as unexpected as it was desirable, besides the hope he had that the conversation of the General might reconcile Mrs Rayland to a plan for his independence, and engage her to contribute to its being advantageously carried into execution. He was amused with the idea of seeing together two such originals as Mrs Rayland and General Tracy, and he knew that as the latter was a man of family, and so very polite, he should not risk their mutually disliking each other by bringing them together; or at least that, if such a circumstance should happen, those manners which both piqued themselves on posing, would prevent their shewing it. For these, and for many other reasons, he eagerly seized on the hint Mrs Rayland had dropped. "Dear madam," he cried, "I heartily hope you will be well enough. The General would be greatly flattered by such a distinction. I know that nothing would oblige him so much. When is the tenants' feast to be? I wish, if it is fixed, you would permit me to be your messenger to morrow, and to carry him an invitation." "Truly, child," replied Mrs Rayland, whose anger seemed to be quite evaporated, "I am so out of the use of having company, that I don't know well what to say to it. I find my people have fixed the tenants' feast for Thursday next, that is, the day week; and if I was sure of being quite well – Lennard, what do you think of the matter?" Lennard, who loved nothing better than great dinners, in which she was of so much consequence, answered, "Why, indeed, ma'am, I think you'll be quite well enough. Nay, I can venture to say so positively, your foot is getting better apace; and in other respects, when you have been free from pain for a while, I have not known you better these many years." "Well, Orlando, then," resumed the old lady, "we'll consider of it, and let you know to morrow. You have taken to your bed below again, I find." "I have, Madam, with your permission." "Well, then, you may come and breakfast with me; and for to night, order what you please for your supper in your own room." Orlando, rejoiced to be thus reconciled, now wished her a good night, and retired, casting as he went a melancholy glance towards Monimia, who, quite unnoticed by either of the ladies, had stood the whole time with her eyes fixed on the fire, and her beautiful arms exposed to its scorching heat, while she was employed in watching the important preparation that was boiling. But Monimia herself, far from feeling her situation, would have undergone infinitely more inconvenience, for as many hours as she had now done minutes, to have enjoyed the satisfaction of hearing Orlando's voice, even when his words were not addressed to her, and of observing the favour he was in with Mrs Rayland, whose anger, however she seemed desirous of cherishing it, was put to flight on the first apology of her young favourite. End of Volume 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.
Volume 2, Chapter 6 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 6. The meeting of the evening promised to be undisturbed. It was long since Orlando had seen his Monimia quietly seated by the fire in the study; and now that he was once more to enjoy that happiness, he could not determine to embitter it by speaking of the probability there was that he was soon to leave her, and enter on a new mode of life. He could, when they were actually together, the less resolve to speak of this, as Monimia appeared in unusual spirits; and from what she had observed of Mrs Rayland's behaviour to him, in the interview at which she had been present, she found reason for forming more sanguine hopes than she had ever yet indulged, that their delicious visions were not chimerical, and that Orlando, if not master of Rayland Hall, would yet be amply provided for by the favour of its present possessor. Instead, thereof, of destroying these flattering visions, which led to the lovely features of Monimia the most cheerful animation, he endeavoured to divest his own mind of the painful reflections it had of late entertained; and instead of talking what was to happen, he wished to fortify the mind of Monimia against whatever might happen, by giving her a taste for reading, and cultivating her excellent understanding. The books he had given her, the extracts she had made from them, and her remarks, afforded them conversation, and gave to Orlando exquisite delight. He had animated the lovely statue, and, like another Prometheus, seemed to have drawn his fire from heaven. The ignorance and the prejudices in which Monimia had been brought up now gave way to such instruction as she was derived from Addison and other celebrated moralists. She understood and had peculiar pleasure in reading the poets which Orlando had selected for her; and when she repeated in a fascinated voice some of the passages she particularly admired, Orlando was inspired with the most ardent wish to become a poet himself. Very different was the way in which his elder brother passed this evening. Tormented with fear and remorse, that unfortunate young man had returned to his long deserted home for no other reason than because he had, during his northern expedition, lost to his companions every guinea that he could by any means raise, and had besides contracted with them a very considerable debt of honour. He knew not how to apply to his father, whom he had already impoverished, yet his pride would not let him return to Mr Stockton's, whither some of the party were again gone, till he had the means of satisfying their demands against him. In this emergency he came home, in hopes of finding some pretence to procure the money of his mother, whom he believed he could persuade to borrow it for him of her brother Mr Woodford. She had done a less considerable sum once before, or at all events to gain a few days in which he might consider what to do. It was the dejection he felt on the awkward circumstances to which he had reduced himself that the gravity and steadiness of manner was owing, which his father took for contrition and reformation. It lasted, however, no longer than till the next evening, when, after tea, Mrs Somerive, as usual, in order to amuse the General, proposed cards. Mr Somerive, however, having a person with him upon business from whom he could not disengage himself, and Orlando having returned to Rayland Hall immediately after dinner, there was not enough to make a whist table, as none of the young ladies played, and therefore young Somerive proposed to the General to sit down to piquet. To this proposal he of course consented, and either from chance or design the General lost every party, and had presently paid to his antagonist 12 guineas. Animated by this success, especially as it was against a man who was known to be in habits of playing at the first clubs, Philip Somerive again proposed playing after supper. Fortune continued to be prosperous, and when his father, mother, and sisters retired, at a later hour than ordinary, he still continued at the table, where he was now a winner of about 50 guineas. They were no sooner out of his way than the true spirit of gaming, which the presence had checked, broke out. 'This is poor piddling work, General,' exclaimed he. 'Do you not think hazard a better thing?' The General answered coolly that it certainly was; 'but,' added he, 'I suppose my good host would think his house polluted by having the necessary instruments in it. He has no other dice, I dare swear, than those in the backgammon table.' 'Oh, as to that,' answered young Somerive, 'I am always provided with an apparatus in case of emergency. There is no travelling without such a resource. I have the pretty creatures upstairs. What say you, General? Shall we waste an hour with them?' 'With all my heart,' replied Tracy. 'Let us see if you are as much befriended by chance as you have been by skill.' Young Somerive now produced from his travelling portmanteau a box and dice. He put a green cloth over the table, that the rattling of them might not be heard in the house; and then telling the servants that none need sit up but the General's servant, they began to play, and continued at it till morning broke, with various success. But on quitting it, Somerive found himself a very considerable gainer, and retired to his bed flushed with the hope that the General, all veteran as he appeared, and calmly as he played, was a pigeon from whose wings he might pluck the feathers which were wanting to repair his own. The General, who only wanted a study of his character, and to whom hundreds were as nothing when he had any favourite project in view, was now perfectly assured that, by losing money to him, or by supplying him with it when he lost it to others, this young man would become wholly subservient to his wishes, however contrary to honour or conscience. This young man would become wholly subservient to his wishes, however contrary to honour or conscience. He did not dislike play, though he never regularly pursued it, and had one of those cool heads in such matters, which had prevented his ever suffering by it. He had generally been a winner, and particularly in betting. He frequented, when he was in London, all the houses where high play is carried on, and was so much accustomed to see thousands paid and received at these places as matters of course, that he held the trifle he had paid to Philip Somerive the evening before as not worth remembering. It was therefore with some surprise that he heard Mr Somerive, who had called him apart the next morning, express in very forcible terms his great concern that his son had won so large a sum of him. If the General felt any concern, it was that Philip should have been unguarded enough to speak of it. He soon, however, learned that Mr Somerive alluded solely to the 50 guineas he had won at piquet, and that of the subsequent transactions of the evening he knew nothing. This therefore he carefully concealed, and assuring Mr Somerive that he had almost forgotten they played at all, conjured him not to be so uneasy about it. "I know, my dear General," said Somerive, "I know perfectly well that this is a mere trifle to you, but to my son it may, nay, it will have the worst consequence. He is, I see, with an aching heart, too much devoted to play. Success only nourishes this ruinous passion; and distressed as I have been, and indeed am, by his conduct, I should rather have paid £100 for him than have seen him win 50. The General endeavoured to quiet, on this head, the apprehensions of the unhappy father, by telling him that he saw nothing in the young man that was not at his age, and with his prospects very excusable. "It is surely," said he, "hazardous, my good friend, to check your son too much. If home is rendered utterly unpleasant to him, his volatility seeks resource abroad, and there you know how many designing people beset a young man of his expectations." "Good God!" exclaimed Somerive, "what are his expectations? He has impressed you, I see, my dear sir, with the same idea which has in fact undone him, and will undo us all. What expectations has he that can in the least be relied upon, unless it be of this small estate, which he is already dismembering, and which will soon disappear, very soon indeed, in the hands of a gamester?" "Tie it up then," said the General. "I cannot," answered Somerive, "for it is entailed, and, except my wife's jointure of 100 a year, which with difficulty I contrive to settle upon her, he may dissipate it all, and I have no doubt but he will. You judge, I think, too hardly of him. Something is surely to be forgiven him, who has always been told that he must be heir to the great property of the Raylands, and possesses one of the largest land estates in the country." "Oh, would to Heaven he never had been told so!" said Mr Somerive with a deep sigh. "If ever, my dear General, he should talk to you about it, pray endeavour to wean him from expectations so ruinous, and I think so fallacious, It is true that I am heir at law to all the estates of Sir Orlando Rayland, my grandfather, in default of Sir Hildebrand's daughters having issue; but not if the survivor of them disposes of it by will, for the whole is hers without any restriction, and there is not the least chance of her dying without a will, for I know she is never without one, and the people who surround her take especial care that her own family shall be excluded from it." "Do you not then suppose," said the General, "do you not believe it possible that these people, by whom I conclude you mean these old servants of whom I have heard you speak, have interest enough with her to secure to themselves so large a property as Mrs Rayland possesses? I should think it more likely that, though she will probably give them considerable legacies, she will leave the estate to the next heir. Her pride will urge her to this, perhaps, on the condition of his taking the name of Rayland." "I fear not," answered Mr Somerive. "She has a very singular temper, and has always been taught that the sister of her father, Sir Hildebrand, disgraced herself by marrying my father. She has on 1,000 occasions given me to understand that the simple portion of the Rayland blood which I have the honour to boast is much debased by having mingled with that of a plebeian; and the blood of my children being still a degree further removed from the Raylands, she cannot consider them as belonging to the family, which is in her opinion extinct. She means therefore to perpetuate its remembrance by the only method in which she believes can do it worthily; and after giving her servants considerable legacies, perhaps something to Orlando, to have recourse to the common refuge of posthumous pride, and with her large landed estates to endow an hospital, which shall be called after her name." The General exclaimed loudly against such a method of settling her property; but after hearing on what Mr Somerive founded his opinion, he agreed that it seemed but too probable. "And yet," added he, "it appears to be more the interest of these servants, by whom you say she is governed, that the estate should descend to an individual, particularly that of the old housekeeper, who, from what I can make out of the scraps I have picked up here and there about this Monimia, seems to have a plan of drawing in your youngest son to marry her; and of course it must be her wish that he should be Mrs Rayland's heir." "I have not discovered," replied Somerive, "in all I have collected from Orlando, that the aunt is at all privy to their attachment; but that indeed may be her art. She possesses more than almost any woman I ever knew; and had she much less, she must know that the bare suspicion of such an intrigue on the part of Mrs Rayland would occasion the disgrace of Orlando, the expulsion of the girl from the house, and perhaps the ruin of herself, if the least idea occurred of her being of their council." "Upon the whole then, my friend," cried the General, "I think that the putting of Orlando into some profession immediately seems the only prudent measure you can take. This will probably ascertain Mrs Rayland's intentions if they are in his favour, and if they are not, will remove him from a situation which appears in my mind 1,000 times more likely to ruin him for life, even those imprudences of which you complain in his brother. For be assured, my dear sir, a young fellow is never so completely ruined as when he has married foolishly. Every other folly is retrievable, but an engagement of that sort blasts a man's fortune for ever, and the wisest thing he can do afterwards is to hang himself." Though Mr Somerive was not a man of the world, and who had experienced many years of happiness with a woman whom he married for love, was by no means of Tracy's opinion as to marriages of affection in general. He saw the variety of evils such a marriage would bring on Orlando, in as strong a light as his friend could represent them. He therefore entirely acquiesced in the necessity of his being removed from Rayland Hall, and waited with impatience for Orlando's account of what had passed in that conference which he had undertaken to hold with the old lady on the subject of entering the army. Just as he parted from General Tracy, who, about an hour and a half before dinner, retired to his toilet, Orlando appeared on horseback. His father met him, and bidding him join him in the garden as soon as he had put his horse in the stable, he walked thither. Orlando in a moment attended him. "Well," said Mr Somerive gravely, "have you had an opportunity of conversing with Mrs Rayland on this matter?" "I have it every hour more at heart, and am determined that you shall be removed from your present situation, unless, what is not to be expected, she signifies her positive resolution to make you very ample amends for your loss of time, and gives me assurance of it." Orlando, in this peremptory determination of his father, fancied he saw the machinations of his brother to get him away from the Hall; but without expressing any part of the pain such a suspicion gave him, he answered, "You know, my dear Sir, that in our last conference on this subject I assured you of what I now desire to repeat, that I live only to obey you; but I have had no opportunity of speaking to Mrs Rayland on this subject; for, when I saw her on the first evening of my return to the Hall, it was with great difficulty I could appease the anger she felt at our having dined with Stockton." "She knew it then?" "Oh yes! Lennard and Pattenson take care she shall know every thing. At length, however, I had the good fortune not only to obtain a remission of my offence, but to engage her to invite our family and the General to dine at her table on Thursday, when the tenants' feast is to be held at the Hall. Mrs Rayland piques herself on shewing the General, whom she respects as a man of family, a specimen of old English hospitality, in opposition to the modern profusion of the castle; and her desire to obtain his suffrage in favour of the ancient mode of living at Rayland Hall has performed what no other consideration would have effected. This unexpected project entered her head the moment I had described our visit, and all yesterday was passed in considering about it, and debating with Lennard whether she should be well enough. To day it is decided that she shall, and I am sent with the invitation, which certainly you and my mother and sisters will accept; and I suppose General Tracy will oblige us by going also." "Of that there can be no doubt," replied Mr Somerive. "I thought thereof," added Orlando, "that you and the General might have an opportunity, during the course of the day, introducing the conversation relative to my entering the army; and that it would be perhaps better than my abruptly disclosing what may, in some of her humours, appear to Mrs Rayland as a desire on my part to quit her." "You have certainly given my ancient cousin love powder, Orlando," said Mr Somerive smiling; "for I never heard that, even in her younger days, she shewed for any body as much affection as she lately has done to you." "And yet," replied Orlando, "I am almost certain that it goes no further than a little present kindness, or perhaps a small legacy." Mr Somerive, feeling that this was too probable, and was indeed what he had just before been repeating to General Tracy, sighed deeply, and bidding Orlando go with his message of invitation to his mother and sisters, he sent up the card to the General, and then went on his usual circuit around the farm, desiring Orlando to stay to dinner. Volume 2, Chapter 6. Recording by Elaine Webb. Volume 2, Chapter 7 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 7. Orlando returned to Rayland Hall in the evening, carrying with him the most polite answer from General Tracy, and, from his own family, assurances of the grateful pleasure with which they accepted Mrs Rayland's invitation for the following Thursday. Poor Monimia too, though she was to have no other part in this festivity than to assist her aunt in preparing for it, heard with satisfaction from Orlando that it was fixed, because she believed that this unusual civility towards his family and their guest was an indubitable mark of Mrs Rayland's increasing affection for him. Orlando, however, who from his father's last conversation, and from his persuasion that Mrs Rayland would not oppose it, saw that his departure was certain, and would soon happen, though it cruel to encourage the flattering impressions which the soft heart of Monimia so readily received, and which he had himself taught her to cherish when they were apparently much less likely to be realized. He therefore, when they met this evening, renewed what he had sometimes distantly touched upon before, the probability that he must soon enter the army, and quit, at least for a time, the spot which, while she remained on it, continued all that gave value to his life. The tender timid Monimia, in whose idea every kind of danger was attendant on the name of soldier, was thunderstruck with this intelligence, and it was not till Orlando had tried every argument to soothe and console her that she was able to shed tears. "Could we hope, my Monimia," said he, when he found her composed enough to listen to him, "could we hope to continue as we are, and to converse thus undiscovered for years to come? Tell me if there is not too much bitter mingled with the few transient moments of happiness, to make us reasonably wish to continue it? When we meet, is it not always in fear and apprehension? And are we not ever liable to the same alarm as that from which you suffered so cruelly 3 weeks since? Alas! even now we are in the power of an unprincipled ruffian, who, though he appeared willing to engage for mutual secrecy, may, in a fit of drunkenness, betray us; or, through mere insolence, tell, because he has the power of telling. He did not see you, but he knows, and indeed so does Pattenson, that somebody was with me; and the very jealousy that misleads the old rogue Pattenson will perhaps make him watch and discover us. I need not, Monimia, describe all I should suffer for you if that were to happen. Nothing would remain for us but to fly together; and surely I need not add, that if I did not fear to expose you, my angel, to the miseries of poverty, I would, without hazarding a discovery, fly to morrow. But I am, you know, under age, and we could not marry in England. If I was thus to disoblige my father, he would abandon me for ever, and from Mrs Rayland I could expect nothing. Such is the melancholy train of thought I have been compelled to admit in reflecting upon our present situation. Perhaps the line of life that is proposed for me is the only one that we can with hope look forward to for the future." He paused a moment. Monimia stifled the sobs that convulsed her bosom. She could not speak, but sat with her handkerchief to her eyes, and her head resting on her hand, while he proceeded: "It is certain that I must tear myself from you, that I must enter on a new scene of life, and perhaps encounter some difficulties and hardships. But would you not despise a man of my age, who would not so purchase independence? If I have a profession, I shall have something on which to depend if Mrs Rayland will not, and my father cannot provide for me. something on which, if I have tolerable fortune, I may, in a few years, be enabled to support my Monimia. Can I, ought I, with such hopes to hesitate?' 'I allow,' repeated Monimia with a deep sigh, 'I allow that you ought not.' 'While General Tracy lives,' resumed Orlando, 'he will be my friend; at least such are his promises to my father. He assures him that he will make a point of my speedy promotion, and his interest is certainly such as leaves no doubt of his having the power to do it.' 'Ah, Orlando!' said Monimia in a low and broken voice, 'you speak only of the good, and forget or conceal the evil. What if you are maimed or killed? What then becomes of Monimia, who could not die too, but must live perhaps the most desolate and miserable creature upon earth?' 'General Tracy,' replied Orlando, 'has assured my father that the regiment in which he means to procure me a commission, and for which they are now recruiting, is about to be immediately recalled from America, where the war must very soon terminate in favour of England, and that therefore I shall certainly not be sent abroad. He even says, that as soon as I have my commission, it is highly probable that I shall be ordered into this country on a recruiting party, and may take up my quarters for 2 or 3 months in this neighbourhood.' These reasonable arguments, joined to the flattering hope that Orlando might, though entered on a profession by which he would, she believed, become independent, still remain in England, and even be occasionally in his native country, added to the conviction that they could not long continue to see each other without being discovered, reconciled Monimia to the thoughts of his accepting the commission offered to him by the General, and she became more calm and able to talk of it with some degree of composure. Orlando, on their parting for that time, besought her to assure him that he would make herself easy, and learn to think of his destination rather as a matter of satisfaction than apprehension. Monimia promised all he desired, but she was no sooner alone than her apprehensions again returned, and the sad possibilities that she had before enumerated occurred in all their terrors to her imagination. To these many were added, of which she dared not speak to Orlando, the fears that he might forget her, and that when once entered onto new scenes, and among all the beauty, elegance, and accomplishments which she read of in magazines and newspapers, the humble Monimia would be remembered no longer. This seemed to her so probable, and was so distressing to her heart, that she thought she could better endure almost every other evil. Sleep refused to banish these cruel ideas from her mind, and the morning broke, and called her from her restless bed to her task of attending on her aunt in a housekeeper's room, before she could find any comfort in any of her reflections, unless it was the hope that Mrs Rayland might oppose the scheme of sending Orlando away, since Monimia persuaded herself that she every day became fonder of his company. Monimia appeared before her aunt so pale from want of sleep, and from the acute uneasiness she had undergone, that Mrs Lennard, notwithstanding her usual insensibility, took notice of it. 'Hey day, girl!' she cried. 'Why, what's the matter now? Why, you look, I protest, as if you had been up all night. Pray, what have you been thinking about?' 'About, aunt?' said Monimia, while a faint blush, excited by fear and consciousness, wavered a moment on her cheek. 'I have been about nothing.' 'That is what you generally are about, I think,' replied Mrs Lennard harshly; 'but I suppose you have been sitting up after some nonsense or other, with your books or your writing. I shall put an end to Madam Betty's career, I promise you. I know she lets you have candles, and gets books for you out of the study, though I have time after time forbidden her to do any such thing.' Monimia, willing to let it be thought that Betty did do so, rather than excite any other suspicion by denying it, only said mildly, "I hope, dear aunt, there is no harm in my trying to improve myself, if I do not therefore neglect what you order me to do." "Improve yourself! Yes, truly, a pretty improvement. Your chalky face and padded eyes are mighty improvements, and I'd be glad to know what good your reading does you. But to give you a hankering after what you've no right to expect, an improved lady will be above helping me, I suppose, very soon." "What I am, my dear aunt," answered Monimia, "it will be time enough for you to forbid my reading; but till then, pray don't be angry if I endeavour to obtain a little common instruction." "Don't be impertinent," exclaimed Mrs Lennard; "don't be insolent; for if you are, Miss, this house is no place for you. I see already the blessed effects of your reading. You fancy yourself a person of consequence, but I shall take care to put an end to it; for, if Betty supplies you with candles, I'll discharge her." "She has not, indeed, my dear aunt," said Monimia, whose generous mind could not bear that another should suffer for her. "She has not! What has she not?" inquired Mrs Lennard. "She has not lately supplied me with candles," replied Monimia. "How is it then," cried Mrs Lennard, fixing on her a stern and inquiring eye, "that light is sometimes, aye, and very lately too, seen from your window, at hours when your own candle is taken away, and when you ought to be in bed?" To this Monimia could answer nothing, but that it was true she had now and then saved a piece of candle wax herself; but in order to put an end to an inquiry which had already made her tremble with the most cruel apprehensions, she endeavoured less to account for what had happened, and which she could not deny, than to appease her aunt by very earnest assurances that what offered her should happen no more, and that, since she so much disliked her reading of a night, she would never again practise it. Mrs Lennard seemed to be somewhat satisfied by these protestations, though, while Monimia was with many tears repeating them, her fierce eyes were fixed on the countenance of her trembling niece with a look of questioning doubt, which made Monimia shrink with dread, for it seemed too intimate that more was suspected than was expressed. At length, however, she condescended to appear pacified, and summoning Betty and another of the maid servants, she gave them their employment in preparing for the grand dinner. Then ordering Monimia to take her share, and the superintendent of the whole, she returned to the parlour; and poor Monimia, glad to be relieved from her presence, proceeded as cheerfully in her task as her melancholy reflections on what had passed with Orlando the preceding night, and her newly awakened dread of her aunt's suspicions would allow her to do. Mr Somerive was much at a loss to know how to act in regard to his eldest son. Fondly flattering himself that his beloved son had seen the dangerous errors of his former conduct, he could not bear the idea of showing any resentment at what was past, or that, by his being left out of the party going to Rayland Hall, he should be considered as an exile from the favour of Mrs Rayland. Yet to let him go without an invitation, he knew would give offence, and he knew not how to set about obtaining one. Orlando, who passed a few moments with him in the course of the preceding Wednesday, saw his father's uneasiness, because he had felt something of the same kind himself about his brother, and he generously, though without making any merit of it, undertook to remove this source of vexation, by engaging Mrs Rayland to invite him. This was an arduous task, as the old lady had not seen him for more than 2 years, and during that time had heard only evil reports of his conduct. The offence he had given her by associating with the Stockton set, and even joining in those trespasses of which she believed she had so much reason to complain, had embittered her mind against him, even more than his gaieties and extravagances. Yet Orlando, by assuring Mrs Rayland that he was now sensible of his error, that he was come home with a resolution to remain with his family, and that it would discourage him in the career of reformation if she did not seem ready to forgive, and again consider him as a part of it, so flattered her self-consequence and soothed her resentment, that she agreed to receive Philip as one of her guests, and commissioned Orlando to carry an invitation to his brother. Nor could she, with all her natural severity of temper and little sensibility to great or generous actions, help being affected by the noble disinterestedness of her young favourite, who thus laboured to reconcile to her a brother who had been considered by most young men as a formidable rival in her favour, and had been assiduously kept at the distance to which he had thrown himself. This exalted goodness of heart she put down immediately to the account of the Rayland blood; and in praising Orlando to Mrs Lennard, to whom she now often spoke of him with pleasure, she remarked that he every day became more and more like the Rayland family. 'What fine eyes the young man has!' cried she, 'and how they flashed fire when he was pleading for that sad brother of his with so much earnestness! And then, when I seemed willing to oblige him, what a fine countenance! I could almost have fancied it was my grandfather's picture walked out of its frame, if it had not been for the difference of dress.' Mrs Lennard assented, and encouraged very favourable idea her mistress entertained of Orlando. But all this while a mind was proceeding against him, of which the success would inevitably ruin all his hopes. This originated in the jealousy of Pattenson, who, whatever favour he obtained by dint of presents and money from his coquettish Dulcinea, could never divest himself of his apprehensions that Orlando was a successful rival. This cruel fear had taken possession of his mind long before the discovery of Jonas Wilkins; and, notwithstanding the girl's solemn protestations that she was in her own bed at the time she was accused of being with Orlando in his study, and the offers of the woman who lived in the same room to confirm this by her Bible oath, Pattenson could never be persuaded but that it was Betty herself, because, having not the slightest suspicion of Monimia, who was, he knew, locked in by her aunt every night, he believed that it was impossible it could be any other person. Betty, in order to tease him, sometimes affected to be conscious that the accusation was true, while she persisted in denying it; and Orlando rather encouraged than repressed a notion that prevented any conjectures which might have glanced towards Monimia. For 3 weeks, therefore, this uneasy suspicion had corroded the bosom of the amorous though venerable Mr Pattenson, who, greatly as he loved his ease, resigned it to the gratification of his revenge, and who determined to detect Betty, and in doing so thought he should have an opportunity of ruining Orlando with his lady, and thus getting out of his way a rival who might one day be his master, and whom he hated, not only on account of his love, but of his interest, for so highly had he been in favour with all the 3 ladies, that each had, in dying, given him a very considerable legacy, and recommended him to the survivor; and he did not doubt but that, on the decease of his present mistress, he should find his property inferior to that of a few gentlemen in the country. The gradual increase thereof of the favour shown to Orlando did not at all please him, but his attempts to injure him with Mrs Rayland had never succeeded, and began to be displeasing to her. Still, however, he knew that, if Orlando were detected of an intrigue with one of her women servants, it was an offence which Mrs Rayland would never pardon; and though this discovery would certainly occasion the discharge of the fair Helen for whom he sighed, Pattenson knew that Orlando could not take her into his protection for want of money; while, being dismissed without a character by the two inexorable Vestals, his lady and her companion, the girl would glad to make terms with him, and he was quite rich enough to undertake to keep her in some of the neighbouring towns, till she might be supplanted by some newer object. Such were the speculations of the politic Pattenson; but, like many other politicians, he pursued, among the many crooked paths before him, that which led him from his purpose. Instead of watching Orlando, he set himself to watch Betty, who never went in even with a message to him in his study without Pattenson following her; and on the night he engaged her to sit up for him, the butler was concealed in a closet within the servants' hall, and heard all the conversation; and though what then passed tended directly to prove Pattenson that he was in an error, he persuaded himself that they suspected his concealment, and had agreed upon what they should say to mislead him. Instead, therefore, of rejoicing to find his suspicions were not confirmed, he was only irritated to find that his attempts to detect the supposed lovers were baffled; and he redoubled his vigilance in watching Betty, and engaged one of the footmen in the same office. This was the same man who had seen Orlando cross the park one morning at a very early and unusual hour, and who, then taking him at a distance for a poacher, had pursued and stopped him; circumstances which the fellow, who was the mere creature of Pattenson, had afterwards related to him with conjectures as to the reason of Orlando's appearance, that had helped to raise higher those suspicions Pattenson had before entertained. That Mrs Rayland had determined to have company at her own table, and particularly the family of Somerive, on the day of the tenants' feast, was a terrible vexation to Pattenson, who, instead of presiding like the master of the house in a hall, would now be only the butler at a sideboard in the great dining room; and to chagrin for the consequences he thus lost, was added the mortification of knowing that while he should be busied in attending on his lady upstairs, Orlando, who on these occasions, which happened twice a year, always mingled with the young farmers, would have all the ladies of the hall to himself. It had been the custom of the house, time immemorial, for the landlord, receiving his Michaelmas rents, to give the most numerously attended entertainment of the year, and to allow the tenants' sons and daughters, their friends, and the servants of the family, to have a fiddle in the great hall. The Misses Raylands, notwithstanding the state in which they had been educated, had been always, during their youth, led to the company by their father, and, accompanied by Lady Rayland, had each gone down one dance with some neighbouring gentleman who was invited on purpose, or with the chaplain of the family. Those days, though long since past, with almost all the witness of their festivity, were still recollected by Mrs Rayland with some degree of pleasure; and as she adhered most scrupulously to old customs, however unlike her usual mode of life, this sort of rustic ball given to the tenants had always been kept up, except in those 2 years that were marked by the death of 2 of the ladies. Mrs Lennard and Mr Pattenson, who had long presided at them, loved the gaiety of the scene, and the consequences they had in it; and as they were considered as the master and mistress of the feast, for though Mrs Rayland once used to go down to honour it with her presence for 10 minutes, she now left off that custom, from age and infirmity, and her servants, to whom it was attended with some trouble and loss of time, had persuaded her that she was always ill after such an excursion. It was therefore usual with her to sup on this anniversary somewhat earlier than ordinary, and to go to her bed, dismissing Lennard to her post of mistress of the revel, with a strict charge to her to watch assiduously against the intrusion of drunkenness or impropriety, to see that all the guests withdrew in due season and quite sober, and to settle everything after their departure for the decorum and tranquillity of the next day. Mrs Rayland had in general adhered to these good rules, though she thought herself at liberty a little to vary from them in the detail. Thus she deemed it no breach of the regularity her lady recommended, if she acceded to the earnest solicitudes of a handsome young farmer, who, as she was persuaded, left the buxom damsel his partner, purely for the gratification of going down a dance with her, though it sometimes happened that her interest in the renewal of a lease or some building wanting on the farm, for which she could effectively intercede, were more powerful motives than even the honour or the pleasure thus obtained. Notwithstanding Mrs Lennard's assertions, which was probably true, that she had learned to dance of the dancing master who taught the first Duke of Cumberland and all the princesses, and that she was celebrated for her excellence in that accomplishment, particularly her great agility in the rigadoon. This rigadoon, like all early and pleasing acquirements, was still recollected with gratitude for the fame it had obtained for her; and notwithstanding the lapse of years and some rheumatic complaints, she could occasionally introduce some of its original graces into her country dance. It is true she never performed above one or two at most, but what she did, she piqued herself upon executing with a degree of spirit, which made all the operators in coalition steps and elements hide their diminished heels. But now, alas! a fall she got a few months before, and a cruel and cowardly attack of the rheumatism on the limb while it was in a disabled state, had put an end to the expedition of this rigadoon step for ever. Yet, with the true spirit of perseverance, Mrs Lennard, though she danced no more, loved to overlook the dancers, and, not having the same reasons as Pattenson had to dislike the party proposed, had with all her interest promoted it, feeling probably that the pleasure she resigned in the country dance with her rigadoon step would be amply made up to her in appearing no longer as only housekeeper and attendant, but in the capacity of a companion and friend to Mrs Rayland; for now her lady was so infirm, she was introduced in that character whatever company might be in the house. Far as she was advanced in years, to adorn her person was her foible, and she reflected with some pleasure on the smart and well fancied dress with which she intended on this important Thursday to astonish and outshine the Somerive family. Of this vanity, however, poor Monimia was the victim; for after many debates about what she should wear, Mrs Lennard found something to do to every article of her dress. These alterations were entrusted to Monimia; and at night, when Orlando sought her as usual, in the hope that he might pass an hour with her in her own room, he found her not only indulged with candles, which had been so lately prohibited, but weeping over a task which she doubted whether it would be possible for her to finish in time assigned to her aunt's satisfaction. Orlando had a particular interest in her appearing to advantage the next day; for though he knew she would not be allowed, nor did he wish her to be seen amongst the guests, he had imagined a project to introduce her and his sister Selina to each other while every other person was engaged. The more he reflected on this scheme, the more practicable it appeared, and the more it flattered his imagination. He therefore could not bear to think that, between fatigue and fretting, the beauty he had said so much of to Selina should not be seen in all its brilliancy. 'You shall not,' said he, 'Monimia, go with me to night, but you shall go to bed; and if those cursed things must be done, you may finish them in the morning.' 'Ah no!' replied Monimia, wiping away the tears, which on so slight an occasion she was ashamed of letting him see. "No, Orlando, not so. I must neither pass these next 4 or 5 hours with you, or in my bed, but must sit up and finish this; for I am very sure that, with the dawn of the morning, my aunt, without considering how little time she has allowed me for this business, will summon me to that which must go forward in the housekeeper's room, and that to morrow I shall have the jellies and syllabubs to make, to give out everything to the cook, and to help in all the made dishes. Perhaps I shall never sit down 10 minutes from the time I get up till dinner is sent in, and therefore what have I to do of this sort must be done to night." "Curse on the ridiculous, ostentatious old woman!" exclaimed Orlando. "I cannot bear to think of your being so fatigued." "Do not," said Monimia with an angelic smile, "do not let us, my dear friend, be rendered uneasy by trifles, when it is but too probable that we shall have so many real sorrows so soon to contend with. What is the loss of a few hours' rest, and of how many hours have not I voluntarily deprived myself? Besides," she added, seeing him gaze on her with a look of deep concern, "to finish the whole is not so great an effort as I foolishly, from low spirits, owing perhaps to thinking too much on the conversation of last night, at first represented to myself. However, Orlando, instead of my going down to your room, I must sit here." "And I must not remain with you?" cried he. "A little while you may," replied Monimia, "but speak low. I shall not do my millinery the worse for your sitting by me, and if you will but be calm and reasonable." Then they began to consult on the proposed meeting of the next day. Monimia trembled as it was talked of, yet pleasure was mingled with the apprehension with which she thought of being made acquainted with any of his relations, particularly with his beloved Selina, whom he represented as a second self. It was settled, after some little debate on the subject, that when every part of the family were engaged in the hall, Monimia should, at an hour fixed upon, find her way in the dark to the study, not through the chapel, but by the usual way through the house, and that Selina should be brought there by her brother immediately afterwards, where they might remain half an hour unsuspected, and with much less hazard than in Monimia's room. This being arranged, Orlando entreated her to spare herself as much as possible, and having extorted a promise from her that when she found herself fatigued she would endeavour to sleep, he reluctantly left her. End of Volume 2, Chapter 7. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 8 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 8. Monimia, secure of the tenderest affection of her lover, bore without more repining the little hardships to which her situation exposed her; but her mind looked forward in mournful anticipation to the time when she should no longer hear that soothing voice lending her courage against every transient evil, no longer receive continual assurances of the ardour and generosity of his attachment, and find in his disinterested love, his attentive friendship, sufficient consolation against her uncertain or uneasy destiny. To obey him was the first wish of her life. She therefore endeavoured to drive from her mind the melancholy reflections that prevented her repose, and put off the finishing her work till the next day. As soon as it glimmered through her casement, she arose to her task, which having soon finished, she awaited with a lightened heart the other orders of her aunt. The whole house was in a bustle, and Mrs Rayland, not only in unusual health, but as anxious for the splendour and excellence of the entertainment, as if she had a deeper design than merely to outshine the newer elegancies of Carloraine Castle. All the operations of Mrs Lennard and her attendants succeeded happily. By half after 2 all the guests were assembled; by half after 3 all the tables groaned under the weight of venison and beef. About 70 people were assembled in the hall. In the dining parlour the party consisted of General Tracy, who was placed at Mrs Rayland's right hand, and on her left Mrs Hollybourn, the wife of the Archdeacon of that district, a lady of a most precise and indeed formidable demeanour. Opposite to her, and next to Mrs Somerive, sat the Doctor himself, a dignified clergyman of profound erudition, very severe morals, and very formal manners, who was the most orthodox of men, never spoke but in sentences equally learned and disputable, and held almost all the rest of the world in a low esteem, as he considered highly his own family, and above all himself. Between her mother and Mr Somerive, on the other side, was placed their only daughter and heiress, Miss Anne Jane Eliza Hollybourn, who, equally resembling her father and her mother, was the pride and delight of both. Possessing something of each of their personal perfections, she was considered by them a model of loveliness, and her mind was adorned with all that money could purchase. The wainscot complexion of her mamma was set off by the yellow eyebrows and hair of the Doctor. His little pug nose, divested of its mulberry hue, which on the countenance of his daughter was pronounced to be le petit nez retroussé, united with the thin lips drawn up to make a little mouth, which were peculiar to his better half, as he facetiously called his wife. The worthy Archdeacon's short legs detracted less from the height of his amiable daughter, as she had the long waist of her mother, fine sugarloaf shoulders that were pronounced to be extremely genteel, and a head which looked as if the back of it had by some accident been flattened, since it formed a perpendicular line with her back. To dignify with mental acquirements this epitome of human loveliness, all that education could do had been lavished. Masters for drawing, painting, music, French, and dancing had been assembled around her as soon as she could speak. She learned Latin from her father at a very early period, and could read an easy sentence in Greek, was learned in astronomy, knew something of the mathematics, and in relief of these more abstruse studies, read Italian and Spanish, having never heard anything but her own praises. She really believed herself a miracle of knowledge and accomplishments, and it must be owned that an audience less partial than those before whom she generally performed might have allowed that she performed very long concertos and solos without end, with infinite correctness and much execution. Then she made most inveterate likeness of many of her acquaintances, and painted landscapes, where very green trees were reflected in very blue water. Her French was most grammatically correct, though the accent was somewhat defective, and she knew all manner of history, could tell the dates of the most execrable actions of the most execrable of human beings, and never had occasion to consult, so happy was her memory, Trussler's chronology. As it was believed, so it was asserted by the Doctor and his wife, that their daughter was the most accomplished woman of her age and country, and by most of their acquaintances it was taken for granted. The gentleman, however, whom all these elegancies were probably designed to attract, seemed by no means struck with them. Some of them, who had approached her on the suggestion of her being an heiress, had declared that her fortune made no amends for her want of beauty, and others had been alarmed by the acquisitions which went so much beyond those that they had made themselves. Thus, at 26, although the lady and her parents, for some reason of their own, called her no more than 22, Miss Hollybourn was yet unmarried; for, of those lovers who had offered, some had been rejected by the doctor and some by herself. She affected a great indifference, and talked of the pleasures of pursuing knowledge in an elegant retirement; but it was observed that whenever any young men of present fortune, or of future expectations, were in the country, Dr Hollybourn's family returned the visits of the ladies to whom these gentlemen belonged with unusual punctuality. While they were in this part of the world, they always dined once or twice at Rayland Hall, where the doctor was well received as a most pious worthy man, his lady a very good kind of woman, and Miss as a mighty pretty sort of a young person. Of late the whole family had risen into higher favour, for the doctor was the only clergyman in the country around who had resisted the good entertainment so profusely given by Carloraine Castle, and had refused to visit a man who kept a mistress. He had even gone further, and preached a sermon which all his congregation said pointed immediately at Mr Stockton; but as Mr Stockton did not hear it, and having heard it would not have cared for it, the reproof only edified his hearers, and raised the doctor in the esteem of the lady of the Hall. The lower part of the table was filled by the 4 Miss Somerives and their 2 brothers, Orlando, at the request of Mrs Rayland, taking his seat at the bottom. The plenty and excellence of the table, which was furnished almost entirely from the park, farm, warren, gardens, and ponds of Rayland Hall, were highly commended by the guests, and by none with more zeal than the General and the Doctor, who vied with each other in applying that sort of flattery of which their venerable hostess was much susceptible. The General spoke in terms of the highest respect of her ancient family, and of the figure made in history by the name of Rayland. The Doctor, while he did justice to the excellent dishes before him, launched out in very sincere praise of the domain which produced them, the beautiful park which, he averred, fed the very best venison the country, the woods abounding in game, the extensive ponds, whose living streams contained all manner of fish, the rich meadows below that fatted such exquisite beef, the fine sheep walks on the downs above, which sent to table mutton that rivalled the Welch mutton itself. Then such gardens for fruit, such convenient poultry yards. Mrs Rayland, who loved to hear her place praised, could have listened to such elogisms for ever, and seemed totally to have forgotten that, according to the course of nature, she should be mistress of these good things but a little time longer, and that, when a little space in the chancel of the adjoining church would be all she could occupy, they must pass into the possession of another. Who that other was to be appeared an inquiry which the Doctor had much at heart. From some late circumstances he had reason to suppose that Orlando would be fortunate possessor of all the excellent accommodations which impressed him with so much veneration; but he now saw the elder brother again received, and when he considered the advantages which primogeniture might give him in the mind of Mrs Rayland, he doubted to which of the Somerives it would be politic to pay court. Some ideas were floating in his mind, that whichever of these young men became master of Rayland Hall could not fail to be a very proper match for the most accomplished Miss Hollybourn. It was certain that he had always reckoned upon a title for her, but such a deficiency might easily be made up by the successor to such a fortune. What so easy to change a name by the King's most gracious licence, and to renew the old title of baronet, which had been so long in the family? Sir Philip Rayland, Sir Orlando Rayland, either sounded extremely well. Both were very well looking young men, and the youngest remarkably handsome. The more the Doctor considered this project, the more feasible it appeared, and he now began to study the chances which he thought he could do from Mrs Rayland's behaviour. A very little observation determined him in favour of Orlando. He saw that Mrs Rayland seemed to look upon him as her son, while towards his brother her manners were cold and stately. When dinner was over, the gentlemen, after a short stay over their wine, followed the ladies to another apartment. General Tracy was, at the desire of Mrs Rayland, shown into the gallery of portraits by Orlando, and the young ladies, at the request of Miss Hollybourn, who had never seen all the pictures in the house, were permitted by their mother to be of the party, while Philip Somerive, who went out under pretence of accompanying them, slipped away as soon as he left the drawing room and went after his own imagination. It was now dark, and these portraits were to be shown by candlelight to General Tracy, who cared not a straw if the whole race of Raylands had been swept from the memory of mankind, though he had, partly by guess and partly from recollection, been incessantly talking to Mrs Rayland about the glory of her ancestors. By this he perceived he had made a very unexpected progress in her favour, which he would by no means forfeit by showing any indifference to her proposal of visiting the representations of the eminent men in whose praise he had been so eloquent. But a much stronger inducement was his hope to find an opportunity of speaking to Isabella, while she pretended to contemplate with admiration the picture of her great-grandfather. But this hope was rendered abortive by the presence of Miss Hollybourn, who, leaving on Isabella's arm, continued to question Orlando as to the history of every portrait, and then made her remarks upon it, sometimes addressing herself to the General, and sometimes to Orlando, who were equally weary of her, and who would both have given the world for her absence; for Orlando dreaded her detaining him beyond the time that he had fixed for the meeting between his sister Selina and Monimia, and the General detested her for being in the way when he fancied he could otherwise, by some means or other, have enjoyed that notice from Isabella which he found it so very difficult to obtain in the house of Mr Somerive, where, since he had spoke more plainly to her of his passion, she had not only shunned him, but had assured him that she would repeat his conversation to her father. Twice, therefore, he had been forced to apologize and turn off his processions as a joke, because he could never find her long enough alone to allow of his using those arguments that he thought must be successful; and he had been eagerly solicitous to accept the invitation from Mrs Rayland, because he hoped that in such a great house, in a day of universal festivity, such an opportunity would be found. Miss Hollybourn, having sufficiently shown her knowledge both in painting and history, and imagining her auditors were amazed and edified by both, requested to know if the house did not furnish many other portraits of remarkable persons, or pictures by eminent hands. Orlando answered coldly, that there were some in other parts of the house, but none particularly worthy her attention. She desired, however, he would have the goodness to show her round that suite of rooms. It was the side of the house formerly set apart for company, but now was rarely inhabited. The furniture was rich but old-fashioned. The beds were of cut velvet or damask, with high testers, some of them with gilt cornices. The chairs were worked, or of coloured velvets, fringed with silk and gold, and had gilt feet. Fine japanned cabinets, beautiful pieces of china, large glasses, and some valuable pictures, were to be seen in every room, which, though now so rarely inhabited, were kept in great order; and the oak floors were so nicely waxed that to move upon them was more like skating than walking. Miss Hollybourn had something to say on every object she beheld. One bespoke the grandeur, another the taste, a third the antiquity of the family who were owners of the mansion; but still, among all this commonplace declamation, it was easy to see that the most amiable movable in it at present was, in her opinion, the handsome, interesting Orlando. General Tracy, accustomed to study the fair, perceived this immediately. He perceived too that Orlando disliked her as much as she seemed charmed with him, and that therefore this rich heiress would not be the means of preventing the plan they had in agitation from taking effect. He therefore ventured to say to him, that when he had an opportunity as they descended the great staircase, "You are a fortunate man, sir." "Fortunate, sir!" said Orlando, who had nothing in his head but his intended meeting with Monimia. "How do you mean fortunate?" "Nay," replied the General, "most young men would, I believe, think it fortunate to be so highly approved of by such a young lady." "What lady, sir?" cried Orlando in increased alarm, and still thinking of Monimia. "Miss Hollybourn," replied the General, "the accomplished Miss Hollybourn." "Miss Hollybourn!" exclaimed Orlando with a contemptuous look; yet recollecting that he had no right to despise her, whether the General's conjecture was just or not, he added, "The probation of such a young lady is certainly what I neither desire nor deserve." This passed as they waited on the staircase, while Miss Hollybourn explained to the two Miss Somerives the loves of Cupid and Physique, which were painted on the wall, though the picture was so little illuminated by the two wax candles carried by Orlando and a servant, that nothing but her passion to display her universal knowledge could have induced her to attempt clearing up the obscurity in which the wavering and unequal light involved a story not very clearly told by the painter. At length the dissertation finished, and the whole party returned to the drawing room, where they found the good doctor had supported the conversation during their absence. In about half an hour afterwards, Mr Pattenson came in great form to announce that the tenants were assembled in the hall, and requested to know if their lady was well enough to oblige them with her presence during their first dance. This was the established etiquette. Mrs Rayland answered that she would be there, and then addressing herself to her company, she said, that it had always been her custom, in the time of Sir Hildebrand, her father, to lead down with her dear deceased sisters the first dance at the tenants' feast; that the custom had been long since laid aside, but if any of the friends whom I have now the pleasure of seeing assembled will condescend to go down a dance with the tenantry and domestics. The General and Doctor eagerly interrupted her. "I am not a dancing man, madam," cried the General. "I was never fond of dancing. How much I now, in looking at that beautiful group of young ladies, have cause to regret it, and much I shall envy the young men, who, no doubt, will take advantage of such an opportunity." "I, madam," cried the Doctor, quitting his seat and waddling to her, "am neither by nature or profession a dancing man; but, to shew you how much I honour so excellent a custom, there is my substitute," pointing to his daughter. and I will venture to say that few men ever boasted a better." Mrs Rayland then looking around the room, said, "Mr Orlando Somerive, you will have the honour of beginning the dance with Miss Hollybourn." Orlando, who would have heard an impending earthquake with as much pleasure, hesitated, and said, "My brother, madam, my brother has a superior claim to that happiness." "No, no, child," cried Mrs Rayland, "you are, as it were, at home here, and therefore I will have you begin. Besides, I don't see your brother. When he returns, he may take your eldest sister, and the two young ladies may dance together, for I suppose you will all choose to dance." Mrs Somerive assented for her daughters, and said, "Perhaps, madam, Philip is already below." "However that may be," replied Miss Rayland coldly, "it is quite time to begin. The people are, no doubt, impatient. Therefore, if you, General Tracy, and you, Dr Hollybourn, and you, Mr Somerive, will have the kindness to see the ladies to the hall, my people will help me thither in a few moments." The man of war and the man of peace now declared how happy they should esteem themselves to be permitted the honour of being her attendants; but she told them only Pattenson and Lennard had been used to it, and again desired they would conduct the other ladies. The General, under the cruel necessity of offering his hand to Mrs Somerive or Mrs Hollybourn, cast a wistful look towards Isabella, and took the hand of the latter on seeing Mrs Somerive conducted by the Doctor, while Orlando, with a heavy heart, led Miss Hollybourn, and his sisters followed. It was within a quarter of an hour of the time that he had hoped to meet his Monimia, and he saw himself tied down to an engagement from which he feared there was little hope of escaping in time. Philip, to whom he most earnestly wished to transfer the little coveted honour designed him by his partner, appeared not; and poor Orlando stood awaiting his arrival at the head of the 15 or 16 couple who were going to dance, execrating his ill fortune, which seemed to have brought this odious heiress on purpose to disappoint him of the exquisite pleasure with which he had on this night fondly flattered himself, that of forming a lasting and tender friendship between the sister he so fondly loved and his adored Monimia. End of Volume 2, Chapter 8. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 9 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 9. At length Mrs Rayland was seated at the upper end of the hall, near the fire. The General placed himself by her, and the Doctor strutted round her. The other ladies were opposite, and the dance began. Poor Orlando, whose heart beat not responsive to the music, made, however, an effort to conceal his vexation. His partner, who had learned for many years of the most celebrated master, exerted all her knowledge of the art, and displayed all her graces to attract him, while he, hardly conscious of her existence, proceeded mechanically in the dance; and so little penetration had the spectators, that his absence, or distaste to what he was about, was wholly unperceived, while Mrs Rayland could not help observing to the Doctor how well Orlando performed. "Is he not," said she, "a fine young man?" "Indeed he is, madam," replied the Doctor, who had now the opening he so long wished for. A very fine young man, I think," and he became an inch higher as he spoke. "I think indeed that this island produces not a finer couple than your kinsman, madam, and the daughter of your humble servant." Mrs Rayland, who loved not female beauty whether real or imaginary, did not so warmly assent to this as the doctor expected, who, not discouraged, squatted himself down in the place the General had that moment vacated, who could not forbear walking after Isabella down the dance, and thus proceeded: "I assure you, dear madam, I have often spoken most highly in praise of your sagacity and discernment in electing the young Orlando as your favourite and protégé. He is a fine young man, good, prudent, and sensible, and, I am sure, grateful for your bounty. I dare say that he will do well; for under your auspices there are few men, even of consideration and fortune, who, having daughters, would not be proud of an alliance with him." Mrs Rayland answered rather coldly: "I believe Mr Orlando has no thoughts of marrying. He is yet too young." "He is young, to be sure, madam; but, for my own part, I must observe that early marriage is founded, as no doubt his should be, alike on prudence and inclination, generally turn out happy. As to my own girl, undone as I and Mrs Hollybourn must to be sure feel with her, I declare to you that, though she is young, I should not hesitate to dispose of her to a man of even her own age, if I were convinced that he was a prudent, sober young man, unlike those sad examples of folly and extravagance that we see before our eyes every day. A young man who had had a virtuous education, which, in my opinion, is a private one; a young man of family and of good expectations. I say, madam, that on such a one, though his present fortune be unequal to Miss Hollybourn's expectations, I should not hesitate, young as she is, and living as I do only by gazing on her, to bestow her with 20,000 down; and I will say nothing of future expectations. I bless the Father of all mercies in a prosperous fortune. I have 1700 a year in church preferment. My own property, which I have realized in land, is somewhat above 1200. When I have given my girl her little marriage portion, I have still something handsome in the 3 per cents, and in India stock a trifle more. My brother-in-law, the bishop, has no children, and my daughter will inherit the greater part of his fortune. So you see, madam, that, to say nothing of her personal and mental accomplishments, which to be sure it ill becomes a father to insist upon, I say, reckoning only her pecuniary advantages, there are few better matches in England." The doctor, who knew that Mrs Rayland loved money, imagined she could not fail of being attracted by this history of his wealth, nor misunderstand its meaning in giving it; but he had for once mistaken his ground. Mrs Rayland, though she loved her own money, loved nobody the better for having or affecting to have as much. She knew that, rich as Dr Hollybourn now was, he began his classical career as a servitor at Oxford, and that his brother-in-law the bishop, from whose nepotisms his wealth and consequence had been in a great measure derived, was the son of an innkeeper. Though she always spoke highly of his piety and his high church principles, she had never condemned his efforts to make himself to be considered as a man of family, nor did she feel much disposed to encourage any scheme to make Orlando independent of her by marriage. still less an attempt to exhort her from a decision concerning him, which, whatever her real sentiments might be, she was not of a temper to declare. For all these reasons she heard the conversation of Dr. Hollybourn very coldly, and only said, that to be sure Miss was a very accomplished young lady, and having such a fine fortune might expect to marry in high life. Still the doctor was not repulsed, and fancying that he had not yet spoken plain enough, he went on to enlarge on his notions of happiness, and on his views for his daughter. High life, he said, in the common acceptation of the word, was not his ambition. It was real domestic happiness, and not unnecessary and unmeaning splendour, he desired for his dear girl: a good husband, untainted with the vices and false philosophy of her dissolute age; an handsome country residence, where she might be received into an ancient and religious family, were rather his objects. A title, added he, a title has its advantages, no doubt, and especially if it be an ancient title, one that brings to the mind the deeds of the glorious defenders of our country, men who have shed their honourable blood in defence of the Church of England and their King, who bled in the cause for which Lord and his sainted master died. When I hear such names and see their posterity flourishing, I rejoice. When I learn that such families, the honour of degenerate England, are likely to be extinct, my heart is grieved. And how should I be thankful, how feel myself elevated, if my daughter, marrying into such a family, should restore it, while my interest might obtain a renewal in her posterity of the fading honours of an illustrious race. This was speaking at once pompously and plainly; but Mrs Rayland was more offended by the air of consequence assumed by the doctor, than flattered by the fine things he said of her family; and she so little concealed her displeasure, that Mrs Somerive, long weary of the parading and supercilious conversation of Mrs Hollybourn, and who saw by the doctor's frequently looking towards Orlando that the discourse was about him, and that Mrs Rayland was displeased with it, arose and came towards them. She said something to Mrs Rayland merely with a view to break the discourse, which was however immediately done better by the General, who, afraid of being too particular, now left Isabella, and returning to the seat Dr Hollybourn had seized, he cried, "Come, my good doctor, we soldiers are a little proud of our favour with the ladies, and we do not patiently see ourselves displaced by you churchmen. I shall not relinquish my seat by my excellent hostess." The doctor then got up, and fancying from the softness and sweetness of Mrs Somerive's manner that he should in her meet a willing auditor, and perhaps the very best he could find for a scheme which acquired every moment new charms in his imagination, he asked if he could attend her to the other end of the room to look at the dancers, to which she was extremely restless and uneasy by the long absence of her eldest son, whom she every moment hoped to see enter. She readily assented. The General then took possession of the post the doctor had quitted, and being more used to every kind of approach, he made infinitely more progress with Mrs Rayland, in obtaining her consent to Orlando's entering the army, than the doctor had effected for his scheme, notwithstanding the splendour of his fortune, the accomplishments of his daughter, or his mention of his brother the bishop. In the mean time the poor young man, who was rendered by Mrs Rayland's favour an object sought for by the divine, and by his own spirit an object of dread to the soldier, was half distracted, and knew not what he was about. It was now past the hour when he had promised Monimia to bring Selina to her. for, not expecting the unwelcome addition of the Hollybourn family, he concluded that, after going down a dance with one of the buxom daughters of the principal tenant, he could have slipped away at the end of it; and whispering his mother that he was going to show Selina some of his drawings, and how he had ornamented his little tapestry room, that he might account for her absence, he should have had an uninterrupted hour with his most beloved sister and his Monimia. Instead of this, he now found himself fixed for the whole night to Mrs Hollybourn, who had already declared that she found herself in such a humour for dancing, and that really the whole set was so much more tolerable than she expected, that she should not very soon wish to sit down. Poor Orlando, who had no excuse to offer for quitting her, had no hope but in the arrival of his brother, to whom he flattered himself he might resign this unenvied honour at least for one dance; but even this hope was very uncertain, for Philip might perhaps return no more to the room, or, if he did, might be unwilling to accept the felicity of dancing with Miss Hollybourn, for he was not of a humour to put himself out of the way for any one; and as he very seldom danced at all, would now, if he did join the dancers, much more probably select for his partner one of the handsome daughters of the tenants, with whom he could be more at home. Thus the time which Orlando expected to have passed in so different a manner wore away. In vain he looked towards the door; no brother arrived to succour him. The second dance was already at an end, and Isabella, who had, with her mother's permission, accepted the hand of a rich young farmer, while Selina and Emma danced together, had already called a third, and was flying down with a spirit and gaiety which quite enchanted her ancient lover; while Orlando, who on account of Miss Hollybourn still kept a place near the top, was preparing with a heavy heart to follow her, when his father, with an expression of extreme concern on his countenance, approached and asked him if he knew where his brother was. 'No, sir, indeed I do not,' answered Orlando. 'I cannot even guess; but, for God's sake, give me leave to go look for him. I see you are very uneasy at his absence.' 'I am indeed,' replied Mr Somerive, 'and your mother much more so.' 'Let me go, dear sir, then,' said Orlando eagerly. 'No, no,' answered his father, 'go down the stairs and take no notice. If then he does not come, go see if you can find him. I have been in search of him myself, but to no purpose. I fancied he might be in your room. I went to the library door, for I could have sworn I heard somebody walking there, but the door was locked, and I called and knocked at it in vain. If Philip was there, he had some reason, no good one, I fear, for not answering.' Orlando, now ready to sink into the earth, yet unable to fly from his intolerable task, began the dance, after having been twice called upon by his partner; but thinking only of the terror Monimia must have been in, while shut up in the library she heard his father at the door, and overwhelmed with vexation at being thus detained from her, he could no longer command that portion of attention that was requisite even to the figure of the dance; but having blundered 4 or 5 times, turned the wrong woman, and run against the men, then missed his time, and put everybody out, he said in a hurrying way to Miss Hollybourn, who began to be much discomposed by his mistakes, 'I really beg 1,000 pardons, but Isabella's dance is so extremely difficult, I cannot go down it. I shall only distress you, madam, by my blunders. Had we not better go to the bottom?' 'Dear sir,' cried the lady, bridling, 'I can find no such difficulty in it. If you would only take the trouble to attend a moment, I am sure I could explain it to you, so that you could not make a mistake. Now only observe, we first pass between the second and third couples, and I lead out the two gentlemen and you the two ladies. Then we meet an allemande, the Lee Moulin at bottom. I then turn a third gentleman, then you." Orlando, unable to command himself, said still more confusedly, "No, upon my honour, I shall never do it. I am very sorry to disappoint you, madam, and wish I could for this dance recommend you another partner." He then bowed and was walking away when she bounced after him. "You don't imagine there is any other person here?" cried she, biting the end of her fan. "I hope you don't imagine there is anybody else here with whom I shall dance?" "Pardon me, madam," said Orlando, taking her hand. "Here is my elder brother, who has even a better right to that honour than I have." At this moment his eyes were gratified by the sight of Philip, to whom he, without waiting for Miss Hollybourn's answer, led her, and cried, "Dear Phil, here I am in the most awkward distress imaginable. Miss Hollybourn wished to dance this dance down, and I am so stupid I cannot do the figure. I am sure you will be very happy to supply my place." Philip, who was never much disposed to sacrifice his own pleasure to the gratification of others, and who had schemes of his own on foot, answered with less than his usual ceremony, for he was never more polite for having drunk a good deal. "Hey, Sir Rowland, who told you so? How the devil should I, who am no dancer, execute what is too difficult for so perfect a caper as thou art, Sir Knight?" Mortified beyond endurance at being thus rejected, Miss Hollybourn, disengaging her hand with an angry jerk from Orlando's, said haughtily, "Pray, Mr Orlando, spare yourself this trouble. I am content to sit still." She then walked away, and Orlando, not giving himself time to consider what he did, said in a whisper to Philip, "If you have any compassion, my dear Phil, take her for this dance. I will be grateful, believe me, and I will not desire to punish you with her for above half an hour." "Damn her, a little carroty pug-nosed moppet!" cried Philip, "as ugly and as insolent as the devil. Why should I take the trouble to humour her?" "It will oblige me beyond expression," answered Orlando. "It will oblige my father and mother." Philip just then recollected that he was upon his good behaviour, agreed, though with an ill grace; and Orlando, eagerly carrying him up to Miss Hollybourn, who sat fanning herself and swelling at the top of the room, began a speech, in which he blundered worse than he had done in dancing. But Philip took it out of his hands, and said, "Madam, I am so much in an habit in this house of giving the pass to my brother here, Sir Rowland, that I really dared not aspire to the honour of your fair hand, till I perfectly understood that he had relinquished it for the present dance. But as he has now explained himself, if you will allow me the bliss of being his double, I will acquit myself to the best of my poor abilities; and if you, charming Miss Hollybourn, will deign to instruct me, you shall find that under so lovely a preceptress I shall make up in docility for deficiency of practice." Miss Hollybourn had so little natural sense among all her acquirements, that this speech, which from its substance, and still more from the manner of its delivery, was evidently meant in ridicule, seemed to her to be very polite, and made very much in earnest. She therefore cast a look towards Orlando, much less sweet than those she had favoured him with towards the beginning of the evening, assented with a smirk to the proposal of his brother, and immediately joined the dancers, while Orlando, trembling lest some new interruption should again deprive him of the sight of Monimia, hastened to find Selina, to whom he beckoned, and whispered to her to come round another way, where he would meet her, that their going out together might not be remarked. He changed his mind about speaking to his mother, fearing lest she should propose going too, if the object was only to show Selina his room, and he thought it better to risk an inquiry after Selina, which perhaps might not be made, or if it were, might easily be answered. It was the custom on these occasions for the inferior servants not to come into the hall till the lady and her company, if she happened to have any, were withdrawn. When the business of the dinner and tea tables was over, they became spectators from a railed gallery, which over the entrance to the hall made a communication between the principal apartments above. Here the upper housemaid, the footmen, and the cook had been stationed. Betty, most superb in red ribbons, not quite so long as the rest. Monimia had been forbidden by Mrs Lennard to appear at all during any part of the evening, an injunction which she was not at all disposed to disobey. She was far therefore from envying Betty, who came into her room all in a flutter, as soon as she was dressed, to show her finery, and descant on the pleasure she expected in dancing when Madame was gone, and the gentlefolks, and boasting how many solicitations she had already had from the young men. Monimia, glad to get her out of the room, thought only of fulfilling her engagement with Orlando, and of the pleasure and comfort of being made known to one of his sisters. Yet her timidity and diffidence made her fear this interview as much as she wished it; and conscious of the interesting sweetness of her countenance, and the simple graces of her form, she feared lest Selina might think her brother's affection ill placed, and blame his attachment to an object of so little merit. Under these impressions she would have given herself all the advantages that dress afforded, but her scanty wardrobe left her very little choice, and she had no means of varying her appearance from what it usually was. A white muslin gown being the utmost of her finery, she took care, however, to dispose her hair in the most becoming manner she could; and having finished her little toilet, she descended with a palpitating heart and a light step to the part of the house through which she was to pass in going to the study. It was now empty, for all the servants were in the gallery, waiting the departure of their lady, to join the festivity of the night; and Monimia glided through the north wing, which was never at any time inhabited, and without any misadventure reached the study, where she waited in trembling suspense the arrival of Orlando and Selina. Everybody being engaged in the middle of the house, that part of it was silent, as if there was no bustle in the other, except the distant sound of the music in the great hall, to which Monimia, with the door of the study ajar, involuntarily listened, when she was suddenly alarmed by a voice in the adjoining parlour, talking and laughing, and apparently romping, and a man's voice answering in a half whisper, and begging of the first person, whom she knew to be Betty, to be more quiet. As her being discovered in Orlando's study would have ruined her peace for ever, she shut the door as softly as she could, and turned the key. The conversation between the two people without appeared to be so animated, that she flattered herself they did not hear her; but as she still remained listening at the door, hardly daring to breathe, her terror was increased by hearing them approach and attempt to open it. "Egad, it's locked!" cried a voice which Monimia then first discovered to be young Somerive. "Does Sir Rowland always lock this door?" "Generally he does," replied the other; "but I dare say, among the house keys, there's one that will open it. Yet, hang it, don't let us try. He'll come perhaps, and that you know will be very disagreeable." "He come?" said Philip. No, he's safe enough." "He He dares as well jump into the fire as quit the post where the old woman has placed him. Come, come, see if there's no other key will open this door. Besides, as to its coming, what should he come here for? 'Tis more likely, if he can get away, he'll go to visit Miss in the turret." "Lord!" cried Betty, "how you have that notion stuffed into your head, when I tell you again and again he no more meets Miss, as you calls her, than the child unborn. Sure I should know, she, a poor innocent silly thing. I don't believe he takes any account of her. But hush! Oh Gemini, who's there?" The voice of the elder Somerive was now heard, calling aloud in the passage leading to the parlour they were in for his eldest son. "Philip!" cried he, "Philip, where are you?" "'Tis my father," said Philip. "Cannot we get out without meeting him?" "Oh yes," replied Betty, "follow me, and don't speak for all the world." She then opened another door which led out into the garden, which, as Orlando usually came in that way, was seldom locked; and as all this had passed in the dark, they glided away unperceived. Not a moment, however, before Mr Somerive, entering with a candle the room they had quitted, gave a new alarm to the terrified Monimia. Mr Somerive, who had heard the footsteps of the fugitives as they left the parlour, imagined somebody was walking in the study. He therefore tried the door on the other side, of which poor Monimia still stood trembling, and again loudly called on Philip Somerive, entreating him, if he was there, to answer him, and representing all the ill consequences of his thus disappearing abruptly, after having been received into a house where he had before given offence, but where it was so material for him to be thought well of. No answer, however, was returned, and at length Monimia heard Mr Somerive close his fruitless remonstrances with a deep sigh and depart. These repeated alarms now seemed to subside, and a dead silence ensued, but Orlando came not. Monimia, not daring to have a candle, lest the light should be discerned under the door, sat down in the window seat, which was the nearest to it, to listen for his arrival, though doubting from what his brother had said whether he would arrive at all. The large old library, half furnished with books, and half hung with tapestry, and where the little light afforded by a waning moon gleamed faintly through the under parts of the high casements, which the window shutters did not reach, was perhaps the most gloomy apartment that fancy could imagine. Monimia looked round her and shuddered. The affright she had undergone in the chapel, though it was explained, still dwelt upon a mind which had so early been rendered liable to the terrors of superstition, and she looked towards the door that opened to the passage of the chapel, fancying some hideous spectre would appear at it; or she reasoned herself out of such an idea, only to give way to one more horrid, and figured to herself that the ruffian whom Orlando had described to her, and whose name was held in dread by the whole country, might enter at it as he had once done before. Against this apprehension she might have been secured by satisfying herself that the door was locked, but she had not courage to cross the room. Sitting therefore and listening to every sound, she again distinguished the music in the great hall, which, as the wind swelled or fell, floated through the rest of the house, and she could not help contrasting that scene of festive mirth with her dark and gloomy solitude. "How happy," she said, "are the Miss Somerives and this other young lady! They, under the sanction of their parents, are gaily enjoying an innocent and agreeable amusement; while I, a poor unprotected being, wander about in darkness and dread, and though I do nothing wrong, undergo the terrors and alarms of guilt. But do I not act wrong? Alas! I am afraid I do. It must be wrong to carry on a clandestine correspondence, to meet by stealth a young man whom his friends would discard were they to know he met me at all. It must surely be wrong to incur imputations from which, if once they are believed, it is impossible I can ever be vindicated; wrong to let Orlando hazard for me the loss of Mrs Rayland's favour, and wrong to put myself in the way of being believed not better than the servant, of whose light conduct I have seen so many instances, besides that which this moment happened, of her privately meeting Mr Philip Somerive. How could I bear to be thought of by others as I think of her? And yet I seem to act as culpably. Oh, Orlando! surely if you thought of this, you who are so generous, so anxious for my happiness, would never expose me to it. Yet we must meet thus, or never meet at all. And could I bear to be deprived of seeing him for the very little time that is yet to pass before he is sent from hence, never perhaps to return?' This sad idea filled her eyes with tears, and she was not recovered from the agony into which it threw her, when she again heard footsteps in the parlour. Somebody trod lightly along. Monimia listened, and fancied there was more than one person. Immediately the lock was turned, and the door being fastened, a voice, which she recognised with joy for that of Orlando, said in a half whisper, 'Monimia, are you not there? It is Selina and I. Open the door, therefore, without apprehension.' Monimia remembered with affright that the voices of the two brothers bore a great resemblance to each other, and she again hesitated; but Orlando speaking louder, and her recollecting that his brother could not know that Selina was to accompany him, she, though with trembling apprehension, turned the key, and Orlando and his sister appeared. 'Let me,' cried he, as he put Monimia into the arms of Selina, 'let me unite in bonds of everlasting friendship the two loveliest and most beloved of beings.' Selina tried to say, 'Whoever is dear to Orlando is so to me, and I rejoice in thus being allowed to say so;' but though she had innocently studied the sentence, she was too much confused to make it articulate, and Monimia was quite unable to speak at all. In a moment, however, Orlando, attempting to hide the uneasy flutter of his own thoughts, approached them with a candle which he had lit at the embers of his fire, and, reminding them how short the interview must be, bade them both sit down. 'And let us,' added he, 'endeavour to enjoy moments so brief and precious.' End of Volume 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 10. Selina, as timid and almost as new to the world as Monimia herself, was too much terrified at the risk Orlando ran, and at what she herself hazarded, to be soon composed. She could hardly, indeed, have been in greater trepidation had she escaped from the company to have met a lover of her own. Her eyes, however, were occupied in examining the face and figure of Monimia, and no feminine envy induced her to deny the existence of that beauty or sweetness of which Orlando had said so much. She even thought Monimia more lovely than her brother had described her, yet she saw her to little advantage, for the alarming situation she had been in for almost an hour and a half, the apprehension lest Orlando should not come, the reflections which arose while she waited for him, and the emotion with which she now for the first time beheld his sister, had robbed her fair cheeks of their tender bloom. Her eyes were swollen, and her voice was faltering and faint. Orlando seated her near Selina, and sitting down by them, threw one arm around each of them, and looking with a smile on both, said, "Why, what silent girls you are! Selina, is it thus you greet your new friend? You will talk to me of her for an hour, and never ceased soliciting of me to contrive this unhoped for meeting. And you, Monimia, come, I must have you more conversable. Let us consider, my dear girls, how you may meet hereafter, for without accomplishing that, the present meeting will only serve to tantalize us all." The tears which she had for a moment restrained again filled the eyes of Monimia, but turning them tenderly on Orlando, she sighing said, "Ah, how can I hope your sister Selina, amiable and indulgent as she seems, will again incur for me hazard which I see now makes her tremble, and fears which I myself can hardly endure? Indeed, Orlando, if you did but know what I have suffered since I waited here in expectation of your coming—" "I know it," cried Orlando, imagining she alluded to his father's having been at the door of the study; "but luckily you had taken the precaution to lock the door, which I, little suspecting that this part of the house would be visited, had neglected to desire. So, as my father neither saw nor suspected anything but that my brother was in this room, there is no harm done, nor anything to fear." Monimia sighed, but thought it was improper before Selina to repeat the dialogue that she had heard between Mr Philip Somerive and his female companion. She was far, however, from believing there was nothing to fear, and their short conference was to her embittered with the dread of a discovery which she could not conquer. Selina, trusting to the judgment of her brother, and desirous of obliging him, succeeded better in conquering the restraint she had at first felt, and charmed it with the voice, the manner, and person of Monimia. She eagerly entered into his views, and talked over the means by which they might sometimes meet, if, as was too probable, invincible obstacles continued to be opposed to their seeing each other by the consent of Mr and Mrs Somerive. That of Mrs Rayland could not be asked, and that of Mrs Lennard they were sure would not be granted. In this conversation Orlando spoke of what was to happen when he was gone, in terms that signified how certain he was that he should go. Monimia's heart sunk as he repeated, "When I am not here, I cannot see that there can be any objection to your openly seeing my sisters." "Alas!" thought she, "what wretched company shall we then be to each other? Yet to see the sisters of Orlando will always be a comfort to me." Selina too heard with extreme pain the frequent mention he made of his departure; and having, from many observations she had made on the behaviour of General Tracy, during his residence of almost 5 weeks in her father's house, conceived a very unfavourable opinion of him, Her dislike amounted almost to detestation when she considered him as being the principal mover of the plan which was thus to rob her of her beloved brother. Whatever she thought of his conduct in other aspects, she had the prudence to keep to herself, and affected to dislike him only on account of Orlando. Among the various little schemes which were considered for the future acquaintance of Selina and Monimia, none seemed sufficiently safe to be adopted without further consideration; but Orlando promised to think of them all, and to acquaint them both with the result of his reflections. It was by this time necessary to part. Orlando proposed leading his sister back to the room, and carrying her immediately to his mother, to tell her that she had been in his apartment, that any surprise excited by her absence might be ended without further inquiry, while Monimia hoped to find her way back to her own room as safely as she had before traversed the house in her way from it. They were then reluctantly bidden adieu, when they were thunderstruck by an attempt from without to force open the door. Orlando, thrown for a moment entirely off his guard, turned pale, and casting towards Monimia a look of anguish and terror, he cried, "Who can it be? What shall we do?" The tender, timid Monimia had at this instant more presence of mind than he had. "Let me go," she said, "into your bed chamber; there I can lock myself in, then ask who it is, and if it is one who has a right to inquire into your actions, open the door, and let him see you are sitting here with your sister." There was not a moment to deliberate, for the person without still tried to open the door. Orlando waved his hand to Monimia to execute her project. She glided away and shut after her the door, which was hung on both sides with tapestry and shut without noise, while Orlando demanded in a loud and angry voice who was at the door and what was their business. At first a feigned voice answered, "Open the door, good friends, and you shall know our business." Orlando answered, "I shall not open it till I know to whom," and then a violent burst of laughter discovered it to be Philip, who cried, "So I have caught you, Sir Rowland! Is this my good, pious, and immaculate brother?" "What folly is this?" said Orlando angrily as he opened the door; "and is it not strange that I cannot sit a moment in my own room with Selina, but you must break in upon us like a drunken constable?" "Gently, Sir Knight," answered Philip Somerive as he staggered into the room; "fair and softly, if you please. No hard words to your eldest, most valorous chevalier. Selina it is? By this light, so it is. Well, I did not think, my good brother, you were so eager to put off your precious bargain upon me, only for the pleasure of a tete-a-tete with our little simple Selina. I thought you had a very different game in view. Gad, I'm not clear now that I have been mistaken, child?" added he, turning to Selina. "Are you very sure you are not blind? Why, my dear little whey face, what makes you look so pale?" "Your strange behaviour, brother," said Selina, who tried to collect spirit enough to speak without betraying the agitation she was thrown into. Come, child," replied he, "lectured as I am on all hands, I shall not let babes and sucklings preach to me. Your mamma, miss, won't be very well pleased, I can tell you, if she does not find you with the other misses. They are just going away, I believe. The old woman is gone up to her apartment, and the misses are ordered off. There's the General, like my mother's gentleman usher, hunting the fair bevy together. and there will be a hue and a cry after you in a moment."
"Very well,"
answered Selina. "Mamma will not be angry when she knows I am only with Orlando." "And I," said Orlando, "shall take care of her back. Therefore you need not, Philip, be under any concern about her." "Well then," cried this tormentor, "as I am cursed tired, my dear knight, and have got a devilish headache, pray thee, when thou art gone, lend me thy apartment for half an hour's quiet. I have promised George Green and half a dozen more of them to meet them by and by in Patterson's room, and make out the night according to good old custom; and if I get a nap while the sober party, the cats and their kittens, are trundling off, I shall escape all the plaguy formality of 'Wish you a good night, dear ma'am. Hope you'll catch no cold. Shall be glad to hear you got home safe. Most agreeable evening indeed. Wish we may meet here this time 12-month,' and such mawkish cant. And I shall be as fresh as morning to meet the good fellows by and by. So come, Sir Rowley, lend me your bed for a little. I shall send in pretty Betty," added he, leering, "to make it for you before you come to bed." Orlando, fearing, from this strange proposal, his brother was aware how impossible it was for him to grant it, now looked more confused than ever, and said very peevishly, "You are so drunk now, Philip, that it will be much wiser and more decent for you to go home directly. At least I will have nothing to do with your stay. Come, Selina, let us go. Philip, I will follow you." "No, indeed you will not," replied he, setting himself down by the fire. "If you won't lend me your bed, you will at least let me have a chair." "I will leave nobody in my room," said Orlando warmly. "What, hasn't got any bank notes? Has thy old woman given thee a little hoard?" "Gad, she has. I've a good mind to rummage, that I may know what my brotherly help thou couldst give in a case of bad run." "This is insupportable," cried Orlando. "What shall I do with him?" whispered he to Selina. Poor Selina, unable to advise, was in as great consternation as the half-distracted Orlando, who walked about the room a moment, considering by what means he could disengage himself from this troublesome visitor; but, unable to think of any, he was beginning, in mere despair, to expostulate with him anew, when the approach of other persons was heard in the parlour, and Mr Somerive himself, apparently in great displeasure, entered the library. "Orlando," cried he, "Philip, Selina, what is all this? To what purpose are ye all here? Selina, your mother is much amazed at your absence." Orlando, then collecting his scattered thoughts, related that he had merely brought Selina thither for a few moments to show her his apartments, which she had never seen, and that, while they were sitting quietly together, Philip, "whose situation, sir, you see," said he, "came in, and I could not prevail upon him to leave us, or to suffer us to return all together to the company." Mr Somerive, now speaking with an air of authority and concern to his eldest son, received only an account of his request to Orlando, which, he insisted upon it, was a very reasonable one. "You are indeed," said his father, "fit only to go to bed, but it must not be in Mrs Rayland's house. You must come, sir, with me." Young Somerive then arose to obey; for his father, when he was present, and had resolution to be peremptory, still retained some power over him. He staggered, however, so much that he was unable to proceed. Mr. Somerive bade Orlando assist him, which he was willing enough to do; but as Philip leaned upon him, he whispered, "Sir Knight, if I can give the Reverend Senior the slip, I will still have my nap, and finish the evening with those joyous souls. D–––– me if I don't." This threat terrified Orlando more than ever. He knew how likely it was to be executed; and therefore, in the hope that he might be able presently to return and release Monimia, whose long absence from her room might be attended with the most alarming consequences, he hastily determined to lock the study door, and thus convince his brother that his scheme of returning thither, to which he saw he adhered, either with the stupid obstinacy of intoxication, or disguising under its appearance knowledge more destructive, was impracticable. He therefore, as soon as they were all out of the room, locked the door, and saying aloud he had done so, he proceeded before his father with a candle in his hand, to the apartment where Mrs Rayland, much fatigued with the excursions of the evening, was taking leave of her guests. Philip, who seemed by no means in a condition to appear before her, had been consigned in the way to the care of one of the men servants, who had seated him by the fire in a passage parlour, where he was in a few moments fast asleep. Mrs Somerive, to whom Selina's absence was easily accounted for, gently chid her for not saying whither she was going; and the long ceremonies of good night on all hands being at length over, Orlando handed to her coach the nymph whom he had, in her opinion, so ungallantly forsaken. He found her so much hurt at being made over to his brother, whom probably had not acquitted himself to her satisfaction, that he found it necessary to apologize; at which, however, he was extremely awkward, assuring her, with much hesitation, that he was not aware that she would soon quit the dancing room, and that he flattered himself with the expectation of being honoured with her hand in a dance, where he could acquit himself in a manner more worthy so excellent a partner. The lady received his excuses with coldness and disdain; but the doctor, who heard, seemed more willing to accept them in good part. "I never expected, sir," cried the consequential divine, "that, with your understanding, you could fail to appreciate the lady whose hand you held. It is not the fond partiality of the father, but common candour, which leads me to say that of equals she has few in merit, superiors none. I hope we shall meet here again, Mr Orlando, and that we shall see you with good Mr and Mrs Somerive and their fine family at Combe Park. Good Mrs Rayland, I heartily hope that most worthy lady, who bears her years surprisingly well, will be able, before the winter's vigorous advances lay an embargo on valetudinarians. I hope my excellent old friend will fix on some day to grace our poor abode, and sacrifice with us to the hospitable deities." Orlando bowed his assent to a speech which he began to fear would last all night. No effort of his, however, could have stopped the stream of the doctor's eloquence when once it began to flow; but fortunately Mrs Hollybourn found it cold, and said peevishly, "Dear doctor, you keep Ann in a through air. Pray consider, she has been dancing, and I tremble for the effects of such a current of air." "Blessings on your care!" thought Orlando, who was in the most extreme uneasiness all this time, lest Monimia, who he knew could not escape from his room, should be missed in her own. The parade, however, that was yet made before this family were seated in their carriage, took up several minutes more. and even when Orlando had at length the satisfaction to see them driven from the door, he was compelled to attend to the disposal of his father, his mother, his 4 sisters, and the General, who could not for some time settle how they should return, the General being solicitous to take 2 of the young ladies in his post-chaise, to which Mrs Somerive very prematurely objected, to the amazement of her husband, who, not having the least idea of her motives, cried, "Bless me, my dear, it will be better surely to put any 2 of the girls under the care of General Tracy, than to crowd him with me and Philip, who, if we can find him, is not, I fear, in a state to travel without incommoding his companions." "Well then," replied Mrs Somerive, frightened at having said more than she intended, "I will have the pleasure of going in the General's carriage, and Emma can sit between us without inconvenience." In this arrangement the General was obliged to acquiesce, and even to appear pleased with it, though it baffled the schemes he had been laying the whole evening. This second carriage then departed, and now Orlando, who could well have left his sisters in the care of his father, would have flown to his imprisoned Monimia. But a new difficulty arose. His brother, for whom search had been making, as well in the room where he had been left sleeping, as in every other part of the house that had been opened for company, was nowhere to be found. The Somerive family had all taken their leave of Mrs Rayland, and waited in a parlour near the hall. Mr Somerive now expressed great alarm at the ill success of those enquiries that had been made after his eldest son. "Perhaps, sir," said Orlando, "perhaps my brother, finding himself, when he awoke, unfit to appear, is gone home on foot." Orlando had indeed very different conjectures, and in the whole tenor of his behaviour that evening found reason to fear that he had but too positive information relative to Monimia, and was determined to detect her. This apprehension, and the dread of her being missed by her aunt, who would in all probability visit her room as soon as the company were dispersed, gave to Orlando's manner such wildness and confusion as increased the distress of his father. Orlando repeated, "I am persuaded, sir, Philip is gone home. I dare say you may yourself return quite easy." "Are you so easy yourself then?" answered Mr Somerive. "I think not, Orlando, from your countenance. Even admitting that my son had walked homeward, and will not commit any impropriety which shall expose him or injure him in the opinion of Mrs Rayland, is there nothing to fear for the safety of a man who has such a road to travel in such a state?" "Let me, sir, go then and seek for him on that road; and do you, I entreat you, return home and make yourself easy. A longer delay will not only alarm my mother, but occasion enquiries on the part of Mrs Rayland, who will probably hear of it by her servants; nor can it indeed answer any purpose, since every search that can be made has already been made within the house." "Have you the key of your own apartment?" "I have, sir," replied Orlando, trembling lest his father was about to ask for it. "I locked the door of the study when we all left it together." "He cannot therefore be there," said Mr Somerive, musing. "I cannot conjecture where he can be." "Pray, sir," cried Orlando, "pray be composed, and suffer me to go the park way homeward. I am persuaded my brother is safe." "He does not indeed," said Mr Somerive with a deep sigh. "He does not deserve the solicitude I feel for him, Orlando. On you I depend for finding and conducting him home." Orlando solemnly assured his father and his sisters that he would do so; and as their remaining longer at the Hall contributed nothing towards relieving their uneasiness, they at length determined to go. When they were gone, Orlando hoped that the alarms of the night were over, and that Mrs Lennard, as the tenants and all the servants were still dancing in the hall, would not have time to think of the unusual ceremony of locking Monimia's door at 10 o'clock. It was now, however, 12. With a palpitating heart then he went to find her. She was still locked in his bed chamber, where, half distracted by fears of every kind, she had had sufficient time to reflect on all the hazards she incurred by these clandestine meetings with Orlando, and sometimes determined, if she escaped detection this time, never to be prevailed upon to venture it again. Then the sad recollection that he would soon cease to ask it, and that, if she did not meet him thus, she must relinquish the pleasure of ever speaking to him at all, shook the resolution which fear and prudence united to produce; and she almost wished, dreadful as it would at the moment be, that a discovery might compel them to the expedient Orlando once named, that of their flying together, and trusting to Providence for the rest. End of Volume 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 10 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 11. Orlando found Monimia alarmed and dejected, but hardly giving himself time to reassure her and account for his long absence, he besought her to hasten to her room. "I hope," said he, "and believe, the house is quite uninhabited on this side still, for all the servants are in the hall. My brother is missing, and I have promised my father to find him and conduct him home. What a task! For I know not where to look for him. Not a moment must be lost, since my family are in such cruel alarms. However, I will wait here, my Monimia, till I think you are safe in your turret, and then I set out, I know not whither, on this search." Monimia hastened to do as he desired. "But is Betty," said she, "in the hall? I have reasons, which I have not now time to explain, for believing they are together." "I know not," answered Orlando, whose fears every moment increased. "I care not what happens, if you are but once in safety." Monimia then with light and timid steps passed through the adjoining parlour. She found all that end of the house deserted, and regained the long passage which led her from turret to the apartment of her aunt. All was quiet, and she flattered herself that Mrs Lennard, occupied by the attention necessary to be shown to the guests, had for once omitted the ceremony of locking the doors of that part of the house, and particularly hers, at the usual hour. In this hope she tripped along the passage, and had just reached the door of her own room, when Mrs Lennard, with a candle in her hand, appeared at the other end. There was no hope of escape. She stood trembling, unable to open the lock which she held in her hand, while her aunt, with a hasty step and an angry countenance, advanced towards her. "Hey day, madam!" cried Mrs Lennard. "Pray, what makes you here, so dressed too? I assure you, I thought I had ordered you not to leave your room. Pray thee, miss, where have you been, and how have you dared to disobey my orders?"
"Dear aunt,"
cried the affrighted Monimia, in a voice almost inarticulate through fear, "dear aunt, be not so very angry. Every year till now you were so good as to give me leave to go into the hall gallery to look at the dancers for a quarter of an hour. I dressed myself in hopes that some time in the evening I should see you here to ask leave. It grew very late, you did not come to my room, and so – "And so, hussy, you left it without, did you?" Monimia, unwilling to advance another direct falsehood, remained silent; and Mrs Lennard, fixing her fierce inquiring eyes upon her, said sternly, "Monimia, there is something in your conduct which I do not understand. I suspect that you are a very wicked girl. I have had hints given me more than once that you are imposing upon me and ruining yourself."
"How can I impose on you, madam?" said Monimia, who, believing the crisis of her fate was now approaching, tried to collect a little spirit. "How can I impose upon you? Do you not always confine me to my room? And have I any means of leaving it without your consent?"
"That is what I am determined to discover," cried Mrs Lennard. Monimia became paler than before. "You have a false key, or you have some other means of getting out. However, it is not at present a time to inquire into this. Go now, madam, to your room and to your bed. Having seen you here is enough to convince me that the intelligence I have had given me is not without grounds. Come, miss, as you may perhaps choose to set out again, if you have, as I suspect, the means of opening the door, I shall wait here till you are in bed, and take away the candle." Monimia, who dreaded nothing so much as that Orlando might ascend the secret stairs, in order to inquire if she were safe while her aunt was yet with her, hastened to undress herself; and as she feared that, if all were silent in her room, Orlando might speak without the door, which would inevitably discover them at once, she wished, for the first time in her life, that the copious stream of eloquence with which the pleasure of scolding always supplied Mrs Lennard might now continue in full force. She therefore contrived to say something which she imagined would produce this, and she succeeded. Provoked at Monimia's attempt to excuse or defend herself, and impatient at being kept from the party below, in which she considered herself, now that her lady and the guests were withdrawn, as the first figure, Mrs Lennard spared not her lungs, nor was she very nice in the choice of those epithets which most forcibly expressed her anger against her niece. In the midst of this harangue, Orlando, impatient to know whether Monimia was safe, and unable to set out in search of his brother till he had obtained this satisfaction, softly ascended the narrow stairs, and in a moment was convinced that all their escapes during this perilous evening had ended in a complete discovery of their intelligence; for to nothing less could he impute the fury in which Mrs Lennard appeared to be. Under this impression, his spirits and temper quite exhausted by the various perverse accidents that had within a few hours befallen him, irritated by frequent disappointment, and indignant at the insults to which he believed Monimia was at the moment exposed, he was on the point of bursting into the room, declaring his affection for her, and meeting at once the invectives of her aunt, the renunciation of all his hopes from Mrs Rayland, and the displeasure of his own family. He blamed himself for not having before taken a step which, whatever might be its future consequence, would at least be decisive, and save Monimia from those cruel alarms and distressing conflicts to which his love had so long made her liable. But at the moment that his hand was lifted to execute this rash purpose, the storm within seemed to abate. He heard Mrs Lennard say, "I assure you, that the very next time I see or hear the least grounds for believing you are carrying on such a correspondence, that day shall be the last of your stay under your roof." This gave Orlando hope that they might not be absolutely discovered; and at the same moment the idea of his father, made more unhappy, and deploring the fate that gave him two sons equally careless of their duty, of his beloved and affectionate mother weeping at the disobedience of her children, arose forcibly to check his precipitate resolution. He hesitated, he listened. Mrs Lennard spoke lower, but still in a tone of remonstrance and reproach. He determined to wait to speak to Monimia after her departure, but she seemed not likely to depart; and as he attentively listened to what he could not now very exactly distinguish, the terms in which she expressed her indignation, he heard several voices calling him in the park. This was a new alarm. To issue from the lower part of the turret at such an hour, when it was impossible he could have any business there, was not to be thought of; yet the door was not closed, and he believed it was improbable that the people who were, he apprehended, in search of his brother, might at length seek him there, as his intoxication, when he was missing, might lead them to imagine that he might have gone into some of the buildings and have fallen asleep. He descended therefore and waited at the door. The voices were now at a distance, and apparently being near the apartment of Mrs Rayland, the persons who had before called aloud were afraid of disturbing her. He seized this opportunity of escaping, and following the sound, which was still heard at intervals, he met at length the groom and the under footman, who told him that Mr Philip Somerive had returned about a quarter of an hour before into the room, where he was now so extremely riotous that he had got into a quarrel with one of the young farmers, that he had stripped to box, and that every interposition of theirs only served to enrage him more. They therefore besought Orlando to return into the hall, that he might appease and prevail upon his brother to go home; for that their lady, already alarmed by the noise, had sent down orders to have the house immediately shut up, and for the people to depart. 1,000 times during the course of this evening had poor Orlando execrated his own folly, that had thus brought his brother into a house, where, while he had been such an unceasing torment to him, he had probably effectually ruined himself. But there was now not a moment to give way to these repentant reflections. He hastened therefore into the room where his brother, awakened from the stupor of drunkenness into its most extravagant frenzy, had taken some offence at a young man of the company, and was now withheld only by the united strength of 3 stout farmers from fighting. Orlando for some time argued and implored in vain. The fury of Philip only changed its object, and was directed against him; but with his opponent, whose blunt English spirit was not, as he declared, at all disposed to yield tamely to the insults of any squire, no, not the biggest squire in the King's dominions. But the cool reasoning of Orlando had more effect. He soothed then this justly offended rustic, and promising that Philip should hereafter acknowledge the impropriety of his behaviour, he prevailed on him to depart with Pattenson and some other of the men into another room; and then his brother being almost exhausted, and relapsing again into stupidity, Orlando wished to conduct him home. This was however, on consideration, found to be impossible. for he was equally unable to ride or walk, even with the assistance which Orlando was very ready to lend him. In this dilemma nothing remained but to put him into his own bed, where, being at a great distance from Mrs Rayland, there was no probability of her knowing the state to which his intemperance had reduced him. This then he determined to do. Pattenson and a party of the men who were in habits of drinking had already withdrawn. The women were huddling away to their respective homes, and Orlando, with the help of the groom, carried off the almost senseless Philip to his own bedchamber, where he left him on his bed; and then, harassed and unhappy as he was, fatigued with all that had happened, and torn to pieces with anxiety about Monimia, he yet had another task to perform, which he felt, however painful, to be necessary, and this was, to walk to West Wolverton, that, by his account of Philip, he might quiet the fears of his father as to his personal safety. He arrived there quite worn out with uneasiness, and the pale countenance and dishevelled hair with which he entered the parlour seemed to confirm all the fears with which the unfortunate Somerive had been tormented on account of his eldest son. He found him walking backwards and forwards in the parlour, listening to every noise, and he had passed the whole interval in this manner, except that he had now and then gone upstairs to his wife, whom he had prevailed upon to go to bed, to persuade her to mitigate those fears under which he himself agonized. At this juncture the appearance of Orlando, whose looks seemed to speak only of some sad catastrophe, deprived his father for a moment of the power of asking what intelligence he brought; and when he could speak, it was only to say, "Orlando, your brother—" "He is safe, dear sir," answered Orlando. "Pray be not thus alarmed." "Relate then," cried Mr Somerive in an eager voice, "relate where he is, wretched boy." "Indeed, sir," said Orlando, extremely shocked at the look and manner of his father, "you consider this matter more seriously than it deserves, and are more alarmed than the occasion seems to require." He then related what had happened, softening however his brother's folly as much as he could, and assured his father that he would take care Philip should return in the morning, and that Mrs Rayland should be kept ignorant of the confusion his intemperance had occasioned. "You are a noble and excellent creature, Orlando," cried Somerive, with a sigh as if his heart would break; "but God knows what will become of your unhappy brother. This relapse into debauchery, so degrading, awakens all my fears which a little subsided on his unexpected return home. But it is not an hour, my dear boy, to detain you with the misery that I see awaits us all. Since you have given up your bed to Philip, I desire you will take one here, while I hasten to quiet the anxiety which has almost overcome your poor mother, who imagined nothing less than her son was drowned, or that some other horrid calamity had befallen him." Mr Somerive then departed; and Orlando, though somewhat comforted by having the power to relieve the sad solicitude of his parents, was infinitely too uneasy to feel any inclination to sleep, though he was so greatly fatigued. It was by this time daylight, and after some reflection he resolved to return back to the hall, and to await in the library the hour when he should be delivered from the unwelcome inmate whom he had been compelled to admit. Every other anxiety, however, that assailed him was unfelt when he thought of the situation in which he had left Monimia. The harsh tones in which the threats of Mrs Lennard were delivered still rung in his ears, and his fancy represented the lovely victim of her ill humour drowned in tears, yielding to despair, and perhaps recollecting with anguish and regret the moments she had given to his importunate love. It was broad day by the time he returned to the Hall, and the workmen and gardeners were dispersed about the house. He dared not, therefore, indulge himself with another visit to the turret; but having with some difficulty obtained admittance from the tired and sleepy servants, he wrapped himself in his great coat, and sat down in the study, where he easily discovered, by the loud snoring from the adjoining room, that Philip was sleeping away the effects of the powerful draughts of the preceding night. Orlando, half tempted to envy the state of forgetfulness into which he had fallen, occupied himself in reflecting on the strange and perverse accidents of the evening, in which he and Monimia had trembled so often on the brink of discovery, perhaps were discovered, just at the time when they had flattered themselves with the resolve, in that case, to go to his father, to declare his affection for Monimia, and to rescue her from tyranny of her aunt, whatever might ensue. On the other hand, if their acquaintance yet remained undoubtful, or only suspected, he saw that prudence and duty, his tenderness for Monimia, and his affection for his father, equally directed their present separation, and that, to whichever of these he listened, they agreed in pointing out his leaving Monimia now, to acquire some establishment which might give them at least a probability, without the breach of any duty, of being happily united hereafter. There was something humiliating to his ingenuous mind in all the arts and prevarications which their clandestine correspondence compelled him to use himself, and to teach the innocent Monimia. A thousand times he wished that he had been born the son of a day labourer, that his parents, entertaining for him no views of ambition, had left him to pursue his own inclinations. A thousand times he lamented that Monimia was not circumstanced like Miss Hollybourn, that he might openly have addressed her; and the image of the arrogant heiress arose with redoubled disgust to his mind, when he compared her situation with that of his desolate, orphaned Monimia. More than 3 hours passed away while these thoughts were fluctuating in his mind. At the end of that time he was aroused by the entrance of Betty, who pertly demanded if he did not choose any breakfast. He desired to have it brought, to which the girl replied, "Perhaps you had rather breakfast with the old woman?" "With whom do you mean?" inquired Orlando. "Mean!" answered she, "why, who should I mean but mistress and mother Lennard? There is no other old woman in the house as I knows on, nor there had not need. They've been inquiring after you." "After me?" "Yes," replied Betty; "and Madam, I suppose, will tie you on to her apron string soon, for she is never easy without you. Upon my word, Orlando, you look a little rakish though, I think, for such a sober young gentleman; and considering too that you did not demean yourself with dancing as you used to do with us servants after the gentlefolks were gone, I warrant, however, that you did not pass the time at prayers." "You give your tongue strange licence," said Orlando, who endeavoured to conceal his vexation, for he imagined that all alluded to Monimia. "However, do tell me if Mrs Rayland wishes me to breakfast with her." "I knows nothing about her wishes," replied the girl. "I only knows that Lennard have been asking every servant in the house about you, and cross-questioning one, so that I suppose she thought I had got you locked up in my cupboard, as they say she used for to have the menfolk in her younger days in the housekeeper's store room, the old woman, and the oven for that, set a thief to catch a thief." "I too desire," said Orlando, "that you would have done with all this, and tell me whether Mrs Lennard expects me at breakfast." "However," he added, pausing, "I will alter my dress and wait upon her at all events; but do be so good as to prepare in the meantime some breakfast for my brother." Betty then left, apparently with pleasure, to execute this last commission; and Orlando, after changing his clothes, went to Mrs Lennard's room, to inquire whether Mrs Rayland wished to speak to him, and at what time he might wait upon her. This, however, was not his only motive. He thought he should immediately discern by Mrs Lennard's reception of him whether his fears of a partial or an entire discovery were well founded. He fortunately found Mrs Lennard in the housekeeper's room, and, accosting her with his usual interesting address, he inquired how Mrs Rayland did after the fatigues of the evening, how she was herself, and whether he might at any time that morning make a personal inquiry after Mrs Rayland. The sage housekeeper received his civilities with great coldness, and answered, even with some asperity, that Mrs Rayland was much better than ever she could have expected after so much company. "As to your inquiry after her, sir," she added, "I don't know indeed how that may be. Perhaps," fixing on him her penetrating eyes, "there are other people in the house after whom you would rather ask?" Orlando, whose conscious blood rose into his cheeks at this speech, felt them glow, and the sensation increased his confusion. "No," replied he, hesitating, "no, certainly you cannot suppose that there is any body that I wish to inquire after more than Mrs Rayland; and I was much afraid that the fatigue would be too much for her." "There are other people," replied the lady, "who were fatigued also. I must beg the favour of you, Mr Orlando, not to interfere with my niece. I suppose it was by your desire or contrivance that she took the liberty of leaving her room last night, contrary to my positive orders." Orlando, a little recovered from his consternation, endeavoured to laugh this off, and was proving to Mrs Lennard that it was impossible for him to have occasioned this disobedience, when a summons came from her to attend Mrs Rayland; and "I was ordered, sir," said the footman, "to desire you would come up also, if you were about the house." Mrs Lennard now stalked away with great dignity, and Orlando followed her, more than ever alarmed for Monimia. End of Volume 2, Chapter 11. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.
Volume 2, Chapter 12 of the Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 12. Instead of the reproaches Orlando expected to hear, Mrs Rayland received him, if not with so much cordial kindness as usual, at least without any appearance of anger. After the usual compliments on his part, and some inquiries on hers, whether all those who were immediately her guests had gone as soon as they left her, Mrs Lennard withdrew, and Orlando was left alone with the old lady, and again trembled lest some remonstrances were to be made, for his mind was so entirely occupied by that subject, he forgot it was possible for the attention of others to be differently engaged. His apprehensions increased when Mrs Rayland, after a solemn silence, thus began: "I believe, Mr Orlando, I have given you abundant proof that I esteem you above the rest of my kinsman's family." Orlando bowed, and would have said
that he was sensible of and grateful for her kindness. He could make nothing of the sentence, but blushed and faltered while Mrs Rayland went on. "Your father has once or twice proposed sending you out into the world, and has consulted me upon the occasion. I suppose you are not unacquainted with the plan he has lately thought proper to propose of you." Orlando, relieved by hearing that her discourse did not tend whither he feared it would, and said that he knew General Tracy had offered his father to procure him a commission. "An offer, Madam," continued he, "of which I waited to hear your opinion before I myself ventured to form any wishes upon the subject." This was carrying his complacencies further than he had ever yet done; but, confused and apprehensive as he was, he said anything which might turn the discourse from what he most dreaded, without having his mind enough at liberty to inquire rigorously into the truth or propriety of what he uttered; and even the independent spirit he had always prided himself on supporting was lost amid his fears for Monimia. Mrs Rayland looked at him steadily for a moment. "You are ready then," she said, "to follow any line of life, Orlando, which your friends approve?" "I am, Madam, and always have been." "And you do not dislike the army?" "Very far from it, Madam." "I have been accustomed from my youth," reassumed the old lady after another pause, "to consider the profession of arms as one of those which is the least derogatory to the name of a gentleman." "It is honourable, Madam, to any name." "My grandfather," continued Mrs Rayland, "after whom you were by the permission of our family called – my grandfather, I say, Sir Orlando Rayland, appeared with distinguished honour in the service of his master in 1685, against the rebel Monmouth, though not of the religion of King James. My father, Sir Hildebrand, distinguished himself under Marlborough when he was a younger brother, and saw much service in Flanders. Of remoter ancestors, I could tell you of Raylands who bled in the civil wars. We were always Lancastrians, and lost very great property by our adherence to that unhappy family during the reigns of Edward IV and Richard III. My great-great-grandfather, who was also called Orlando." Mrs Rayland had soon totally forgotten the young hero who was before her, while she ran over the names and exploits of heroes past; and, lost in their loyalty and their prowess, she forgot that hardly any other record of them remained upon the earth than what her memory and their pictures in the gallery above afforded. Orlando, however, heard her not only with patience but with pleasure, in recurring thus to them when the question of his professional choice was before her. It appeared that she had somehow associated the idea of his future welfare with that of their past consequence; and beside the satisfaction this discovery afforded him, he began to hope that his fears of any discovery were quite groundless. Mrs Rayland, having at length completed the catalogue of the warriors of her family, and having no more to say, returned to the subject which had given rise to this discussion. "Therefore, young kinsman, I say that, if this worthy General Tracy will favour you with his countenance, if your father and your relations approve of it, and if you yourself are disposed for the profession of arms, I shall be glad not only to give you some assistance towards setting out, but to aid you from time to time in such means of promotion as the General may point out to me." Orlando, who now found the whole affair decided, felt one pang at the certainty which presented itself, that he must soon quit, his beloved Monimia. It was severe, but momentary; and with equal warmth and sincerity he thanked Mrs Rayland for her goodness, and assured her that he was ready to avail himself of her generous intentions in his favour. 'But are you sure, Mr Orlando,' added Mrs Rayland, interrupting his acknowledgments, 'are you quite sure that no unworthy connection, no improper attachment here, will make the departure for your regiment disagreeable to you?' The blood that had so often been the treacherous emissary of conscience before, now flew to the cheeks of Orlando. Indeed, his whole countenance changed so much, that Mrs Rayland, though not very clear sighted, perceived it. Her brow took that severe look which it almost always lost in the presence of her young favourite. 'I see,' cried she, observing Orlando still hesitant, 'I see that I have not been misinformed.' Everything seemed to depend on the presence of mind which he was at this moment able to exert. He recovered himself, and said, in a firm and calm tone, 'I know not, Madam, what information you have received; but this I know, and do most solemnly assure you, that I have no unworthy connection, no improper attachment; and,' added he, animated by reflecting that his love for the innocent, amiable Monimia was neither, 'and when you discover that I deceive you, I am content to relinquish your favour for ever.' 'Indeed you will lose it,' answered Mrs Rayland, a little relaxing of her severity; 'and that I may still have the pleasure of supposing you worthy my good companion, and that well disposed young man which I have always wished to find you, your leaving this place a while may not be amiss. I know how to make some allowance for the arts of wicked girls, but I shall take care that no such person disgraces my family for the future. In regard to you, cousin, I hope you are above any such unworthy thoughts. It must be my business to give proper directions for the rest, and for the due regulation of my family. You will prepare, cousin, for your commission, which the worthy General tells me he expects every day. He assures me it is worth upwards of 400. Your father is very happy in having met with a real friend.' Orlando, thunderstruck by a speech which he believed related to Monimia, stood like a statue. It was fortunate for him that Mrs Rayland, after the words 'wicked girls,' continued to speak; for, had she not done so, Orlando would infallibly have betrayed himself, by entering into a warm defence of Monimia. He would, indeed, have confessed, without reserve, their long attachment and frequent interviews; but the rest of her speech, and the entrance of Mrs Lennard, for whom she rang just as she concluded it, gave him time to recollect himself. Yet when Mrs Rayland in her usual way dismissed him, he doubted whether his honour and his love did not call upon him to come to an immediate explanation. The consideration and kindness which Mrs Rayland expressed for him, so unlike the usual prudish asperity of her disposition, were offensive and hateful to him, when he believed she acquitted him at the expense of Monimia. He hastened, however, to his own apartment, because it was necessary to see what was become of his brother. It was some alleviation to his confusion and distress to find Philip was gone, and he sat down, endeavouring to collect his thoughts and to determine on what was to be done. That Monimia was on his account to be dismissed from the house of Mrs Rayland, and the protection of her only relation, The circumstances of the preceding night, added to what he had just heard, left him but little reason to doubt. What then was to become of her, and how could he make her any reparation for the injury he had done her, but by instantly declaring the truth, and relinquishing all prospects of future prosperity from which she must be excluded? Desperate as he felt this step to be, he was in a state of mind that urged him to decide on anything that might bring their fate to a crisis; and believing himself finally determined, he started up from this short council with himself, and was going hastily to the apartment of Mrs Rayland, when at the door he was stopped by Betty, who, with her hat on, and a small bundle in her hand, dropped him a courtesy, and said with an arch smile, "I come to take my leave of you, squire, and to wish you well." "Whither are you going then, Betty?" said Orlando. "Lord, sir," cried the girl, "you're such another hard–headed gentleman! What, I warrant you don't know that madam have sent me down my wages, with orders to go out of her house directly, and all upon your account?" "Upon my account? Pattenson, it seems, have been telling more false lies to madam. He won't believe, ever since that night, that somebody was seen in your room. I don't know who, but not I; but that you and I be too great. Madam Lennard would never hear on to day, but now they found out, by laying their old noodles together, that I was out of the house last night, and they say 'twas along o' you. Knowing my own innocence, I bears it all, for I be clear of the charge, as you know very well. I wish every body could say as much, but I know what I know." Orlando now instantly comprehended that it was of Betty Mrs Rayland had spoken, and not of the innocent Monimia, whom his own rash impatience was again on the point of betraying. Sensible of his good fortune in having been thus prevented, he was still confused and agitated. "Whatever you know, Betty," said he, "of me, I am at least very sorry you have, by any mistake relative to me, lost your place and Mrs Lennard's favour." "As to her favoured," answered the girl pertly, "I values it no more than that, and she had better keep her tongue within her teeth about me, I can tell her that. And as for places, there's more in the world. One should have a fine time on't indeed, to pass all one's life in this here old dungeon, among rats and ghosts and old women. However, young squire, I advise you, as a friend, to take more care for the future. Some people are very sly, but for my part I scorn to betray 'em. But mayhap the next housemaid might be so willing as I to bear the blame for things she's as innocent of as the child unborn." "I cannot tell to what you allude," replied Orlando in a hurried voice; "but this I know, that if I have done you any injury, I am very sorry for it, and willing to make you any reparation in my power." He then took a guinea from his pocket. "Accept of this," cried he, "and be assured I shall on any future occasion be happy to serve you." The girl took the guinea, but without expressing any gratitude either for that or his apparent wishes to make her what amends he could for the loss of her place. She flippantly told him she hoped, for all madam's injustice and the malice of her enemies, she had friends who would not let her be beholden to nobody. She then left the house. Orlando, thus relieved from the most acute uneasiness he had ever suffered, returned to his own room. He most ardently wished to communicate to Monimia the joy he felt in finding that the suspicions excited by so many awkward circumstances had by some means or other fallen upon this servant, and apparently without doing her any injury, which would have considerably lessened his satisfaction. Far from regretting her dismission, she seemed pleased with having had an opportunity given her to be dismissed; and Orlando, who had long known her to be a very improper associate for Monimia, found many reasons to be glad of her departure. That she knew or very strongly suspected their meetings seemed very evident. She was much less dangerous any where than from within the house; and as to what she might say without, which might be prejudicial to the character of Monimia, he determined to prevent the ill effects of that where it might be most prejudicial, by confessing before he left the country the very extent of his fault to his father, who already suspected so much of the truth. However earnestly he wished to speak to Monimia, and however uneasy the idea of her suspense and dejection made him, he could find no opportunity of speaking to her during the morning, without hazard, which he had too recently suffered for, so immediately to incur again. Though Mrs Lennard had artfully made Betty the victim, there was still reason to believe she was not without suspicions; and to irritate or increase them now, would be to preclude himself from the last pleasure he was likely to taste during the rest of his short residence at the Hall, the pleasure of soothing his beloved Monimia, and, at the few interviews which they might yet obtain, reconciling her soft heart to the necessity of that separation that was so soon to happen. He was summoned to dinner with Mrs Rayland, who seemed pleased to find he was still at the Hall. Never did the old lady appear in such good humour with him, or so relaxed from the starch prudery of her usual character. She gave way to her love of telling anecdotes and stories of her own family; and, pleased with the attention Orlando gave to her narratives, she hinted to him, though still with great ambiguity, that it would be his own fault if he was not one day or other the representative of a family so illustrious. She then spoke of his elder brother with anger and contempt, which Orlando generously tried to soften; of his mother with her usual coldness and dislike; and of his sisters as good pretty behaved girls – 'that is, I mean the two youngest. As to Miss Belle, she's a London lady already. I protest it hurts me to see young women so bold; but she has been cried up for a beauty. 'Tis vanity ruins all girls. No good is ever to be expected from them when they once get conceited notions into their heads of being handsome.' Orlando undertook the defence of his sister with more zeal than prudence; but Mrs Rayland, though not to be convinced that Isabella was not a vain coquet, which indeed her unguarded gaiety gave the old lady very good reason to believe, was however in a humour to be pleased with all Orlando said. Her attachment to him had been long insensibly increasing; and though, like another Elizabeth, she could not bear openly to acknowledge her successor, she was as little proof as the royal ancient virgin against the attractions of an amiable and handsome young man, whom she loved to consider as the child of her bounty, and the creature of her smiles. Though determined to keep him dependent during her life, and even to send him out a soldier of fortune, she really meant to give him at her death the whole of her landed property; and the machinations of Pattenson, whose jealousy and avarice alike excited his hatred to Orlando, had hitherto had an effect so different from what he expected, that he found his politics entirely baffled, and that he was more likely to lose, by further attempts, his lady's regard than to shake that she entertained for the young favourite. A few years before, the very suspicion of an intrigue would have shut for ever the doors of Rayland Hall against the supposed delinquent; but now the attempts to impute such to Orlando had ended in nothing but the dismissing a servant, a circumstance proving at once, that though some credit was given to the accusation, no resentment towards him was entertained. Mrs Lennard, who had more sense and more art than Pattenson, and who had opportunities more closely to observe her lady, had long seen the progress of her affection for Orlando, and had long ceased to counteract it. She was not weak enough to imagine, as Pattenson did, that such great property as Mrs Rayland proposed would be divided among her servants; but she knew that she should herself possess a very considerable legacy, and she thought it better that Orlando should inherit the bulk of the fortune, than either his father, who had always considered the old servants about her as his enemies, or any public charity, to some of which Mrs Rayland had, in former fits of ill humour, expressed an intention to leave the Rayland estate. Mrs Rayland had, in common with many old people, a strange aversion to speaking of her will, or of what was to happen after her death; and, far advanced as she was in life, she talked of future years as if she believed herself immortal. Mrs Lennard had, however, once seen part of a will, with which, in respect to herself, she had great reason to be satisfied. She knew that Mrs Rayland had lately made another, to which she was not a witness; for such was the peculiarity of her lady in this respect, that she had sent for a lawyer and witness from London, that none of the neighbouring attorneys, or even her confidential servants, might know its contents. Mrs Lennard did not doubt but that Orlando was in this made the heir of almost all the landed property; but she had no reason, from Mrs Rayland's behaviour to her, to apprehend that this new will was at all prejudicial to herself. Still, however, it was not her interest to encourage the affection which many circumstances gave her reason to believe Orlando entertained for her niece. She knew that, if the rashness of youth and passion should urge them to marry, it would not only ruin Orlando, who would then be a beggar, but that she herself be accused of having promoted this fatal indiscretion, and lose her own advantages without obtaining any for her niece, whom she by no means wished to see independent of her, even if independence could thus have been obtained, and whom she treated with redoubled rigour, when she found reason to believe that Orlando felt for her that attachment which she had from her childhood foreseen and attempted to prevent. The more Orlando gained on the favour of Mrs Rayland, the more apprehensive Mrs Lennard became of his affections for Monimia. She had, however, persuaded herself, that with the precautions she took, their clandestine meetings, or carrying on any correspondence, was impracticable; and, satisfied that Monimia was confined to her room, her vigilance had now and then slumbered; but it awakened by the late reports that obtained in the house and about the country, reports which originated in the gossip of Orlando's nocturnal visitor, of his being missing at unusual hours, and from Betty's hints. When, therefore, Pattenson's jealousy was so far roused as to urge him to speak to his lady of a supposed intimacy between Orlando and this his faithless favourite, Mrs Lennard let it make its impression; and Betty's pertness, who had before agreed with Philip Somerive to take the first opportunity of going off to him, gave her a pretence immediately to discharge her. Mrs Rayland, content to part with her favourite Orlando, because she thought it was for his advantage to see something of the world in an honourable profession, and because she believed, if youth and idleness had concurred with the art of the girl with whom he was accused to lead him into any improper connection, this was the best way to break it, determined on his departure with satisfaction, since the General assured her there was at present no probability of his leaving England. Mrs Lennard, who thought herself fortunate in having all the suspicion fall on Betty, kept as a profound secret those she entertained herself relative to Monimia, whom she resolved narrowly to watch till Orlando was gone; and Pattenson, glad that the young minion was to go, as he termed it, for a soldier, reconciled himself by that reflection to the failure of his original plan, which had been totally to ruin him with Mrs Rayland. As to the loss of his fair one, he knew she would not remove far, and that resentment for his accusations would not make her long relentless, while he had presents and money to offer her. Such were at this conjuncture the politics of Rayland Hall. End of Volume 2, Chapter 12. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 2, Chapter 13 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 2, Chapter 13. The house of West Wolverton too had its politicians, but none of them were so content with their past operations or future prospects as the venerable group last described. Isabella, wild and coquettish as she was, could no longer affect to misunderstand the language with which General Tracy ventured to address her. For some time, however, she attempted to laugh it off, but at length resolved, by the counsel of Selina, to speak to her mother, and entreat that, if the General remained any longer their guest, she might not be so often left to hear professions so insulting, which the presence of her sister did not always restrain. Mrs Somerive, whose heart was half broken by the behaviour of Philip, and who saw with inexpressible anguish the ravage which the uneasiness arising from that source was hourly making on the constitution of her husband, had been fondly flattering herself, during the first weeks of the General's visit, that in him Mr Somerive had found a sincere friend, and their children a powerful protector. The solicitude he expressed for Orlando, and the consideration with which he treated Philip, made her sanguinely believe that he would provide for one, and possibly reclaim the other. The sums which the latter had won from him at play, Mrs Somerive, who knew nothing of their nightly gambling, supposed that the General had lent him, when her heart, overflowing with gratitude towards this general friend, was suddenly struck with the intelligence Isabel gave her. She at first fancied the vanity of Isabella might have given meaning to his expressions, which they were never meant to convey; but upon questioning her and Selina repeatedly, and from the observations she made the 2 following days, she was convinced that their representations of his behaviour were just. This cruel certainty she determined however to conceal from her husband, and to guard by her own prudent watchfulness against the artifices of the General, without bringing on a rupture between him and Somerive that might be attended with consequences she sickened to think of. The General, however, who paid her the most assiduous court, was soon sensible of a change in her manners, for she was incapable of the dissimulation which people of the world so successfully practise. From hence, and from the behaviour of Isabella, the General found that a longer stay would betray his insidious designs without contributing at all to their success, and he prepared to go. Yet he could not bear to relinquish for ever his hopes of gaining Isabella, with whom he was more in love than ever. He lingered therefore, notwithstanding all the discouragement he received; and Somerive, who believed him the best and most sincere friend that ever man had, communicated to him all his affairs and all his anxiety, by which the General perceived plainly he was in such a state of mind as must hasten him to the grave; and he had learned that, impressed with ideas of his (the General's) friendship for all his family, he had made him executor, and trusted the welfare of his wife and daughters entirely to him and to Orlando. Though Tracy therefore could neither give up his pursuit nor succeed in it at present, he believed that the death of the father, the indigence to which the whole family would be reduced, and the absence of Orlando, would together make easy the project of obtaining Isabella for a mistress, and that patience and dissimulation alone were necessary to keep up his influence in the family, till they should be wholly in his power. He determined, therefore, to check himself, to make no more professions with which Isabella could be offended, but to express his contrition that he had said what she construed into want of respect, to hint remotely at honourable intentions, and thus, without engaging himself, or, as the fashionable phrase is, committing himself, to retain his influence over the whole family, as well as over the father, and to be assured that, whenever he chose to return, he should be received with pleasure. As to any suspicion that Isabella might think him of an age so disproportionate as to hear even his honourable offers with disdain and ridicule, it never occurred to the General; and he was pretty well assured, from the pecuniary circumstances of the family, that every other member of it would receive the remotest hint of an intended alliance with transport. The behaviour of Mrs Somerive on the evening of the tenants' ball convinced him that Isabella had not merely threatened when she protested she would speak to her mother of his behaviour; and he found that though Mr Somerive, whenever he talked of going, pressed his stay, it was time to depart. The messenger, who was sent to the post town on the following evening for letters, brought to General Tracy a large packet, arrived that day by the stage. On opening it, it was found to contain the commission of an ensign for Orlando Somerive, executed in due form from the War Office. This he hastened to offer with a florid speech to Mrs Somerive, who had hardly recovered from the emotions which the sight of it, and his peculiar and studied manner of presenting it, occasioned, when Orlando, anxious to know at what time his brother had gone, and how his mother and sisters were after the fatigue and uneasiness of the night before, arrived. On his first entrance, he inquired eagerly after his brother. "Your brother!" cried Mr Somerive. "He is not at home, Orlando, nor have we seen him since last night. Believing he was with you, and indeed supposing it possible that he was not well enough to leave your apartment, I made myself tolerably easy about him. But when did he leave you, and where is he now?" Orlando replied that he had left his bed about 11 o'clock; and then, to quiet the uneasiness which he saw this unexpected absence gave to them all, he added, "But he is gone, I dare say, to Mr Stockton's, where he has talked some time of intending to pass a day or two, and probably will not return home till to morrow or next day." "Gone to Mr Stockton's!" exclaimed Mrs Somerive. "What, without linen or change of clothes, though there is a house full of company?" Mr Somerive, who saw how much his wife was alarmed and affected, endeavoured to speak lightly of the absence of her son. "You know, my love," said he, "that Philip does not pique himself on being a beau, and that the party at Mr Stockton's are only men. He can probably borrow any linen he wants of his friends; and as he means to be at home so soon, and has no servant with him, perhaps preferred doing so to the trouble of sending home for his own." Mrs Somerive sighed, and cast a desponding look on her husband, who added, "But come, my dear Bella, you and I have something to say to Orlando. We will go all together into my study for a few moments, and the girls will have tea ready against our return." So saying, he took his wife's hand, and Orlando following them, they left the room. Mrs Somerive was no sooner released from the restraint which the presence of the General imposed than she threw herself into a chair, and fell into an agony of tears. Her husband gently chid her for emotion, which he endeavoured to persuade her was much beyond the occasion; and having succeeded in rendering her somewhat more calm, he told Orlando that his commission was arrived, and inquired whether any conversation had passed between him and Mrs Rayland in consequence of what had been held between her and General Tracy the preceding evening. Orlando related it all as nearly as he could recollect it, save only that sentence which related to some fancied attachment; and Mr Somerive received with great pleasure what appeared to him equal to a confirmation of the utmost sanguine hopes he had ever entertained on his son's behalf. Mrs Somerive, however, was less elated. She could not comprehend how Mrs Rayland, if she had so much affection for Orlando, could not only bear to part with him, but promote his departure; or how, if she meant to make him her heir, she could determine to send him out in the world a soldier of fortune. The representations of her husband, however, and the content which Orlando expressed, reconciled her by degrees to what she could not now recall. She gave him, but not without many tears, the commission with which General Tracy had just presented her; but as she tried to give him her blessing with it, she relapsed into convulsive sorrow. Mr Somerive found it would only distress her to return to the parlour. He therefore bade Orlando lead his mother to her own room, while he, returning to where his daughters were sitting with General Tracy, bade them go to her, and send their brother down to the parlour. Orlando, on his entrance, addressed himself to Tracy, whom he thanked in the most grateful terms. The General answered his compliment with politeness, and the three gentlemen then began to discourse of the departure of Orlando for that party of his regiment that were in England, which Tracy told him could not properly be deferred longer than till the following week. He advised therefore that Orlando should set out for London on the following Monday, "when," said he, "as I shall go thither myself, I can have the pleasure of giving you a place in my post chaise." Mr Somerive, while he expressed regret that the General was to leave him so soon, though his stay had been prolonged to almost 6 weeks, yet embraced this offer with avidity. He foresaw that in the equipment of Orlando, of which Mrs Rayland was, he understood, to defray the expense, the directions of such a friend could not fail of being extremely useful, and that his instructions might in 1,000 more material instances be of advantage to him. It was therefore settled among them, that on the evening of the following Sunday Orlando should take leave of his ancient benefactress, and repair to his father's house, to be ready to attend General Tracy to town the next morning. Orlando was now impatient to return to the Hall. He hoped to have a few moments' conversation with Monimia that evening. Alas!
Only one more was to intervene before his departure, and the painful task of reconciling her to his going so soon, and of taking a long, long leave, seemed to require an age. His restlessness became so evident that his father noticed it. "You will stay here to night, Orlando?" said he. "No, sir," answered his son, "I wish, with your leave, to return to the Hall. Mrs Rayland often asks for me at breakfast, and you will allow that just at this period I shall not seem in the slightest degree to neglect her." "You are right in returning," said Mr Somerive, fixing his eyes steadily on those of his son, "if that is your only motive." Orlando, not able to bear the penetrating looks of his father, turned away, and said hastily, "Besides, sir, I wish to enquire after my brother; for, however I affected before my mother to believe he was at Stockton's, I assure you I do not know he is there, nor have I any guess about him but what makes me uneasy." "Go then," replied his father with a deep sigh; "but remember, Orlando, that from you I expect sincerity." "And you shall not be disappointed, sir," answered Orlando warmly. "Before I take my leave of you, and ask your last blessing, my heart shall be laid open to you, which I would rather pierce with my own hand than suffer it to harbour ingratitude or dissimulation towards so good a father." Tears were in the eyes of the father and the son. "Orlando," said Somerive in a faltering voice, "go to your mother before you leave the house, and give her all the comfort you can. The absence of your brother overwhelms her with fear and distress. And before we see you to morrow, my son, for I suppose we shall see you." "Certainly, sir, at any time you name." "Make that convenient to yourself, Orlando; only, before we do see you, endeavour to find your brother, and persuade him to return, or at least bring us some news of him." Orlando promised he would, and then went to his mother, who had by this time reasoned herself into a more calm state of mind. Having taken leave of her and his sisters for the night, he set out on foot to return to the Hall. The night was overcast and gloomy. Chill and hollow the wind whistled among the leafless trees, or groaned amid the thick firs in the dark and silent wood. The waterfalls murmured hollow in the blast, and only the owl's cry broke those dull and melancholy sounds which seemed to say, "Orlando, you will revisit these scenes no more." He endeavoured to reason himself out of these comfortless presages. He tried to figure to himself the happier days that never seemed so likely as now to be his, and at no very remote period. Though Mrs Rayland was, from peculiarity of temper, averse to naming her successor, she was not at all likely to hold out hopes she never meant to realize, and certainly she never gave any so strong as what her conversation of that morning had offered. He endeavoured therefore to persuade himself that the time was not very far distant when, if he was not actually the possessor of Rayland Hall, he should at least have such a competency as should enable him to settle in this his native country with his beloved Monimia. He tried to animate his drooping spirits with the idea that, in the profession into which he was now entering, he might find the means of accelerating this happy period. But then, when the frightful interval that must intervene occurred to him, with all the possibilities that might happen in it, and the destitute state of Monimia, the ill health of his father, which, though he did not complain, was visible to everybody, the unhappy misconduct of his brother, threatening the ruin and dispersion of his family, and the possibility that Mrs Rayland might disappoint the expectations she had raised, all combined to sink and depress him, and again to lend to the well-known paths he was traversing horrors not their own, while every object repeated, "Orlando will revisit these scenes no more." By the time he reached that part of the park from whence the house was visible at a distance, it was quite dark; and had he not almost instinctively known his way, he could not have discerned it, for no light glimmered from the Gothic windows of the hall, not even in that part of the house inhabited by the servants; and Orlando imagined that most of them, fatigued the night before, were gone earlier than usual to bed. He fixed his eyes earnestly on Monimia's turret. All was dark, and he doubted whether her aunt had not removed her, in consequence of the suspicions that originated in the circumstances of the preceding evening. This apprehension made his spirits sink still more heavily; and when he was within 100 yards of the house, he stopped, and gazed mournfully on the place, which perhaps no longer contained the object of his affection. There is hardly a sensation more painful than the black that strikes on the heart, when, instead of the light we expect streaming from some beloved spot where our affections are fondly fixed, all is silent and dark. Ah, how often in life we feel this yet stronger, when the friend on whom we rely becomes suddenly cold and repulsive. Orlando, who was always passionately fond of poetry, recollected the simply descriptive stanza in the ballad of Hardyknute: "There's nae licht in my lady's bower, There's nae licht in the hall, Nae blink shiners round my fairly fair." And like the dismayed hero of the song, "Black fear he felt, but what to fear? He was not sick with dread." Quiet as everything appeared round the house, he knew it was earlier than the hour when Mrs Lennard usually locked the door of the Monimia's apartment for the night. It was possible that she might have detained her niece in her own room longer than was her general custom. In hopes that he might see the light at length glimmer through the casement, which would assure him Monimia was there, he determined to watch for it a little longer, where he might not be himself observed. It was indeed so very dark, that he was sure it was impossible for any one to discern him from the house, or at least to distinguish his figure from that of the deer who were feeding round him. He sat down therefore on the turf, but the dreary moments passed, and still no light appeared, though Orlando was sure that if a light was in the room he must see it, because of the want of shutters towards the upper part of this long window. A thousand conjectures disturbed him, and grew, as time wore away, more and more painful. Perhaps Monimia was indisposed, and had gone early to bed. Perhaps the alarms she had suffered the preceding evening, and the uneasiness at his not having seen her, might have overcome her tender spirits, and, together with the harmless reproaches of her aunt, have rendered her really ill. His warm and rapid imagination now represented her sinking under anguish of mind which she dared not communicate, and tenderly reproaching him for being the cause of all her sufferings. It was he who had disturbed the innocent serenity of her bosom, and persuaded her to grant him interviews, with which she continually reproached herself; or, if this was not the case, if her lovely frame was not overwhelmed by sickness arising from sorrow, perhaps she was more strictly confined in some part of the house where it would be impossible for him to see her, from whence it would be equally impossible for her to escape to him, to indulge him in the last sad pleasure of parting interview. This last conjecture appeared highly probable, from what Mrs Lennard had said to him in the morning, and he found it too intolerable, even while it was but conjecture, to be supported with patience. The great clock now struck 11. Every vibration seemed to fall on his heart. He traversed yet a little longer the turf immediately under the windows of the turret, and at length saw a light from the servants' hall, whither he went, hoping, yet fearing, to gain some intelligence which he dreaded to ask. He entered, however, but found only Pattenson there, who was putting out the fire. It was in vain Orlando addressed him with great civility. The sulky old butler, who imputed him to the alacrity with which his favourite nymph had left the house, looked at him with a countenance cloudy and indignant, and deigned not even to give him the candle he asked for. 'There are candles if you want them,' was all he could obtain from him. He inquired if Mrs Rayland was gone to her room, if he could speak to Mrs Lennard; to which Pattenson, turning suddenly away, replied, 'The woman's side of the house has been shut up these 2 hours. You'll hardly get any admittance to make your flummering speeches to any on 'em to night.' Orlando, already irritated by vexation, was so much provoked at this insolence, that he was tempted to knock down the consequential Mr Pattenson; but he fortunately recollected that he was an old man and a servant, and that it was unworthy of him to strike such a person, whatever might be the provocation. He could not, however, help expressing his anger for the insult in terms stronger than he usually allowed himself, and then, half frantic, went to his own room, merely because he knew not what to do to obtain some intelligence of Monimia. After a moment's consideration, he went through the chapel, and to the lower room of the turret. If Mrs Lennard had discovered the door of the communication, he thought he should perceive it by some means or other, but all below was as he left it. He then mounted the stairs, and listened at the door behind Monimia's bed, but all was profoundly silent. He ventured to tap softly at the door, their usual signal, which Monimia never failed, when she was alone, to answer instantly; but now no answer was returned. He spoke, but no soft voice in tremulous whispers replied. Again he rapped, and spoke louder, but still all was dead silence around him. Yet he waited a moment or two, lost in distracting conjectures. Monimia was certainly not in her room. What then was become of her, or whither was she gone? He felt as if he should never see her more, though it was impossible to suppose she was removed from the house. At length he returned to his own apartment again, more wretched than he left it; and not seeing any probability of discovering that night what could thus have robbed him of the sight of Monimia, he went to his bed, but not to sleep, though he had suffered so many hours of mental and bodily fatigue. He watched the earliest dawn of light, and as soon as he could discern the objects about the park, he dressed himself and went out, walking slowly round the house, and looking up at all the windows, in hopes that if Monimia was as restless as he was, she might appear at that of the room she was confined in the expectation of seeing him. But he made his melancholy tour repeatedly in vain. He then returned to his own room, furnished himself with materials for shooting, and went into the kitchen under the pretence of drying some powder, that while he watched it carefully himself, he might have some excuse for staying to talk a little with the cook. This woman, whose admiration of Orlando's beauty had made her much his friend, was willing enough to gossip with him, and talked much of Betty's being so suddenly discharged, declaimed against her, and hinted
that it was a pity such a young squire should undervalue himself so as to take a liking to such a tawdry trollop. Orlando, who cared very little what was thought of him in regard to Betty, rather humoured than denied the oblique charge, but endeavoured to lead the conversation towards Mrs Lennard, whom she called a covetous cross old frump; 'and as for that,' added the woman, 'she uses that sweet child, her niece, as they call her, no better than a dog.' 'Why, how does she use her?' cried Orlando, faltering and in a hurried voice. 'What, has she lately done any thing?' 'Not as I knows on; but I knows she is always rating her, so as the poor young thing have no peace of her life; and if she offer for to come to speak to any of us servants, there's a rare to do. Fine airs truly for Mother Lennard to give herself, as if her niece was a bit better than we be. If she's so proud that she wouldn't let the girls speak to no sarvants, I think she mid as well not take her work like one, which I'm sure she does, and shuts her up like a felon in a jail.' 'Where,' said Orlando, 'does she shut her up?' 'Why, in her own room, don't she? From morning to night, and from one year's end to another, she's locked up in that there place, that's just for all the world like a belfry.' 'And is she there now?' cried Orlando eagerly. 'Yes,' replied the cook, 'I suppose so. I think, 'squire, instead of running after such a drab as Bet, you'd better help Miss out of her cage.' This was said merely at random, but Orlando's confusion was evident. He found that whatever removal Mrs Lennard had projected and executed for her niece, she had not communicated her intentions or the motives of them to this servant, and probably not to any of the others. His distracting suspense was now almost insupportable. He had promised his father to inquire after Philip, but he was under the necessity of seeing Mrs Rayland, and must pass some part of the day with his family. Thus circumstanced, it was impossible, unless he gained some intelligence of Monimia, that he could acquaint her with the decision made in the course of the preceding day in regard to his departure for London – impossible to contrive a meeting, on which his hopes had so long dwelt, when he might reconcile her to his going, and offer her those vows of everlasting attachment which he meant most religiously to keep. It now occurred to him that he would take his gun, and fire it on that side of the house that was next to Mrs Lennard's apartment, in hopes that Monimia might come to the window for the chance of seeing if it was he who fired. Returning therefore hastily from the kitchen, without seeming to attend to the raillery of the servant with whom he had been talking, he said there was a hawk about the park, which he had seen early that morning strike a young hare, and that he would endeavour to shoot it. He went then almost under the windows of Mrs Lennard's room, and fired repeatedly, without obtaining what he had wished for. At length he saw through the casement the figure of Monimia. He clasped his hands together, as if to entreat her stay, and to express the anguish he laboured under. She looked fearfully behind her, as if dreading her aunt, and then beckoned to him to approach. He flew under the window. She opened the casement, and said, while fear made her voice almost inarticulate, 'My aunt suspects us, and has removed me into her closet. Come after it is dark under the window, and I will tell you further.' 'Gracious Heaven!' exclaimed Orlando, 'I go from hence on Monday, and we shall meet then no more.' 'I dare not stay,' cried the trembling Monimia. 'Pray come as soon as it is dark.' 'To what purpose?' exclaimed Orlando. 'If I am only to see you thus, by Heaven,
I shall lose my senses.' 'Oh, if you knew,' said Monimia, 'what I have suffered, you would not terrify me now. For mercy's sake go.' She then shut the window, and Orlando, not caring and hardly knowing what he did, went again around the house, half tempted to turn the mouth of his gun against himself. The wildness and the distraction of his countenance struck one of the under keepers, who, believing he was really in pursuit of some bird of prey, came to offer his assistance. The impatience, however, of Orlando's answers, so unlike his general obliging manners, convinced the fellow that the report he had heard in the family was true, and that Orlando was in despair because handsome Betty, as she was called among the servants, had left the family on his account. The young man loved Orlando, as did indeed every creature who approached him, and he now endeavoured to console him. 'I would not take this to heart so much.' 'What?' cried Orlando peevishly. 'Take what to heart?' 'Why, about this young woman,' answered the keeper. 'To be sure you be parted, but perhaps all's for the best, who knows?' Orlando, whose head and heart were full of Monimia, imagined that it was of her the man spoke, and turning hastily to him, he said in an eager yet angry way, 'What is it you mean, Jacob, and what is for the best?' 'Nay, sir,' answered Jacob, 'I only say that worse might have come of it; for to my knowledge there have been a deal said, and the talk of the country sure enough it have been. There was t'other night at the Three Horse Shoes, there was 3 or 4 of us of the Hall, and John Dutton and Richard Williams at mill, and Stokes and Smith and some more, and so they was speaking of this here young body, and Stokes, who is a free spokesman, he said, says he—' 'What scoundrel!' exclaimed Orlando, enraged and thrown wholly off his guard, 'what infamous lying scoundrel shall dare to traduce her? I will tear the soul out of any rascal who shall breathe even a suspicion against Monimia.' 'Monimia, sir!' cried the man, who was thunderstruck by the violence of Orlando. 'Lord, I was speaking of Betty. She as went away this morning because of your keeping company with her. I'm sure, sir, I never thought no harm of Miss Monimia, nor scarce ever see her twice in my life.' Orlando now repented him of his rashness. 'Well, well,' said he, 'I believe you, Jacob. I'm sure you would not say or think any harm of an innocent young lady, especially, Jacob, if you thought it would displease me, and do me a great deal of harm.' Jacob now most earnestly protested not only his unwillingness to offend, but his desire to oblige his honour. Orlando, whose spirits were yet in such tumult that he could not arrange the ideas that crowded on his mind, how bade Jacob to follow him to his study, unwilling as he had always been to put Monimia into the power of servants. He knew that something decisive must be hazarded, or that he must resign all hopes of seeing her before he went. He was the less scrupulous, as he was so soon to go, and he hoped he could make it this young man's interest to be faithful to him. It occurred to him that even when he was gone, some person must be in his confidence, who would receive and deliver to Monimia the letters which he knew he dared not direct to her at the Hall. This mistake, therefore, which had for a moment vexed and confused him, he now thought a fortunate circumstance, and, without further reflection, disclosed to this young man his long affection for Monimia, the difficulties he was in at the present moment about seeing her, and his wish to find some means of corresponding with her hereafter. Jacob entered into his situation with an appearance of intelligence and interest with which Orlando was well satisfied. They agreed upon a plan for the evening, by which Orlando hoped to procure an interview with Monimia, instead of merely seeing her at the window; and, elated with this hope, he forgot the hazard and impropriety of the means he had used to obtain it. Having, however, talked over and settled everything with his new confidant, he went to pay his compliments to Mrs Rayland, to whom he reported the arrival of his commission, and whom he found in the same disposition as when he last saw her. Then, having obtained her leave to dine at his father's, he set out in pursuit of his brother, in hopes of carrying some intelligence to his family that might dissipate their uneasiness, of which his own did not render him unmindful. He rode therefore to Mr Stockton's, where he learned from the servants that Mr Philip Somerive had been there about 1 o'clock; that he had borrowed linen of their master, with whom he stayed till after a late dinner, and then had set out in post chaise, as he said, for London. This was information but little likely to quiet the uneasiness of his father and his family. With a heavy heart, therefore, Orlando proceeded to give it. Mr Somerive received it with a deep sigh, but without any comment; his wife with tears; while the General, from whom they concealed nothing, endeavoured to console them by speaking light of it. 'I am persuaded,' said he, 'my good friends, that your extreme solicitude and anxiety for your children often carry you beyond the line that dispassionate reason would mark for your conduct towards them.' Then, addressing himself in his insinuating way to Mrs Somerive, he added, 'For example now, my dear good friend, you no sooner hear that it is right for you to part with your younger son for the army, than you imagine that he will be killed. No sooner is your elder son missing upon one of those little excursions which a young man of high spirits, without any present employment, very naturally indulges himself in, than you figure to yourself I know not what evil consequence. Believe me, Orlando will not sleep in the bed of honour, nor our more eccentric Philip be devoured by the Philistines. Make yourself easy, therefore, I beg of you. Your son is gone to London for 4 or 5 days perhaps. What then? Here is your other son going with me, and we will make it our business to see Philip, if you will but make yourself easy; and I dare say you will have him with you again before you eat your Christmas dinner safe and sound.' Mr Somerive, who saw from sad experience the departure of Philip in a very different light, would not however dwell longer on a subject so affecting and so useless. It was of no avail to discuss now the reasons he had to dread the conduct of his eldest son in this unexpected absence, nor did he wonder, for he had often seen it in others, at the composure with which General Tracy argued against the indulgence of uneasiness, which he himself could never feel; and he repeated to himself, as he longed to say to this friend, that it is easy to recommend patience with an untouched or insensible heart, patience in evils that either can never reach the preacher, or which he is incapable of feeling. Some lines of Shakespeare, applicable to the General's remonstrance, and the uneasy state of his thoughts, occurred to him as he walked into the garden, to conceal those thoughts from his wife. 'No, no, 'tis all men's office to speak patience to those that wring under a load of sorrow; but no man's virtue or sufficiency to be so moral when he shall endure the like himself. Therefore give me no comfort.' End of Volume 2, Chapter 13. End of Volume 2.
Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 1 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 1. War is a game which, were their subjects wise, kings should not play at. Nations would do well to extort their truncheons from the puny hands of heroes, whose infirm and baby minds are gratified with mischief, and who spoil, because men suffer it, their toy, the world. Cowper. Chapter 1. Orlando could not, though he attempted it, conceal the anguish of his heart during the day, for though he had arranged with this new confidant the means of seeing Monimia, it was far from certain these plans would succeed, or could he be content with the means which he had used, however desirable the end. Monimia, who, while she yielded to his earnest entreaties, had always felt, from the natural rectitude of her understanding, the impropriety of their clandestine correspondence, would, he feared, be more than ever sensible of her indiscretion, when she found that a servant was entrusted with it; and on thinking over what had passed between him and the under-keeper, he found more reason to entertain a good opinion of his acuteness than of his integrity, when to these reflections were added the sincerity of his immediate departure, and the uncertainty of his return, the mournful looks of his mother, who could not behold him without tears, the deep but more silent sorrow marked on the countenance of his father, and the pensive expression of regret on those of his sisters, he could with difficulty go through the forms of a melancholy dinner, at which the General in vain attempted to call off the attention of his hosts to topics of common conversation, and to divert them from private misery by those public topics which then interested none of them. The expulsion of the Americans from the province of Canada, which had happened the preceding August, and the victory gained by the British fleet near Crown Point against a small number of their gondolas and galleys, in the course of the following October, successes of which exaggerated official accounts were just received, were matters whereon the General triumphantly descanted, and on which he obtained more attention from his audience, because he asserted very positively that in consequence of these amazing advantages the whole continent of America would submit, and the troops of course return as soon as they had chastised the insolent colonists sufficiently for their rebellion. Orlando then, he assured his family, was not at all likely to join his regiment, which would almost immediately be ordered home, but would be the safe soldier of peace, and perhaps return to them in a few weeks, no otherwise altered than by his military air and a cockade. The only smile that was seen the whole day on the faces of any of the family was visible on that of Mrs Somerive on the General's description of an American flight, though none had a more tender heart or a more liberal mind; but having heard only one side of the question, and having no time or inclination to investigate political matters, she now believed that the Americans were a set of rebellious exiles, who refused on false pretences the tribute to Caesar, which she had been taught by scriptural authority ought to be paid. Thus considering them, she rejoiced in their new defeat, and was insensible of their misery; though had not the new profession of Orlando called forth her fears for him, she would probably never have thought upon the subject at all – a subject with which, at that time, men not in Parliament and their families supposed they had nothing to do. They saw not the impossibility of enforcing in another country the very imposts to which, unrepresented, they would not themselves have submitted. Elate with national pride, they had learned by the success of the preceding war to look with contempt on the inhabitants of every other part of the globe, and even on the colonists, men of their own country, little imagining that from their spirited resistance the child would rue that was unborn the taxing of that day. At length the hour arrived when Orlando obtained permission to return to the Hall. He told his father that as he meant to take leave of Mrs Rayland that night, in order to pass the greater part of Sunday with his family, it was necessary for him to pay her this last compliment. Mr Somerive acceded to the necessity he urged, but at parting from him fixed his eyes on those of his son, with a look which expressed solicitude, sorrow, and pity. It questioned his sincerity, and yet seemed not to reproach him. Orlando could not bear it. He hurried away, and rode as speedily as he could to the Hall, where he sent up for leave to wait on Mrs Rayland to tea, and then went in search of Jacob, who easily found a pretence for attending him in his study. Orlando, with a palpitating heart, questioned him. 'Have you,' cried he, 'discovered any means by which I can obtain access to Monimia, or get her down stairs, without the knowledge of Mrs Lennard?' 'Faith, Sir,' answered the man, ''tis no easy task, as your honour has set me, I can tell you. However, I've contrived to speak to Miss—' 'Have you?' cried Orlando eagerly. 'There's an excellent fellow! And what does she say?' 'Ay, Sir,' replied Jacob, 'that's the thing. She was in a sad twitter when she knowed you had told me, and said it was impossible to do what you desired; for the room where she sleeps is a closet within Madam Lennard's, hardly big enough to hold a bed, by reason that her room doors are locked, and for the window it is barred up with a long iron bar, so that if Miss had courage to get down a ladder, she could not get out, or if she did, she could never get back again. Her aunt, she says, finds her being there vastly inconvenient, and as soon as you are gone, reckons to send her back to her own room.' 'I shall be driven out of my senses,' exclaimed Orlando, as he traversed the room. 'If I cannot see her before I go, I shall be distracted. How did you obtain admittance to her? Cannot I speak to her by the same means?' 'Why, hardly; for you must know that I was forced to get one of the maids to help me. The new housemaid that Madam have hired this morning upon trial is an old acquaintance of mine. I gave her an item of the matter, and so she contrived to take me up to mend the window shutter, which she had broke on purpose, and bid me I should take a hammer and nails, and make a clatter if Madam Lennard came. I took care to make my job long enough; and when the old housekeeper asked me what I was doing, and had an excuse, you know, Pat, and it passed off very well; and not only so, but she said to me, says she, "When you have done that, Jacob, I wish you would just look at the wainscot under the window, and under them there drawers of mine, for it's as rotten as touchwood, and the rats are for ever coming in," says she; and says she, "I never saw the like of this old house; it will tumble about our ears, I reckon, one day or 'nother."
and yet my lady is always repairing it,' says she. 'But the wainscoting of this here end of the wing,' says she, 'has been up above 100 years, and we may patch it and yet be never the nearer; but for my part, I suppose it will last my time,' says she. Orlando no sooner heard that another person, the new housemaid, had been incautiously admitted to participate a secret which he had hitherto so anxiously guarded, than his vexation conquered the pleasure he had for a moment indulged, in learning that it was possible for another, and therefore for him, to see Monimia. To the latter part of the gamekeeper's oration he could not attend, occupied with the idea of the new uneasiness this circumstance must give to Monimia; and, agitated by innumerable fears and anxieties, he remained a moment silent after his companion had ceased to speak, and then he said: 'She told you, I think, that after I was gone, her aunt would suffer her to return to her former apartment?' 'Yes, that was what she said.' 'Well then, I will go. Indeed I am going by daybreak to morrow; nay, I am going from this house to night, and therefore I shall take leave of Mrs Rayland this evening.' He paused a moment, and then added, 'I suppose it is possible to convey a letter to Monimia, though I despair of seeing her.' 'Oh Lord, yes, Sir, that you may do for certain; for I told her, that if she would let down a letter for you by a string at 7 o'clock, I would be there to take it, and you might send her one back the same way.' 'What is o'clock now?' cried Orlando. 'Almost 6, Sir.' 'It is time then for me to go to my appointment with Mrs Rayland, whose tea I am afraid is ready. Do you be punctual to 7 o'clock, and if I can escape, I will be with you at the window; but I beseech you, Jacob, to remember that all the obligation I shall owe you on this occasion will be cancelled if you are not secret. I wish you had not mentioned this matter to any other person, especially to a woman. You know they are not to be trusted.' 'Aye, that I know well enough; they'll cackle, I know they will, if life and death depended upon it. But Lord, Sire, how a name of fortune was I to get at Miss, unless I had done so? And I do believe Nanny is as trusty as most.' It was equally useless to argue on the necessity of the measure, or the discretion of Nanny. The die was cast, and to meet Monimia safely after so much hazard had been incurred, was all that it would now answer any purpose to think of. Orlando, during his short conference with his own thoughts, had determined to take that night his last leave of Mrs Rayland, and to say to her before Mrs Lennard that he was to set out the next morning early, with General Tracy, for London. He hoped by thus acting to persuade the aunt of Monimia that she might safely send her back to her former apartment, and that by making an appointment with her for Sunday, when he would by the people at the Hall be believed on his way to London, he should enjoy without interruption the melancholy pleasure of bidding her adieu, and settling the safest method for their future correspondence. For this purpose he wrote to her, and sealing the letter, he put it into his pocket, and repaired to Mrs Rayland, who, understanding he was come to take his leave, received him with great solemnity, yet not with less kindness than usual. Her conversation consisted chiefly of good advice. She declaimed against the vitiated state of modern manners, and related how much better things were in her time. She warned him to beware of the gamesters and bad women, who she said were the ruin of all young people, and gave him, though obliquely, to understand that his future favour with her depended on his behaviour in this his first appearance in life. With her the age of chivalry did not seem to be past, for she appeared to consider Orlando as a damoiseau now about to make his first essay in arms. Indeed, while she talked much of modern immorality and dissipation, she knew very little of modern manners, seldom seeing any of those people who are what is called people of the world, and forming her ideas of what was passing in it only from newspapers and the ladies' magazines, or some self-publication, which excited only wonder and disgust, while her recollection came to her relief and carried her back to those days she herself remembered, and with still greater pleasure to the relations her father had given of what passed in his. The freedom and modern life suited so ill with the solemnity of respect that was shown towards her in her youth, that she shrunk from the uneasiness it gave her, and made her around her a world of her own, of which, when Orlando became an inhabitant, all that regarded him was assimilated to her own antediluvian notions. In answer to her long and sage lecture, Orlando assured her, and with great sincerity, that he had no wishes that were not centred in the spot and neighbourhood he was about to leave; that, new as he was to the world, he yet believed it would offer him no objects that could a moment detach his affection from his family and his friends. There was so much earnestness, and something so impressive in the manner of his saying this, as not only enforced belief, but sensibly affected Mrs Rayland. She almost repented that she had ever consented to his going; but to detain him now without acknowledging him as her heir, which she had determined never to do, was not to be thought of; and General Tracy had succeeded in convincing her not only that it was a justice due to her young relation to give him an opportunity of seeing more of mankind, but that, as he would not quit England, he would enjoy all the advantages of an honourable profession, without losing the advantage of her protection. Without giving implicit credit to the tales by which Pattenson attempted to prejudice him in her favour, she thought enough of them to let them influence in some degree her determination; and she believed that if he had formed any improper attachment, nothing was so likely to break it as sending him from the country, and into the scenes of life which would, she supposed, occupy his mind without injuring his morals. It seemed as if towards the close of her life Mrs Rayland had acquired, instead of losing, her sensibility; for she, who had hardly ever loved anybody, now found that she could not without pain part from Orlando. She felt her pride and pleasure equally interested in exerting towards him that generosity which from the rest of his family she had withheld; and the apparent dejection of his spirits, the reluctance with which he left the Hall, made him appear to her more worthy than ever of her favour. When therefore she had exhausted every topic of advice she could think of, and received from the manly simplicity of his answers all the assurances that words could give of his gratefully receiving it, she presented him with a bank note of £250, which she told him was for the purpose of purchasing what he would have occasion for on his first entrance into the army. She had, however, so little idea of modern expences, that she considered this a very great sum; and such as it was an amazing effort of generosity in her to part with, yet, while she made this exertion, her kindness towards him was so far from being exhausted, that she told him he should find her always his banker, so long as he continued to give her reason to think of him as she thought of him now. Orlando kissed the hand of his ancient benefactress, but the tears were in his eyes, and he was unable to speak. He tried, however, to thank her for this last, and for all her former favours to him; but the words were inarticulate, and the old lady herself,
albeit unused to the melting mood, was now so much affected that she could only faintly utter the blessing she gave him. "You had better not say any more, sir," said Mrs Lennard, who seemed disposed to weep too. "Much better not, for indeed it will make my lady quite out of spirits." Orlando, very willing to shorten such a scene, turned to Mrs Lennard, towards whom in a few hurried words he expressed his thanks for her past kindness, and his wishes for her health and happiness, and then hastened away, his heart oppressed by the scene that had passed, yet beating tumultuously with the thoughts of that which was to come. He hardly dared, however, give himself time to think. He had told Mrs Rayland a falsehood, for which his ingenuous heart already smote him. He was about to act in direct violation of all he had promised, and all she expected of him. He knew that, were he detected lingering about the house, after what he had just said of his intentions of leaving it immediately, he should lose for ever all the advantage of that favour which Mrs Rayland now so openly avowed for him, and that if his attachment to Monimia were known, it would excite more anger and resentment than almost any of the errors against which she had been warning him. But all these considerations, strongly as they ought to have operated against any other indiscreet indulgence, were powerless when put in competition with his tender affection for Monimia; and to leave her without being able to speak to her and console her was what he could not for a moment have endured to think of, if poverty, disgrace, and exile from every other human being had been the alternatives. On entering his room he found it wanted only a few moments of 7. He glided therefore round the house, and found his punctual confidant already waiting for the signal. "We need not both be here," said Orlando. "Go, Jacob, and wait for me in my room. I have asked leave for you to go with me to night, to carry a portmanteau to West Wolverton." Jacob obeyed, and Orlando, almost breathless with fear lest he should be disappointed in this his forlorn hope, waited under the window. The casement at length softly opened, and Monimia appeared at it. He spoke to her and bade her to let down the string for a letter, "on the success of which," said he, "more than my life depends. Read it then, Monimia, read it quickly, and give me an answer." The trembling girl, whose hurry of spirits alone supported her, now hastened away with the letter, and in an instant threw down a piece of paper on which she had written with a pencil: "If I am suffered to go back to my own room to night, I will be ready on the usual signal; but if I am not, I cannot write. If I am not, farewell, Orlando, farewell for ever, for I shall be too wretched to make it possible for me to live. Remember, oh dear Orlando, your poor friend, and may you be very happy, whatever becomes of me. Go now, for heaven's sake. I am sure my aunt will be here in a few moments, and all depends on her believing you gone." As it was too dark for Orlando to discern these words, he was compelled to go back to his own room to read them. The doubt they left upon his mind distracted him, but it was a doubt which, if he attempted to remove it, would become a certainty that would destroy this faint ray of hope. He went back, however, to the window, in hopes that he might yet speak one word to Monimia; but he saw that there was now another candle in the room, and retiring a little further, so as to be able to see more of it, he distinctly saw Mrs Lennard walking in the room, and apparently busied in the usual occupations to which she dedicated Saturday nights. To stray therefore was not only useless but dangerous,
and he thought it better to make a great bustle in going, that all the inhabitants of the Hall might be appeased of his absence. He sent Jacob into the kitchen to give some further orders about forwarding his trunks and baggage to the next market town, as they were to be sent to London by waggon, and then mournfully and reluctantly prepared to leave the room where he had passed so many happy hours, the room where his mind first tasted the charms of literature and his heart of love. It was indeed possible that he might once more revisit it, once more that evening with Monimia; but it was also possible, perhaps most probable, that he might not see her again. A thousand painful reflections presented themselves. He left her exposed to numberless inconveniences, and his late rashness had, perhaps, added to them by putting her into the power of servants. Yet he might be denied an opportunity to put her upon her guard against any of the circumstances he foresaw, or even to settle how she might receive his letters. He traversed the library, yielding to these tormenting thoughts, and by the light of the solitary candle he had set down in the window seat, everything appeared gloomy and terrific. Every object and every sound seemed to repeat the sentence that constantly occurred to him: Orlando will revisit this house no more. It is difficult to say how long he would have indulged this mournful reverie, notwithstanding his resolution just before taking to quit the house with as much noise as possible, if he had not been alarmed by the sound of a female step in the adjoining parlour. He started. It was perhaps Monimia. He flew to the door, and there, with two evident marks of disappointment in his countenance, he discovered it to be Mrs Lennard herself, who, with a candle in her hand, and much perpendicular dignity in her air, stalked into the study. 'I am glad, Mr Orlando, you are not yet gone, for I have a message from my lady.' Orlando would have faced a cannon with less trepidation than he waited for this message, which his conscience told him might relate to Monimia. It proved, however, to be only that he would give to Lennard the keys of the rooms, and that she might see the window safe and barred. To this, though it disappointed him wholly of his hopes of meeting Monimia there, it was impossible to object. The cautious housekeeper therefore barricaded every avenue to this apartment, without forgetting the door that led to the chapel; and then, formally inquiring if Orlando had taken out everything he wished to have, to which he answered yes, as his boxes had been moved the preceding day, she said she would follow him, and he left the room with an additional pang, while Mrs Lennard locked the door and marched solemnly after him. Towards the middle of the great parlour, through which they were passing, he stopped, and said in a voice that betrayed his emotion: 'You will be so good, dear madam, to assure Mrs Rayland of my grateful respects, and to accept yourself a repetition of my good wishes.' 'Thank you, sir,' answered the lady, 'I am sure I wish you very well; but Mr Orlando, since we part friends—' 'I hope we always were friends, madam,' said Orlando, attempting to smile and turn the discourse, which he feared tended to the subject he most dreaded. 'I hope so too, sir; but I must say that I am afraid in regard to that girl my niece there has been some wrong doings. It was not right in you, Mr Orlando, I must say, to hold a secret correspondence with her, which I am very sure you did, by means of that sad slut Betty, who latterly has been always giving me hints of it. But I, who did not think Monimia so cunning and artful, did not understand them; and even to this day, I cannot imagine how you contrived so often to talk to her out of the window, without being seen or heard. However, it is all over now, I hope, and I am willing to let it be forgotten as a childish frolic. When you return here, sir, you will by that time have seen too much of the world to think about such a chit as Monimia, if indeed she should happen to be here so long." Orlando divided between his joy to find that the real avenue by which they conversed was unknown, and the pain the last hint gave him. Knew not what to reply, but, confused and hesitating, he stammered out a sentence which Mrs Lennard did not give him time to finish. Come, Mr Orlando," she said, "I know you are above any false representations. Besides, I assure you, you cannot take an old bird with chaff. However, as I said before, there is an end of the matter. I shall take care of young madam here, and I dare say you will find plenty of ladies where you are going better worth looking after." Orlando, utterly unable to answer this raillery, now wished her once more health and happiness, and said, again vainly attempting to appear unconcerned, "I really do not love to contradict ladies, my dear Mrs Lennard, so you must have your own way, however your suspicion may wrong me." He then hastened away to mount his horse, with which Jacob waited for him at the door of the servants' hall that opened towards the stables. But as he passed through, he found all the servants assembled at it to take leave of him. Even Pattenson was there, but by the expression of his air and manner with very different sentiments from the rest, for they all testified their concern, while the old butler, with a contemptuous sneer on his countenance, appeared to be delighted by his departure. At once flattered and pained by the good wishes and prayers for his prosperity with which they crowded around him, while most of the women shed tears, Orlando spoke kindly to each of them, assured them that he should rejoice in any good that might befall them. "But," added he, "I hope, my kind friends, we do not part for great length of time, and that on my return I shall find you all here, unless any of you lasses should be carried off by good husbands." Then again wishing them all well, he mounted his horse, and Jacob following, he rode away from the Hall, but not with a design of going to the house of his father. He rather meant to linger about the woods till the hour when he thought there was a chance of finding his Monimia once more in the turret. End of Volume 3, Chapter 1. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 2 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 2. Orlando, already repenting, though he hardly knew why, that he had told the gamekeeper so much, was very unwilling to entrust him with more. He had not so exactly described the way of his communication with Monimia as to enable any other person to find it, and he wished rather to recall than to increase the confidence he had placed in a man of whom he knew very little, and who might perhaps make an ill use of his confidence. A new difficulty therefore arose. He knew not what to do with Jacob and the horses, which he now repented that he had used. If he sent them on to his father's, it would be suspected by a family who were every hour looking out for him that he had stayed behind with Monimia. If he left them in the wood, the man would probably be discontented, and if he sent them to an alehouse near the mill at the extremity of the park, Pattenson,
who was the great friend and patron of the man who kept it, or some of the other servants might be there, whose inquiries could neither be satisfied nor evaded. Determined, however, as he was, to open his heart to his father before his last adieu, he after some deliberation resolved to send them home; and he thought the inquiries his father would make would give him a good opportunity to put an end, at least as far as he could, to a mystery of which he felt ashamed as unworthy of himself and of the object of his affection. Thus resolved, he told the gamekeeper he meant to return back to the Hall in the hope of seeing Monimia for 5 minutes, and that he should go to West Wolverton with his horse and portmanteau, whither he would himself follow in about 2 hours, as he should tell his father, if he asked after him, on hearing or seeing the horses arrive without him. The man obeyed, and Orlando, making a circuit through the woods in order to return to the Hall by the least frequented way, and to have as little of the open part of the park to cross as possible, arrived once more at the mansion, which he had so lately quitted as for the last time. He walked very slowly on purpose, and his thoughts were such as brought them with only dejection and sorrow. He could not help recollecting with regret those hours, now gone for ever, when in his early youth he traversed these paths, happy in the present and thoughtless of the future, when he had no passion to torment, no fears for its object to depress him, but went to Monimia with the same simple eagerness as any of his sisters or his other playfellows, and was unconscious that the rest of their lives would be embittered with anxiety and disappointment, perhaps remorse. Orlando already felt something like it. With the most candid and ingenuous temper he had lived some time in a course of deception. He had taught it to the innocent, unsuspecting Monimia, and had sullied the native candour and integrity of her character. The sophistry by which he had formerly prevailed upon her to consent to their clandestine meetings now seemed mean and contemptible; but perhaps in thinking thus, Orlando was too much like other transgressors, who repent because they can sin no more. He thought himself, however, firmly determined that, had he stayed at the Hall, he would, at whatever hazard, act with more openness; but as he was going from it, there could be no harm in this last adieu. In writing to Monimia there could be nothing wrong, especially as he meant not to make a secret of it to his father and Selina, nor indeed to any of his own family, while the peculiarities of Mrs Rayland and the watchful malignity of Mrs Lennard seemed fully to justify his not revealing to them what would be so hazardous to Monimia and himself. Amid these disquieting and contradictory reflections he at last reached the Hall. It was the darkest of December nights, but calm and still. Orlando walked slowly round the house, which, save a glimmering light from the window of Mrs Lennard's room, bore no appearance of being inhabited. His longing eyes, which had anxiously watched for some consoling beam from the turret whither they had so often been turned with transport, now sought for the propitious ray in vain. Still it was possible Monimia might be there, but from her aunt's late suspicions, deprived of a light; and, as the house seemed perfectly quiet, he ventured up to the well-known door, and listened a while, tapped at it. No answer was given. He repeated the signal louder. Still no delicious sounds were heard in return; and, convinced at length that his project had wholly failed, and Monimia was still a prisoner, he became half frantic, from the reflection that he had hazarded their secret in vain. He had in vain imagined a finesse, and asserted a falsehood, and perhaps must at last go without seeing her, his heart torn at once by his own sufferings and by the idea of hers. In stepping back to return down the stairs, when after a long stay all hope had forsaken him, his foot struck something before him which seemed to be a parcel, as not a ray of light entered the place where he was. He felt for this with his hands, and at length finding it, he discovered it to be a small book. It was tied with a packthread, and Orlando immediately supposed, what was indeed the truth, that Monimia, not being permitted to return that evening to sleep in her former apartment, had however on some pretence or other entered it, and deposited at the door that book, which contained a letter. He opened the book with trembling hands, and found what he had expected by the seal, but to read it was impossible, where he had no means of procuring light. He therefore put it into his pocket as eagerly as if he was afraid somebody would take it from him, and then ran towards home, where, hardly feeling the ground as he went, he arrived in a state of mind so uneasy and confused, that he no longer was capable of caution or reserve, but hastening into the kitchen, where he first perceived a light, he snatched up a candle without speaking, and was hurrying with it to his own room, when his father, who had been anxiously waiting his arrival, opened the door through which he was preparing to pass upstairs, and seeing him pale and breathless, his eyes wild, and his hair dishevelled, he concluded that something very terrible had happened to his brother. The rash, unthinking, and vehement character of Philip, his wild profusion and unsettled principles, had of late so harassed the imagination of his father, that he now thought only of committing suicide; and the sudden appearance of Orlando in such an agitated state struck him with the idea that this fatal event had happened. 'Almighty God!' cried he, as he seized the arm of Orlando, who, muttering something, would have passed to his room. 'Almighty God! What I have dreaded has happened!' Orlando, who thought at that moment only of Monimia, and was impatient at every interruption, was however so struck with this exclamation, and with the look of anguish that accompanied it, that he stopped, and, with terror equal to that with which he had been addressed, cried, 'What, my dear sir! For heaven's sake, what has happened? My mother, my sisters?' 'Oh, your brother!' interrupted Mr Somerive. 'Tell me the worst at once. It cannot be more dreadful than my fears represent it.' 'Indeed, sir, I know nothing of my brother. Nothing has happened to him that I know of. I hope you have heard nothing?' 'No,' cried Mr Somerive, a little recovering from his apprehensions. 'Speak low, Orlando. I would not for the world alarm your mother, who is in bed; but your looks, your haste, your staying out, and your sudden appearance, gave me I know not what idea that some dreadful accident had happened to poor Philip.' 'Dear sir,' replied Orlando, 'you will really destroy yourself if you give way to such horrible apprehensions. Philip, I am persuaded, is well. Pray compose yourself. I am extremely sorry I alarmed you, and beg you will make yourself easy.' 'Ah, Orlando!' said Mr Somerive, as he sat down in the parlour, whither he desired his son to follow him. 'Ah, Orlando! You relieve me from one misery only to plunge me into another, less insupportable indeed, but still most painful to me. What is the meaning, my dear boy, of these haggard looks, of this disordered manner, of these late walks,
and this breathless return. Some mystery hangs over your actions, which cannot but be injurious, since those actions, were they not such as your own conscience condemns, need not be concealed from your family, from your father." "They shall not, Sir," replied Orlando warmly. "I will not leave you in doubt about my conduct. You will find nothing in it that need make you blush for your son. Spare me but this one night, and to morrow there shall not be a wish of my heart concealed from you." "Alas, poor boy!" said Mr Somerive tenderly, "I guess but too much of them already. But, Orlando, I depend on your integrity. I have never known it deceive me. Go therefore now, and let me not see to morrow that wild and unsettled look, that pale countenance, and so many symptoms of suffering, which I, my son, see but too plainly, and yet dare hardly say I pity, for fear I should encourage what I ought to condemn." Then, with a deep sigh, he added, "Good night, dear Orlando. I will go and endeavour to compose myself, or at least conceal from your mother the uneasiness that devours me. Ah, my child, many and many nights I do not close my eyes. The sad image of Philip bringing ruin on himself, on my wife, and on my poor girls, haunts me eternally. And then, Orlando, when my expectation rests on you, when I think that I have another son who will protect and support them when I am gone, for I feel that I shall not live long, then, on the apprehension of some fatal entanglement that will ruin all our hopes, comes over my heavy heart, and I see nothing for my wife and my dear girls but poverty and despair." "Ah, this is too much!" cried Orlando. "I cannot indeed bear it. What shall I say, what shall I swear, to quiet these distracting apprehensions? Good God, Sir, what have I ever done, what selfish actions have I ever been guilty of, which could lead my father to suppose that, to gratify myself, I would abandon my dear, my affectionate mother, or forget the interest of my sweet sisters?" "Nay, Orlando, you never have given me reason for such a supposition; but let us talk of it no more. Once more, good night." Orlando then kissed his father's hand and left him. Eagerly he tore open the letter, which had already, from his excessive impatience, occasioned to him so much pain. It contained these few words: "My aunt refuses to let me return to my former room this night, and you well know I dared not press it. I could obtain no more than permission to go thither for half an hour to put it to rights, as she has told me I shall go back to it to morrow; and I use that opportunity to leave this letter, enclosed in a book, which I hope you will not miss. Orlando, if you go to morrow, we shall meet no more; but as you mention not setting out till Monday morning, I flatter myself that if that is so, you will not go without seeing me. At all events, I will be in the great pond wood between 4 and 5 to morrow evening, and will wait on the old bench not far from the boat house. I will not say what I shall suffer till you come, if indeed you do come; but be not uneasy for me, for my aunt will have no doubt of your being quite out of the country by to morrow, and therefore will let me go out to walk without any questions. If you can come, I shall not expect to find an answer at my door. If you cannot – but indeed, Orlando, my trembling hand, and the tears that fall upon the paper, prevent me saying any more. I cannot write a farewell to you; but if I never should see you again, do not forget me, Orlando, and may God bless you and make you happy." The paper was indeed blistered, and some of the words almost obliterated by the tears that had mingled with the ink. Orlando kissed these marks of tender sensibility 1,000 and 1,000 times. He laid the precious paper to his heart, and believed the talisman abated its throbbing, then took it to read again, and endeavoured to calm his spirits with the assurance that he should meet the adored writer of it, and repeat 100 times protestations of tenderness which he never felt more forcibly than now. But as soon as his disquieting apprehensions about Monimia and his fears of not seeing her were appeased, the scene he had just passed through with his father reoccurred with more acute pain to his mind. He had promised to reveal the secret which was already suspect; but though he firmly adhered to this resolution, surely his father would not insist upon his promise to give up all thoughts of Monimia. That he felt to be a promise which he could not make. His whole heart recoiled from it. Ah, why was it thus impossible to reconcile his duty and his love? And why should his attachment to Monimia be inconsistent with the attention his family would have a right to, if his father should die? The very idea of his father's death was insupportable, and yet he was going from him, and could not watch his health, or contribute to his comfort. Thus wretched Orlando tried in vain to sleep. His blood throbbed tumultuously in his veins. His heart seemed too big for his bosom. By carrying his thoughts of the dreadful parting of the next day, he was rendered incapable of tasting any present repose, and day appeared before his troubled thoughts had so wearied his frame as to allow him to fall into unquiet slumber. Even his short and disturbed sleep, tormenting visions assailed him. He saw the funeral of his father, who yet appeared living, or at least appearing to him though dead, and pointing with one hand to his mother and his sisters, while with the other he waved him away from Monimia, who, at a distance, seemed to sit dejected and alone in a wild and dreary scene, where birds of prey screamed around her, from which she endeavoured to escape towards Orlando, and held out her hands to him for help in vain. A repetition of these unformed horrors took away all inclination to sleep. At 7 o'clock Orlando left his bed, more dejected than ever he felt before, and dreading the dialogue that must ensue, he joined his father, who was walking melancholy and alone in the garden. End of Volume 3, Chapter 2. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England. Volume 3, Chapter 3 of The Old Manor House. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Old Manor House by Charlotte Turner Smith. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Somerive received his son with tenderness, but his dejection was but too visible. Orlando approached him with apprehension, and his voice trembled as he spoke the salutation of the morning. They traversed a long gravel walk twice before either of them spoke again. At length Mr Somerive asked Orlando if he had seen his mother and sisters. He answered that he believed they had not yet left their chambers, and another painful silence ensued, while neither of them seemed to have resolution to break. At length Mr Somerive said, "This, Orlando, is the last day we shall pass together for some time. Let it not be clouded by dissimulation on your part. It shall not be so with remonstrance on mine. But my advice you will hear, since indeed, my son, it is for your sake, not my own, I give it. I shall soon be out of the reach of all the evils of this world." "Do not talk so, dear sir," exclaimed Orlando, seizing his father's hand. Do not, I beseech you. Such gloomy presentiments will overcloud this day with more pain for me than your severest remonstrances. Pray think more cheerfully. You are yet but in the middle of life. You have a constitution naturally good, and you may yet many years see around you a family who idolizes their father." "No, Orlando," cried Mr Somerive, interrupting it will not be. Your brother, on whom my first hopes were fixed, he has inflicted the wound which from long irritation is become incurable; and where, alas, where is this family so fondly beloved? Philip is gone, for I see that nothing can save him. My eldest daughter is married into another kingdom, where I can never see her; and you, Orlando, you are now going from me. I am not superstitious, but I feel something like an assurance that we part to day for ever; or if I am so favoured by Providence as to embrace you again, will you be the same after having entered the world? Will you bring back to me the excellent heart, the ingenuous temper, the integrity of principle that has hitherto made me glory in my son?" Orlando, who expected a very different opening to this conversation, warmly repeated his protestations that nothing should make him forget the duty he owed his father, the affection he felt for his family. "Ah, Sir," cried he, "if you knew how little is to be apprehended from the world, where the whole heart is already absorbed in attachment, contracted in the early dawn of life, and interwoven with the very existence, you would not feel these fears, nor wound me with these doubts." "I have lived near 50 years, Orlando. You have not yet finished your 21st. I have seen, though passing in obscurity much of my time, I have seen young men set out in life uncorrupted, and apparently endowed with every noble principle that could render them honours to their country or their families; yet in a few years I have seen them either hardened by ambition, or degraded by debauchery, not unfrequently combing both, and if they have interest, pursuing the one only as the means of indulging the other." "It is very true, Sir," answered Orlando; "but the ambition of a soldier is surely glorious ambition. It leads to honour through hardship and danger, and he who follows his profession earnestly can have little time for the sallies of irregularity." "You are to be a soldier of peace, Orlando; but I will do you justice. I do not believe you will disappoint my hopes by becoming a gamester or a libertine." "No, Sir," said Orlando vehemently; "to be the first I have no inclination, and for the second you have a security which I am sure you will believe infallible. I promised you last night that I would open my whole heart to you. Dare I now then solicit your patience, while I acquit myself of what I hold to be an indispensable duty, and speak with that sincerity to you which I have reproached myself for ever neglecting to observe, though indeed it was not always possible?" "I attend," said Mr Somerive in a grave and low voice. "I would not, Orlando, touch upon this subject, because I wished to see if you had candour and resolution to speak when you might have invaded it." Orlando, whose momentary courage already failed him, now half repented that he had said so much, now shrunk from the unworthy idea of concealing anything. He began then in a low and tremulous tone, and while his heart throbbed with 1,000 painful emotions, he related to his father the whole progress of his passion, even from his first recollection of the time when he began to love Monimia better than any of his sisters, when in going to the Hall he thought more of seeing her than of the amusements in which he was indulged. and often refused to ride out on a horse Mrs Rayland allowed him occasionally to have when he was about 11 years old, or to go play with the men in the park, because at the hours when these recreations were offered him, he had opportunities of sitting with Monimia, who was employed by her aunt to pick cowslips from their stalks, to collect rose leaves or dry flowers and herbs in the housekeeper's room. He concealed nothing from his father that happened in the progress of his passion, and as his timidity gradually vanished, he spoke of her with all the enthusiasms and all the tenderness of passion. His father sighed more deeply than he did as he proceeded in his story. When he ceased speaking, he remained a moment silent, and then, with another long drawn sigh, he said, "I have always suspected something of this sort, but my conjectures were short of the truth. If I had known, Orlando, that the Hall contained so dangerous an inmate, not all the hopes that have been raised by Mrs Rayland's partiality to you should have induced me to have suffered your residence there." "Good God, sir!" exclaimed the young man, "can you call an angel dangerous? Oh, say rather that my Monimia will prove to me a garden seraph. In thinking of her I find my mind elevated and purified. I live only for her. I wish only to live worthy of her." "Just now, Orlando, you talked of living only for your family, for your mother, for your sisters, and now this angel is the only object of your future life. An angel! Every idle boy that reads ballads or writes them, every scribbler that sends his rhymes to a magazine, calls the nymph who inspires him an angel; and such an angel is this Monimia of yours, and from such sort of reading you have learned to fancy yourself in love with her. The niece of Lennard is the last person in the world whom I would wish you to elect." "And why the niece of Lennard, sir?" said Orlando somewhat impatiently. "Surely my father is too liberal to confound their merits. Poor Monimia! She is indeed the niece of Lennard, but believe me, she does not in any instance resemble her. And what is her birth? Does it render her less amiable, less lovely?" "Oh, softly!" cried Somerive, interrupting him in his turn. "I have not the least doubt, Orlando, but that you could improve in a moment that this seraphic damsel is not only the most perfect of human beings, but the better for belonging to a woman who has always stood between me and the countenance of my relation; a woman who, in all probability, will finally rob me of my birthright. Unhappy, ill-starred boy! Do you not see that, by this misplaced attachment, you have put it into the power of Mrs Lennard to destroy all the hopes you have been cherishing? Do you not see that you have put yourself upon her mercy, that under the pretence of not knowing of this clandestine love, she has suffered it to go on, secure of being able to ruin you at any time with her lady by discovering it, and making a merit of her own disinterested conduct?" Orlando felt that there was too much truth in this observation; but the greater those hazards were that he incurred for Monimia, the dearer she became to him. "Well, sir," he said, "and if Mrs Rayland's favour can be held only by the sacrifice of every honest affection, I will disclaim it. Why should she discard me for loving an amiable beautiful girl who—" "Nay, nay," cried his father impatiently, "why has she invincible pride and obstinate prejudice? Why has she always held me at a distance, because my father, though her only relation, was the son of a man who could distinctly count no more than 2 generations? Why has she always expressed her detestation of the memory of my mother, whom fortune reduced to be her companion? Why has she ever despised your mother, because she was the daughter of a man in trade? It is of no use to inveigh against or investigate the cause of all these supercilious distinctions in the mind of your old cousin. We know that, unlucky for us, they exist, and we know they are invincible. How do you think a woman so haughty and arrogant would like to hear that the young man she has been distinguishing by her favour, and to whom there is some reason to think she may make up the injustice she has done this family, has engaged himself to marry one of her domestics, a girl brought up in her house through charity, the daughter of a nobleman's steward, and the niece of her housekeeper?" "If such are her prejudices, sir," exclaimed Orlando warmly, "that I must make myself eternally wretched lest I should offend them, I had rather, much rather, give up for ever all those hopes of which the reality would be too dearly purchased, if the best part of my life, and all that can render it valuable, is to be the price. I thank General Tracy more than ever for giving me a commission, which, little as it will afford me, and weak as my hopes are of preferment, will at least render me in some degree independent." "I am obliged to General Tracy too," said Mr Somerive, "for you will now be taken out of the most perilous situation that it is possible for a young man of your temper and imagination to be in. If Lennard is satisfied with having got you out of the house, for I doubt not but it was she who much accelerated your going, it will be well. A little more knowledge of the world will cure you of this romantic passion. I hope you are not engaged to this girl?" "Engaged, sir?" "Ay, Orlando, engaged." "If I give you no more trouble, sir," said Orlando dejectedly, "with what are you pleased to term my romantic passion? I must be forgiven if I answer no questions as to my future conduct. It shall not be such as shall disgrace my family, or give any reasonable cause of uneasiness." The emphasis laid on the word reasonable did not at all please Mr Somerive. "You must give me leave, sir," he said rather sternly, "to judge the reasonableness of my feelings myself. You evade my question, after all your professions of sincerity. Good God! what a fate is mine! One of my sons is lost to me, the other is going to throw himself away, if not as unworthily, at least more irrecoverably. Your brother may be reclaimed by time and affection, but an unfortunate marriage, contracted so early in life, is certainly ruin." This speech was ill calculated to appease the concern and impatience with which Orlando found that his father, generally so considerate and indulgent, suffered his dislike to Mrs Lennard to stifle every generous and liberal sentiment of his heart; and he was on the point of answering with more warmth than he ever in his life ventured to use, when, fortunately, to save him from repentance, which would instantly have followed if he had given his father greater pain, the General joined them, and after a few common compliments they were met, as they walked towards the house, by Mrs Somerive with a summons to breakfast. Though the interposition of the General had a little relieved both, the enquiring eyes of Mrs Somerive were not easily invaded or deceived. She saw, and trembled to see, the emotions that shook the soul of her husband, while on the expressive features of Orlando, disquiet and anguish, mingled with something of disappointment and resentment, were too visibly to be traced by maternal solicitude. The presence of the General, however, and of the three girls, prevented her speaking of what so much affected her. By degrees the clouds upon her husband's brow seemed less heavy, but Orlando was pensive and silent. The attempts he evidently made to shake off his concern were quite ineffectual; and as soon as his hasty breakfast was over, he took his hat, turning to his mother, inquired whether the dinner hour was as usual, for on Sundays the family was sometimes accustomed to dine earlier. She answered that it was; and Orlando, then slightly bowing to the rest, was leaving the room, when his father cried, "I thought you were to pass this last day of your stay in the country with us, Orlando." "I shall be back to dinner, sir," replied he as he shut the door. Somerive, who, in the dread of his losing Mrs Rayland's favour, and in his hatred to Mrs Lennard, had spoken of Monimia with more asperity than he felt, was now convinced that harshness would have little influence on the warm impetuous spirit of his son; that he would have done better to have trusted to a mildness and persuasion, and to have treated him in this instance, as he had hitherto always done, rather with the gentleness of a friend than the authority of a parent. Stung with great anguish and disappointment, Orlando wandered away from the house, hardly knowing why or whither he was going. Instead of obtaining from Monimia his father's protection, and the countenance of his family during his absence, with which he had fondly flattered himself, he had heard what almost amounted to a prohibition against thinking of her any more; and his own candour and sincerity, to which he had been taught so religiously to adhere, had apparently done him more mischief than the hints which his brother had thrown out, who had, as he lately learned from Selina, never ceased attempting during his last visit at home to impress his father and mother with a notion that Orlando had not only a correspondence, but a correspondence of the most criminal nature, with Mrs Lennard's niece. Mrs Somerive, always unwilling to see the faults of one son, or to hear the supposed faults of another, had sometimes evaded, and appeared, when she was forced to hear it, quite indifferent to this information; while Somerive, whatever credit he might give to the existence of what he thought such a foolish and boyish inclination, discouraged this invidious disposition in his eldest son, and thought he sometimes felt a good deal alarmed about Orlando, who thought so contemptibly of Mrs Lennard, because he had learned early in life to despise and dislike her, that he could hardly imagine it possible for a relation of hers to make a lasting impression on a young man of so much taste and spirit. He was, however, often uneasy, and particularly after the dinner at Stockton's, on this subject; but, upon inquiry, he could not find that Monimia was a girl likely long to captivate his son, or to engage him in a serious attachment. Some persons told him indeed that she was a pretty girl, others that she was a handsome girl, but more, that there was not anything very extraordinary in her; while from other quarters he heard that her aunt treated her like a common servant, except that she never sat in the kitchen or the servants' hall, and that she hardly ever was seen by any of the family, being employed in attending Mrs Rayland only when she was sick, and at other times in waiting upon or working for Mrs Lennard in her own room. Somerive therefore thought that whatever childish affection his son might have felt for her could hardly have any serious termination, or any that could injure him with Mrs Rayland; and if now and then, on remarking some peculiarity in Orlando's conduct or looks, he recollected Philip's wild assertions about this fair maid of the hall, as he was accustomed in ridicule to call her, the hope that such childish love would be forgotten, and the idea he had taken up that Mrs Lennard kept her niece quite out of Orlando's way, and treated her as a mere servant, quieted his alarms, for which indeed he had no remedy; for he could not either object to any person whom Mrs Rayland chose should inhabit her house, or remove Orlando from it till the present period, when he had her consent and assistance. But to whatever motives the conduct of Mr Somerive was really owing, Orlando had seen it in that view only that was the most flattering to his sanguine hopes, they now appeared to be destroyed for ever, and he saw only despair before him. Far from being allowed to ask his mother's permission for Selina to see his Monimia, he dared not name her again, lest he should receive an injunction which the certainty of immediate death would not compel him to obey; and his projected confession that he was going in the evening to meet her for the last time, he now had not courage to make. Yet he could not disguise it, for since the General's residence in this family, their simplicity of living and their hours had been entirely changed, and instead of dining at 3, as had been always their custom, they now called it 4; but it was often, in compliance with the General's habits, near an hour later. 5 was the hour Monimia named in her note. It was perhaps the only one in which she had a chance of escaping; therefore, whatever might be the displeasure it occasioned to his father and his family, whatever might be the conjectures and remarks, he must either fail returning to dine with them, or break away perhaps before the removal of the tablecloth. To do the former would have been less uneasy to himself, but he feared it would be more offensive to his family. Resolutely determined to see Monimia at all events, he fixed upon the latter; but as he could bear no more of his father's displeasure than what he was sure he thought of hearing when he returned from his last dear interview, he could not resolve to go back to the house, but continued walking almost mechanically towards Rayland Hall, forgetting, in the extreme agitation of his spirits, how very material it was that he should not be seen after he had taken his last leave of Mrs Rayland, and she believed him gone out of the country. This never occurred to him till, under a hollow sand cliff that bounded one side of the great pond near the mill on the verge of the park, he suddenly heard the rattle of a carriage, and, looking behind him, saw Mrs Rayland's coach stopping at the gate, within 200 yards of him. He then recollected the contemptible figure he should make, and the irreparable injury it would do him with her if he were detected in a falsehood, accompanied too with apparent ingratitude; but it was almost too late to escape, for on one side was the water, and on the other a high and almost perpendicular bank, that in some places hung over the road. He had not, however, a moment's time to deliberate, but seizing one of the roots that grew out of the sides, he sprang up, not without some hazard of pulling the crumbling loose soil, of which the bank was formed, upon him. 2 steps brought him to the top, where, however, he would have been in a more exposed situation than below, if the holly, hazel, broom, and branches of pollard oaks that clothed the top of the eminence had not afforded him a friendly concealment. He threw himself among them, and then, perfectly sure that he could not be seen, he peeped among the weathered leaves of the oak and the thicker green of the holly, and saw very distinctly the carriage approach, in which, with a palpitating heart, he perceived Monimia sitting backwards with her aunt, while Mrs Rayland alone occupied the opposite seat. He then recollected that this was the day on which Mrs Rayland usually went in state to the church of a neighbouring parish, a ceremony that was performed 4 times a year, when the weather did not forbid it. He was amazed at his own thoughtless indiscretion, and saw that he owed his escape from its consequence to a mere accident. On these occasions a footman went behind, and Mr Pattenson rode in great form by the coach side. It happened that the man behind the coach had been ordered by his lady at the church door to call with a message upon her tenant the miller, whom, not being immediately able to find, he stayed while he was inquired for, and Pattenson was under the necessity of dismounting to open the gate, which, as he was extremely unwieldy, and rode a spirited and well-fed horse, was by no means the work of a moment. Orlando, after his apprehensions were at an end, found in this little incident something from which he drew a favourable omen. He was pleased to see that, in consequence of his supposed absence, Monimia was indulged with a greater degree of liberty, and seemed much in favour with Mrs Rayland and her aunt; and it seemed as if destiny, however remotely, was determined to favour him; for in this last, as well as in innumerable preceding instances, he had trembled on the very brink of detection, and yet he had hitherto escaped. At least he had reason to rest assured that Mrs Rayland, suspecting nothing, and was far from imagining that her young kinsman was devotedly attached to her little humble Mary. Volume 3, Chapter 3. Recording by Elaine Webb, Bristol, England.